Hey Neely, hey Scott, hey Cam, hey Abby. What I'm doing? I I missed y'all. Cam, you were third, even though you said first. Give automation a go. Hey Rose. Automation go. Monetize and automate your stream like never before. Spend less time controlling your stream and more time entertaining. They want me to AIify the lives. All right. What are we doing tonight? We're gonna be doing news. Kind of backed up on news. I have some really good video ideas that I haven't made yet. Hey Chloe. Sorry, just getting back into the swing. Got here. Got Resident Sleeper. Nick Young. Obama mic drop. Got Mike Tua. Yeah, I'll never stop needing that one. Get me on, sorry. The only reason I have this here is because Business Insider is fucking paywalled. That bigger. Use the archive site. Yeah, I know, but I just have this one already. It's just whenever anyone wants to talk about, oh, that it's the Democrats are the ones that are against freedom of speech, and I'm just like, by what metric? And they say, well, in the Twitter files, and I'm just like, nope, stop. I'm going to stop you right there, Chief. Are the Trump pansies going to try and hand wave the Epstein list? So I think that what we've heard so far is if Trump was in it, then why didn't Biden release it? Right? That's what we've heard so far. That's one of them. Another thing would be, well, even if he is in the files, it doesn't mean that he actually did anything. That'd be another thing. And then lately they're saying, who cares? Oh yeah, well that's the easy one. But like then if he is implicated, what they're gonna say is, well, I didn't vote for a pastor. I voted for a president. Basically using the same line that they used in regards to his grab him by the pussy joke, quote unquote. But for like child rape. That's where I think we're headed. Like he's still doing good things for the country. Speaking of Epstein list, those FBI agents who are told to highlight Trump's name, are they scrubbing it or just highlighting it? I don't know. That might come up when we do news today. There's a lot of stuff I want to go over regarding the Epstein stuff. Okay. I don't even remember how to talk to multiple people at once. Feels weird. Okay, after Squidward, we have BRB. That's an important one. Day tomorrow. That one's done. But So like grammatically, is it past week like the week is in the past, or is it past week like PASSED because the week has passed? Past up to. Okay, okay. In Chrome. I'll shrink it for Apple users. But I actually haven't like done a deep dive into this tracking Trump's presidential promises. I just saw it on the source document. I have to imagine it's complicated. A bad thing. Working a 16-hour shift today, still have 4 to go. You'll be in my ear the whole time. I appreciate that, Chris. I'll try to be as entertaining as possible. Dan said with completely dead eyes. Sorry. I got to find a way to bring back positive Dan. Il bon vivant. Is that a phrase? Hold on. Bon vivant? Is that what I'm looking for here? A person who enjoys a sociable and luxurious lifestyle. Well, maybe not.
Bon vivant.
Is that the voice? Hey, Tyro. Oh, yeah, we had this. Was going to do this for maybe debates. I don't know if I'm doing debates today. Come back to that one. This was good for when we were watching things that we shouldn't have been watching, but hey, caffeine. In PIP, I thought Rubio got a little what's it mean couch to sit on like a real person? Wait, in PIP? Oh, picture in picture. All right, so I guess I'm just gonna leave this and then use the red text when I need it. Browser. What is this one? Oh, that's this. I forgot about this. This thing. Maybe I put this here. Build them a little setup back there. I watch Dean and Parker anytime you aren't on, and to be honest, their debates have plummeted, so I really don't see how you could debate. Yeah. I know Dean was talking about maybe getting back into other debate topics, not Trump related, like religious debates and stuff. Not that I'm saying that's what I'm gonna do, but like I get why. Why does MAGA want to protect Epstein's clients? You escape the cult MAGA request. Ooh, that's not bad. Bad. Got Marco hanging out on his little couch. I don't even know if we bother with the patience meter anymore. Was watching up until now, Neely. He had like 40-minute stretch of pure trolls and kids. Hey, Poopy Prophet. Hey, King V Joker. Take a look at the. What we got? We got 8 minutes, technically. Really need to update the I'm peeing. We need somebody to cut that up into 3 different gifts. Did everyone hear that? Oh, I guess these are other, like... This is so loud. You just hit 3 sevens. No, I was looking at other, Okay, I gotta shut that off. So loud. Sorry, y'all. I was looking at other, Ooh, okay, this isn't... We can't really do this for... Oop. Can't really do this for, YouTube and Twitch. We could do it for TikTok. This is song requests. Displays the playback queue on the song request feature. What is this request feature? Okay, hold on. Song requests overlay. Yes. I guess I won't show me anything until I'm live on TikTok. Ooh, okay, we have a goal thing. Like goal. Share goal. Follower goal. Gift goal. I'm a grifter. Grift goal. Now that would be good. Oh, we could do custom goals. We could literally do a grift goal. Wait. Am I still live? Hey, Starscream. Broadcast goals can be controlled via actions and events. That special gift for other stream events can currently eating a Costco glizzy. Are they still $1.50 or did they finally raise the price? Wait, grift goal and it's $20,000? Still 150. What's a glizzy? Or title. Add this overlay to the stream. Copy. URL. Sweet summer child. Someone clip that. Wait, I know what a glizzy is. I was just reading chat. Okay, what does that say? It says your title. Okay, now if I edit it, how can I change your title? Custom CSS. Read the OBS. Customize. Color. Show title. Parallelogram shape. What? I like the parallel. Oh, here we go. It'll be great for an out of context compilation. Oh my, the Dan out of context compilations would go insane. The opacity. I'm asking you guys. I'm just talking to myself. Sorry. Oddly enough, I'm downing 2 glizzies right now. Hey, yo! Well, okay, but here's the problem. I don't know how to control. It says 0%. I'm doing my absolute best to say the word right now with this conversation. Drift goal. Lizzie Gobbler in the chat. Okay, wait. No, he didn't call it a grift goal. He called it mutual aid. Bank account. You seen the new South Park episode? I saw some clips. I didn't watch the episode. Yeah. Create an action and select control custom goal. Finally, link an event that could trigger the action. Okay. The Grift Studio. Christine O complained about the sausage joke in the episode. I saw that. It's that episode had Christine O murdering like multiple different puppies, and she was like, it's so typical for Democrats to make fun of women's looks. That's what you got from it? Do I have to code? I think I might have to code to get this to work. GG, it's over. Wait, hold on. We could have ChatGPT code for me. Actually, we're gonna try something. Hey, Melissa, are we great yet? Dan, it's bad for the environment. Parentheses. I don't know how to use AI. Okay. How do I add a custom goal to OBS with Xfinity? Log in or sign up for early meal? I don't have. I don't want to log in. I don't want to make an account. Tell me. Fucking clankers. Hey, it be Lana? Am I pronouncing that right? Dan slurring. I think we should be allowed to slur AI. Until AI can gain sentience, I think we should be able to slur them. Premium login and coding, pack it up. True. What are you trying to do? Okay, so I'm trying. It's Lieutenant Balana, like the Star Trek character. Oh, okay. So I see the lieutenant. I haven't watched Star Trek except for that one movie with Zachary Quinto. I'm trying to make it so that this gets like this thing. I'm trying to make it so that something contributes to the grift goal. Like whether that's coins or whether I can manually do it, but I just don't even know how to do that. I'm trying to figure it out. Action on reach. Oh. Okay, wait. Create a new action? The word actually did sound offensive as fuck when Dan said it, though, not gonna lie. I feel like the robots will remember if you call them. Yeah, you're probably right. Create new action. What is the name of the action? What would happen? How long should it play? Should the trigger user for reward? Additional settings. I'm extra nice to my Google Assistant. Hopefully she will remember when. You know what's funny? So I don't have a Google Assistant, but Mac does, and I always say like please and thank you when I really don't have to. She's so helpful. It was so out of the blue too. I didn't know Dan got down like that. I've had so much frustration with these goddamn. It actually feels so wrong to say, even though it's not about people. Um, Dan been honing the AI slurs. Oh, you mean the tin skins, the metal backs? All right, I think I give up. Oh wait, change value. Oh, there we go. Metal backs is diabolical. We're entering the Detroit Become Human timeline now. I'm stitching the magical. uh, I don't even say skin and Walker together because I feel like it's a slur. Okay. All right, so here's the problem. Here's the problem. $20,000 is so big of a grift that if I were to actually like track like my gifts over the course of the live, like the dollar gifts, like usually, especially the past couple months, at most we're looking at about $60. Obviously there are outlier lives for sure, but like let's say we have a good live. A good live would be over $100. What I just did 100, right? And it's still 0% on the bar. Like that's how insane $20,000 is. It's like pedestrians, flesh pedestrians. I'll sit over here and Twitch up hero, get those numbers up. Hi chat, teehee. Is it true ICE took back the 50K sign up bonus? I didn't hear about that. $20,000 is a 2008 Honda Accord, 2018 Honda Accord. Yeah, 20. So like, I can't even pretend to do the Peyton grift. It's too ridiculous. We were talking about it in a Discord call earlier. It's like $20,000 would like is life changing money to a lot of people. Nah, fuck AI. It doesn't deserve our warmth. Fuck them, circuit cretins. The auto mod blocked that comment. Hold on, I'm allowing it. You know how many carts I could get with Oh god. Oh my bad, I'm in the wrong chat. I'll sit over here on Twitch to help get those numbers up. Which numbers? IRL. I appreciate that, but I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, life changing in bills and such, and guys. Just viewer count, your Twitch viewers. Oh, got you. Yeah, I mean, right now, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. The only reason we go live on Twitch is to just I don't even remember why you started going live on Twitch, but don't we have like 4 viewers normally on Twitch? Rough out there. I appreciate that, IRL. I could pay off all my debts and have around half left. TikTok ban. Oh, right. Yeah. Probably the impending TikTok ban. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. The only issue with this goal thing is that its opacity makes it difficult to see. Background. Dan's self-reporting. Wait, what did I self-report about? Didn't you start going live here the last time they were? Yeah, that's what it was. Opacity? What did I say? All right, is Twitch the nosebleeds? It's opacity. I've never ever been near a Twitch stream. I feel like they're scary. Only using Twitch for money like a grifter, but you had to pause and think because you can't tell the truth. Oh wait, if you think I'm making money on Twitch, actually, I think now that you mention it, I make more money on Twitch than I do YouTube. Because with Twitch, there are people who sub. Is that what they're called? They're called subs, right? There are people who sub, which is awesome. I don't know what they're subbing for because I don't think there are any benefits. I think they're just supporting the lives, which is great. But more importantly, they have Prime subs, so like they can sub with Jeff Bezos's money, which is huge. So like that's how that I think I'll actually tell you exactly how much I've made on Twitch. Hold on. I've been keeping track of it. Second. Yeah, Abby is one of them. Thank you, Abby. This is behind the scenes. Okay. Okay, so the last time I didn't get anything from Twitch in July. I don't think I hit the pay threshold. The last time I got paid by Twitch was June, and it was $56. But YouTube, like the ad revenue or whatever like you make for per video is so bad for me anyway. Well, thank you, IRL. I'm starting to like Twitch a lot more the last few months. Interesting. Dan, check DMs. Ooh. Dan, use this. Dono incentives. Wait, is this from his actual live? Or is this somebody else? Not the 5K hangout IRL. Oh my god. Yo, no way. No way. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Hey, Prince. Hold on, y'all. Someone come look at this. All right, where did it go? I downloaded it, but I don't know where it went. 1 second, chat. There we go. Look at this shit. I want to crowdfund the tattoo and make him get a Dan tattoo. All my friends are here. LOL, I should hang out on Twitch more often. Whose is this? This is Peyton after he got out of jail. 5K hangout IRL for what? 5K is insanity. Like even if he was sex working, I think that's still like way too high, right? I don't know. I don't know what the going rate is for how much to go back to jail. 5K for what? What does he even do? Oh, I thought this was to see Dan. um, I don't. Dan's asking 5K for a hangout. The grift has gone too far. Wait, I gotta get this off screen before people think that's me. um, I don't think I haven't charged anything for hangouts. I've hung out with several people before. I hung out with Dave and Julie. They did pay for my drinks, but I didn't ask. I've hung out with, obviously we did the meetup. Yeah, no, charging sounds insane. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think like people should necessarily be entitled to hang out with their streamer, quote unquote. But if y'all want to meet me for less than $5,000, I'm down. We can start the bidding at like Chipotle. Dude, watch yourself, Dan. Next topic. $300. $300 is a lot of money. I mean, ultimately, the problem with here's the thing. If I ever saw you in the wild, I'd buy you a drink or two. Wine and dine. I got 30 cents and a half-eaten Big Mac. Take it or leave it. No photos or hangout needed. I'll get you some Arby's. Oh, I appreciate that. See, the thing is, like the 5K, does the 5K also, is he facilitating? Like, is he using the 5K? Dan, check live chat. Okay, hold on. Is he using the 5K to book flights? Because there's no way he's flying out to them. He can't leave Georgia because of his pending trial for robbery. So does the 5K include? Hey Eli, hey Antoine. You can only get the BOGO deal. I'll wear high heels if we go bowling. Y'all know way too much Dan lore. Like, there has to be a shoulder rub or two included because 5K is ludicrous. That's what I'm saying. I actually think. Hold on. Well, it's not legal, right? It's not. I was thinking. Now this has nothing to do with Peyton. Now I'm having like my own philosophical question here. Can someone pay $50 for the dare and just dare him to get the $500? If I pay 5K, there better be another thing being rubbed. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, people have seen Hole for less, way less. So okay, let's say that 5K buys you a hangout. hypothetically speaking, okay? I've seen whole for the other half of my Big Mac. That's fucking insane. I feel like anyone paying 5K to meet a TikToker is not someone who should be trusted, to be honest. Or maybe I just watch too much. Agreed. But what's hanging out? My guess. This is the best case scenario. Okay, best case scenario is you spend the weekend together. You go do whatever the funnest thing you could do in Fulton County, Georgia is. Do you think you still have to pay for tickets in the hotel? That's not hotel. Is some of the 5K to extend the car rental? I hope the hangout is him using his spit to polish my rod. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. All right. We don't have to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to be inappropriate. Like we shouldn't. If it's not implied in any way that it is a sexual meetup, then, and I don't think it is, then we should probably, even though he's a grifter, we should probably not like sexualize him in that way. Because if the roles were reversed, you know, you have to pay for the Airbnb. Very good scenario, but in reality, you can get a picture and a dap up with Playboy Cardi treatment. Maybe we just need to connect him with that one creepy only dance guy. The one creepy only. Actually, don't tell Peyton about that. We should have a Dirty Dan coin. Only Dan's, bro, please. Wait, Abby, do you know the Only Dan's lore? And Only Dan's existed for like 2 weeks. My bad. I just unironically hate him. No, Poopy, you're totally wrong. I honestly even like was thinking that also, and it didn't occur to me until I read your comment that I was like, oh, okay, hold on. If we were saying this about a woman, it would be gross. So let's pump the brakes. So like, I don't blame you at all. PTSD. I think it was a Chris Brown meetup. People paid for then cut out pay put him. I'm so lost, Hyro. Bro, I swear people have too much time on their hands. Maybe he'll come to your city and rob your local bank for you. I just thought about something. Do you think the Straw Hat flag being flown in Indonesia is the reason they are scared and trying to push for anime to be banned here? I didn't even hear about this. Is this new? Is this something going on right now? Bro, I swear people have too much time on. Oh, I already read that. Who's paying to see that woman beater? Why does he still have a career? Mariah, I don't know. I want to know who helped him price these. Like someone told him 5K was a good idea for meetup. I mean, it could have just come up organically with chat, maybe. I don't know. It's like that time when the question was like during my 24-hour live, oh, how much for another 24 hours? And I said, I don't know, $1,500. Like, you never know. The owner of Trump Burger is facing deportation. I feel like we skimmed past the anime thing too quick. But let's back up because what the fuck? $6.7 million got him a get out of jail free card. Who are we talking about? Chris Brown? We were supposed to go live on TikTok, right? I'm kind of just vibing in the pre-show. There's a protest or rebellion for inequality. So they're flying the flag. The flag is banned there now. IRL. I don't think that they meant that as the. I'm gonna go back to the comment was saying, do we think that that's the reason they want to ban anime here? That I hadn't heard. The anime here part. I recognize that you're on Twitch and the comment was on YouTube, so I don't blame you at all for not knowing that. Okay. What are we doing? Chat, remind me what we're doing. We're not grifting. TikTok. The thing is, if we go live on TikTok, then we have to start like actually politicking. I think you usually debate on TikTok. I don't know if we're debating. Right? We are maybe just a tiny grift. All right, fine. Who has $5,000? And did you post your video? I'm not posting a video today. I don't have any good ones to post. Oh, I was feeding Tuffy because crashing out next to me. I don't know if you guys can hear her. I said they're restricting they're restricting anything with overly sexual aspects, especially with minors, which is good. But we all manga authors can be a little freaky with anime, and I don't know where the line will be drawn. You have $5,000, but I don't know I want to give it to you. I don't blame you, Chloe. Please don't give me $5,000. I know someone who needs it a lot more. He's trying to raise money for a studio. If I find it a slippery slope because the laws they're passing are very broad. Dan, if I pay $5K, will you reenact the entire Wicked movie for me? Yes. We playing Fortnite today? No, I'm so bad at shooting games. I wouldn't mind playing games. I'm still really thinking about just not doing politics until we're closer to the midterms and just playing video games. If I pay $5K, will you reenact all of One Piece? No. That's a scam right there. That would take me years. I'm still waiting for Oregon Trail. I've been hooked on Train World Sim 5. I know they want to ban fanfic because it's often pro LGBT plus. Minecraft server fire. I'll give you 5K and you stream you playing Hello Kitty and Island Adventure. Oh, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. What system is that for? Have you asked TikTok for news help tonight? I did. It's unavailable. Never my Minecraft server. Play some Minecraft chat. Wait, Dan, for 2K, will you play Date Everything on Switch? I've never heard of it, but $2,000? Probably, yeah. Wait, so what's a whole server gonna do with this game? I don't understand. Are we gonna have like leaderboards? It could be fake. That fake. I tried looking into it now, and I see it might be. Oh, I see. I see. Um, taking the reverse pickles route. What's the reverse pickles route? What does that mean? What are we talking about? No more politics, just gaming and MS Paint. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Because Pickle started with games and then moved to politics, and I started with politics and moved to. I'm not gonna lie, I don't play Minecraft that much. I was turned into a warmongering monster after 2 days. Are we gonna have to start guessing here? 1, 2. Three means definitely that. Which Bob Ross video on MS Paint. Twitch chat, don't tell Dan, but he's got a booger on his lip. I don't have a. Okay, so that's 2. Good. 3, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Getting clip farmed. Fuck said that. Somebody on Twitch chat. Dan, 5K for a 48-hour stream. Do I get to sleep? If I get to sleep, then yeah. Did you pull up Minesweeper when someone asked you to play Minecraft? Yes. That is what happened. All right, where are we at here? How's your sleep schedule been? Booked. I fixed it for like 2 days and then I just immediately ruined it again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2. Play that connections game. Yeah, I'm down to do that later. We have to go live on TikTok eventually. Cover the news. Unfortunately, we have to cover the political news. It's like watching you solve a Rubik's cube. Okay, what are we doing? Ooh, okay. What if we got Dan to play some Telltale games or something? This chat's got me like older. Peeing. Dan, for 900, would you do a 24-hour Magadan live? No. 24-hour lives are very difficult, and I don't know that $900 would be worth it. Unfortunately. Also, I don't think I can do a 24. I'll get taken down every time we try to do Magadan. We always get taken down. Go on stream when? I don't know. If I can just commit to like destroying my my viewer count and not doing politics anymore, I think we could play a lot of different games. I get the general idea of Minesweeper, but I was never good at it. $4.99. This is going to the 48-hour stream pool. Thank you, Chris. Okay. One of these two, for sure. These two, for yeah. Unfortunately, I think there's no way around this. We have to guess something here, right? Like, I mean, we can open up the rest over here, but eventually we're gonna have to guess something top left. Unless we could the mine count. All right, we're at that tough point. So if it's one of those two, and it's two of these three, and then it's one of these, right? Two of these three, meaning that no matter what, hold on. It can't. Let me work through this chat. This two can only have one of these three as a bomb, which means that over here, where we need two of these three, no matter what we know, it can't be these two, because that would be too many on top of the two. Can't be those two. So it can be 1 and 1 or 1 and 1. Which means that no matter what, this is a bomb, which means that this is clear. Which means that this is clear, which means that this is clear. Okay. Now, boom, boom. That's done. Now that we know that, this is clear. Boom, boom. And that's 1. This the 4 goes 1, 2, 3, 4. That's done. We didn't have to guess. Okay. We just had to use a little bit of a brain power. Okay, so one of these two is a bomb. Know that. One of these two is a bomb. And if one of these two is a bomb, that means that no matter what, this is clear. Four bombs left, chat. One of these two. 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 Is it possible to deductively read? No, it's only 4 bombs left. So let's say, all right, let's run the different scenarios here. So let's say the bomb is here, right? That would mean that another bomb would be here. Means that all of this is clear. Now let's say the bomb is here. That would mean that this would be clear. Here. 1. Okay. Okay. No, I think we could math this. Okay. So if there's one here, there's one here. They can be the same one, right? Which would mean if it's that one, we're four bombs left, right? 4 bombs left? Yeah. If it's this one, right? Then that would mean that these 3 are all clear, as well as this. Not away. Hey, Patty. No! I tapped the space bar, and I guess that reset the game. Okay. You know what? Hold on. We're still going to do it. YouTube. YouTube. We'll just go back. They can be the same one, right? When I zoom in. Okay, here we go. Okay, so before I start fucking with things. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, so if the bomb is here, that would mean that this is clear, this is clear, this is clear, this is clear. We have 4 bombs. And we know that only one of these 2 is a bomb. So it can't be this scenario. It simply can't. Because if it were this scenario, right, let's even say that this is a bomb. That's only 3 bombs. So where's the undo? So that can't be a bomb. Hey, Cheyenne. That can't be a bomb. So if that can't be a bomb, right? Do this. That means that this has to be a bomb. But that doesn't fully solve the problem. We would need to know what was under this. The number that's under this, which we can't know because I pressed the space bar and reset the game. But at the very least, what we would know is that this is a bomb. So whatever number was under this would theoretically help us win the game. Because if the number was a 2, then these are clear. The number is a 3, then we know it's one of these 2. It means that it's 2 of these 4. Right? So for argument's sake, let's say that this number is a 3. What would happen then? Number was a then go over here and we know that 2 of these are 3. Know that 2 of these are bombs and 1 of these is a bomb. So what does that mean? So if we were to say that this is the bomb, then that would mean that this is the other bomb. Which means that this is the last bomb. Because this is cleared there. I think that's it. All right. W. Solved. Do we just do this on live instead? We'll do some news. Yeah, the spacebar should not be tied to resetting. All right, let's run some news. Well, I'm gonna need. I'm gonna turn off the grift thing. Okay. I think we're ready. Oh wait, no, we're not ready. You know, tell I don't want to talk about politics. The Minesweeper filibuster gave it away. Do we need to go kiss Mac first? She's not here. All right, I'm gonna finish my coffee. All right, so that I can go get a cold bottle of water and then I'll start the TikTok live. That way I don't have to leave and interrupt the TikTok live. 45% of Americans rewear their underwear before washing them? What do you mean by rewear? Like shower and then wear again? I mean, that tracks. Like 45% of Americans voted for Donald Trump, or at least 45% of voters, right? That tracks. At this point, you could say 45% of Americans just 45% of Americans poke their eyes out with a steel rod every morning for the nutrients. And I'd be like, yep, that tracks. Like, nothing surprises me anymore. Kind of sad. That's the terrifying thing. You change your underwear every day after every shower. Like what? Like that's like one of the best parts of taking a shower is that you get to put on new underwear. What are we doing here? 13% wear it up to a week? If my ADHD major depressive ass is going through all the trouble of getting in the shower, I'm not putting dirty. Yes, exactly. Like it'd be one thing if it said 45% of Americans like don't shower every day or don't shower even like every 2 days or whatever. I would get that more than shower and then put on old underwear. That's insanity. 45% of Americans don't use soap in the shower at this point. Wait. Are these just men or also women / people wearing thongs? I don't know what the study they're pulling from is, or survey or whatever. I refuse to believe any of this nonsense. Isn't it like 10% of Americans think chocolate milk comes from brown cows? I don't shower every day, 50-50 depression and ADHD, but even then, when I do, I change my underwear. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I don't even know if a majority of Americans shower every day. Like, I know doctors say like you're not supposed to, or at least you're not supposed to wash your hair every day or whatever. I usually shower 6 times a week. At this point, I don't want to know anything else about people. I'm gonna drop a bar of dial in everyone's mailbox, community service type. Yeah, I did say shower too much. COVID totally overhauled / screwed up my shower schedule. I don't know if my schedule's changed because of COVID. COVID did change my mom call frequency. Like before COVID, me and my mom would talk on the phone 2 to 3 times a week. But like when COVID started, we made sure to talk to each other every day, just to check in on each other, right? But like as COVID started to end and stuff like that, it kind of carried over. So now we talk every day. That's because of COVID. They say I think shower like 2 to 3 day, and same for washing your hair. I live in Arizona. If I didn't want to, I sit in bed all day and don't get sweaty because I keep my cold. I probably won't shower, to be honest. Oh, if I sit in bed all day. Didn't you move to where you can now be closer to your mom? Was that before? I moved to where I could be closer to my grandma. I do live close to my mom. I'm like 10 to 15 minutes away. But that's more so for like I'm needed, not necessarily like we're not seeing each other every day. I was there a lot during COVID, or at least at the front door. Like I would go shopping for them. I'd put a mask on, go into Aldi, and oh my god, their shopping list was so fucking annoying. Like it'd be like very specific kinds of cucumbers, not just any cucumbers. Shower almost every day. On occasion, I won't shower on my days off, but if I smell myself, I jump in the shower. So for me, obviously, everyone's different. For me, my hair gets super oily if I don't shower, and when my hair gets oily, the edges of my scalp, especially around here, start to break out. So I kind of have to shower every day. I usually do skip one day a week, just because that's how it ends up working out. Like I stay on live too long or some shit like that. Don't eat regular cucumbers in our house. We eat English. I side with grandma. That's not grandma. That was my regular mom. But yes, I understand. Same. I'm so oily. Because your scalp is overproducing oil due to being dried out from shampooing daily. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Baby. I've been on pre-show for like an hour and a half, and stalling going live on TikTok. Well, because if I go live on TikTok, I gotta talk about politics. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. YouTube and Twitch can hear us, but TikTok can't. Twitch. You know what? You know who's saying hi to you right now? It's Twitch. Caffeine, Sid. Sid said, "We love you, Queen." Party at Twitch. Starscream just said it. Neely. Wait, Twitch is just all the mods. Oh no, Ashley. Ashley's on YouTube. Liam's on YouTube. He said, "Hey, Dark Lord." No, they can. I don't think they can hear you. I don't think they can hear you. The Prophet says, "Howdy." Okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna start. I was planning on starting after I got a bottle of water, and I was about to do that when you called. So you're saying yes? That it, huh? All right. I'm gonna get a bottle of water while we're on the phone. How about that? Chat. I will be right back, and then we're gonna start the TikTok live. Didn't really have dinner. Of course. Okay. We are gonna start the live on TikTok. Does anyone have any big news stories that we need to cover? For sure. Please believe the CDC may have been targeted in the Atlanta. Texas. Oh, like the gerrymandering stuff? Yeah, I mean, we'll cover it. I think, honestly, everyone's FYP has covered it pretty well, but Texas sending FBI for Democrats. Oh, okay, so that I didn't look into exactly. Yeah, okay, definitely. Told you. Told me what? Mac, wait, Mac, you are driving in the rain. Do not chat in YouTube, okay? Please. Drive safe. Trump and Putin today. Trump says he'll meet with Putin in Alaska next week. Lomain, thank you for the $2. Funding PB. Trying to claim he ended another war. Oh, Corporation of Public Broadcasting. I thought you were talking about the. Okay, that makes way more sense. Maxwell being moved. Yeah, that's another one we got to talk about. Armenia and Azerbaijan. Deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Is it bad? I didn't know that there was a war going on. The fake jobs numbers. Oh yeah. I'm gonna. Did you see his new charts? Oh my god. Is this too distracting? Like, should I get rid of this unless we're doing debates? Oh, he wants $1 billion from UCLA. Fuck. Oh wait, hold on. We can update the grip meter. We got $7 so far, right? 7. 7 out of the 20,000. Okay. He fired the IRS commissioner. I don't know what the IRS commissioner's job is. Trump ousts Billy Long as IRS commissioner. Name is Besant acting head. Used to be an auctioneer. Trump is burning through IRS heads at a rate of almost 1 a month. What is it, like Defense Against the Dark Arts? Okay, let me just feed Walker, and then we'll start the TikTok live. Oh, Jared Wise participated in January 6th and he's in DOJ now. Oh, well, that's just normal. Standard. Air Force not giving retirement benefits to trans service members. What? Denies early retirement for transgender service members. Wasn't this a part of like the executive order or some transgender troops had been told they could retire early. Trump seeks to bar all transgender individuals from the military. Who financially harms transgender troops? Okay. The U.S. Air Force is denying early retirement to all transgender service members with between 15 and 18 years of military service, opting instead to force them out with no retirement benefits, according to a memo seen by Reuters. These longer serving transgender service members will have the same choice as more junior ones, quit or be forced out, with corresponding lump sum payments as they walk out the door. The move is the latest escalation by Trump's administration as it seeks to bar transgender individuals from joining the U.S. military and remove all who are serving. Pentagon says transgender individuals are medically unfit, something civil rights activists say is untrue and constitutes illegal discrimination. After careful consideration of individual applications, I am disapproving all temporary early retirement authority exemption to policy requests in tabs 1 and 2 for members 15 to 18 years of service, the memo said. It was signed by Brian Scarlett, who is performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary. Okay, we'll keep reading this article when we cover it on TikTok. This is insane. Okay, we got a lot of news here. Let me feed Walker, and we're gonna start the TikTok live. All right, we're gonna start the TikTok live right now. That for now. Okay. We should officially be live on TikTok. So we're gonna try a few things for the TikTok algo. Smiling, they said it's good for the algo. Smile, it picks up on that. They also say it's bad for the algo if you tell people to go elsewhere. So TikTok is where it's at. Smile. We're here on TikTok. Smile. We love TikTok Shop. Smile. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're gonna be starting very shortly. We're gonna cover a bunch of news stories. Abby, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you everybody for the heart me's. All right, we're going to get started shortly. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live sometimes, and we sometimes do debates. So if you like that, drop a follow. Yeah, really not selling it. We'll get back on a schedule. We'll get back on a schedule soon. I don't want to have a set schedule now when I know I'm not going to be able to keep it. Welcome in, everyone. Hey, Kylie. Hey, Anastasia. You watched the second South Park episode? No. I did see a bunch of clips, but I did not watch it. And we're also not going to watch it on live. Not because of copyright issues, but more because a lot of dogs get shot. Way less slurs. Well, that's nice. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Howdy, Homac. Where you been, brother? Well, we had a 2-week break back in July, and then last week kind of only went live once. And can you drink that water any louder, please? Wait, was it loud? I'm sorry. TikTok just said they got new what's it called? Voice isolation or noise cancellation? Like that? Test it out. Hey, Randy. Wow! Nope, that's not the one I was thinking of. All right, you know what? Forget it. We are going to start covering some of these news stories here. First one I wanted to talk about. A lot of these I am reading about for the first time with all of y'all. So pardon me for like not having opinions yet. Where's the grift goal? I'll bring it up every time someone donates to it, but it's there. Like I'll just activate it. Wait, it says 0. Why does it say 0? It says 7. Hold on. 1 second, chat. The overlays. Oh, goal overlays. 7. $7 of the 20,000. There we go. Okay. This is what we waited for while you pre-showed for 2 hours. Shake my head. Wait, what did I do, Cam? So close. Okay. Back to the story. U.S. Air Force denies early retirement for a group of transgender service members. The U.S. Air Force is denying early retirement for all transgender service members with between 15 and 18 years of military service, opting instead to force them out with no retirement benefits. These longer-serving transgender service members will have the same choice as more junior ones, quit or be forced out with corresponding lump sum payments as they walk out the door, the August 4th memo says. The move is the latest escalation by President Trump's administration as it seeks to bar transgender individuals from joining the U.S. military and remove all who are currently serving. The Pentagon says transgender individuals are medically unfit, something civil rights activists say is untrue and constitutes illegal discrimination. After careful consideration of the individual applications, I am disapproving all temporary early retirement authority, aka TERA, exemption to policy requests in tabs 1 and 2 for members with 15 to 18 years of service, the memo said. It was signed by Brian Scarlett, who is performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Manpower and Reserve Affairs. Hold on one second. Okay. Multiple service members have already been approved for early retirement, but these approvals were rescinded, advocates say. An Air Force spokesman said a subset of applications were prematurely approved. It's devastating, said Shannon Minter of the National Center for LGBTQ Rights. This is just betrayal of a direct commitment made by these service members. The Air Force's decision follows a policy detailed in a May 23rd memo, which stated that airmen with 15 to 18 years of service could request early retirement. When asked by Reuters about the decision, the Air Force noted that it approved early retirement for more senior members who self-identified as transgender and had 18 to 20 years of service. Regular retirement happens after 20 years. In an internal question and answer fact sheet seen by Reuters, the Air Force provided potential answers to the question. How do I tell family we're not getting retirement benefits? The answers were, focus on the benefits you do retain. GI Bill, VA benefits, experience. Emphasize this doesn't reflect on your service or character. Military and family readiness can provide counseling resources. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, we're not talking about people that have been in the military for a few years and then are being forced out because they're trans, which is still horrible. We're talking about those that have served their country for over 15 years and were also promised that they could early retire back in May. And this is what we're giving them. Sorry, no benefits, but you can still mention to your family about the experience. Also, let's not forget that the GI Bill would not exist if it weren't for the fact that Eisenhower was taxing the fuck out of the top earners in this country. 90% marginal tax rate. Imagine trying to pass the GI Bill now. Not possible. Anyway. Minter said the financial impact on transgender service members would be severe, costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars over their lifetimes in denied benefits due to the Trump administration's policy. Great news. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. I'm sending you a request. Lumberjack, come up and explain to me why their 15 plus years of military service don't matter to you. Can you please accept the request? Why aren't you accepting the request? Seem to have a very strong opinion in chat. Can you tell me why you don't care about the service members? Why you don't care about veterans? Why you don't support our troops? Anything, Lumberjack? Nothing? Just some drive-by hate? Oh. That's what I thought. Despite ongoing legal challenges, a Supreme Court ruling in May cleared the way for the Pentagon to implement a ban on transgender individuals from serving in the U.S. military. There are 4,240 U.S. active duty and National Guard transgender troops, officials have said. Transgender rights advocates have given higher estimates. Trump signed an executive order in January after returning to his presidency. to the presidency that reversed the policy implemented under his predecessor Joe Biden that had allowed transgender troops to serve openly. Gallup poll published in February found that 58% of Americans favored allowing openly transgender individuals to serve in the military, but the support had declined from 71% in 2019. This is really interesting because it shows two things that I think are super important. Number one, anti-trans policy is not a majority opinion, not by a long shot. 58%, which is way more than Donald Trump or Republicans got in any of the past 3 elections. 58% are totally cool with transgender people serving in the military. So this transgender ban is not actually the will of the people in any way, shape, or form. It is the vocal minority of bigots that want this. But that aside, the decline from 71% to 58% from 2019 to 2024 shows that the scapegoating of trans people, the anti trans ads that they ran in the election cycle, $215 million dedicated to just anti-trans ads, are working. Because there'd be no reason, nothing happened in those 5 years. Nothing happened in those 5 years that would make you think that transgender people shouldn't be serving in the military. It's not like we had several transgender service members unable to fulfill their duties. In fact, we had a bunch of white, straight, cis men fulfilling their duties poorly over the past 5 years. But that aside, it is so clear, manufactured outrage, propaganda to the extreme. It's so clear that that this campaign is working, and that's horrifying. Because on the one hand, like this is just a number in a survey, right? But this number also represents increased hostility towards the trans community. This number also represents less acceptance of trans individuals. This number also represents an increase in hate crimes against trans individuals. So, yeah, I think this is super interesting to look at. That number one, more Americans are back them than not, but also that number is declining because of this anti-trans crusade that was manufactured because Republicans do not have popular policies. Period. Republicans are unwilling to govern for their constituents. Republican policy consists of one goal: extract as much wealth from the bottom 90% as they can and transfer it to the top 1% as fast as possible. That is their one singular goal in any of their administrations since Ronald Reagan. Everything around it is just to try to get votes, including hating trans people, hating immigrants. None of that matters. The only thing that matters, the only thing that makes for a successful Republican president is how much wealth they can extract from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Democrats should run on more trans policies. Man, I wish the Democrats were actually left like MAGA says they are. Yeah, right? MAGA are like, all of their policies are pro-trans and they're socialists and all this stuff. And I'm like, where are these based-ass Democrats? Your math didn't math? What did I miss? What math did I miss? $90-1? The Overton window cracks just a little more. Percent? 90-1? Oh, well, yeah. Okay, so just because the numbers that I was stating I didn't want them to add to 100. The bottom 90%'s wealth gets extracted to the top 1%. The 9% below that top 1% are just vibing. That I wasn't trying to add up to 100%. I see what you're saying. Okay. The Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has embraced conservative stances, including eliminating diversity initiatives at the Pentagon. Addressing a conference in May, Hegseth said, "No more pronouns." Y'all understand how stupid this is? No more pronouns. The 9% are the only ones the wealth trickles down to? Yeah, literally. Oh, wait. We have a gerrymandering defender? Hold on. Steven, request up. Hold on. What's Steven talking about here? Looks like it was popular enough. Looks like what was popular enough? What is it? Is this guy coherent? Why don't they ever jump in the box? I'm so lost. Why are you guys so scared? I have to imagine the anti-trans propaganda. Oh, yeah, no, it's getting more popular because they're literally, I don't know, Steven, you're like admitting it. You're like, it seems popular enough. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars making me hate trans people, and it worked. Like, you're bragging about having the smoothest brain possible. You're like, this issue that doesn't affect me at all, right? And they continue to make my life worse constantly. But this issue that doesn't affect me at all. I'm not going to think about the people that are ruining my life. I'm going to think about this issue that doesn't affect me at all because the rich people spent money to make me believe that, and I'm so stupid and hateful that I believed it. And then I'm going into Dan Malik's live to brag about it. I got propagandized. Let's go. I didn't hate trans people, and now I do, thanks to the Republicans. W's in the chat. Steven, gain sentience. What is wrong with you? My God. It is so simple. The top 1%, if they paid more in tax, your life gets better. That's it. It's the simplest thing possible. The simplest policy. But you would rather they continue to gape you if it means you get to be openly hateful to trans people and brown people. Where's your brain at, bro? Have some self-respect. Anyway. This. 75% for every dollar over 2 million. Let's start there and go up. I don't know what metrics make the most sense, or what would what's the word? Or what would be comparable to hey Sheila, comparable to the tax rates back in the 50s. But let's start somewhere. It is the easiest policy ahead of every other policy, because Americans are genuinely divided on certain things, right? Abortion, for example. Americans are divided on that, for better or for worse, right? A lot of it has to do with misinformation. A lot of it has to do with religious propaganda that started basically in the 70s and prior. It wasn't an issue. Like, Americans are divided on a lot of things. This should be something that the vast majority of Americans agree on. And the fact that it's not is so mind-boggling to me. I will never wrap my head around it. The fact that only 50-ish% of the country want the top 1% to pay more in taxes. Shouldn't it be like 90%? I don't understand. Do you guys have like a degradation fetish? Oh my God! I just realized that they're pay pigs with extra steps. It's literally FinDom. Republicans like Republican voters, right? Like to be beholden to the top 1%. They love it. Yes, yeah. Make me pay taxes and then give it to the top 1%. Yes, please. Oh. I grew up with my mom telling me the more you make, the more they make. Imagine my surprise. I'm blind. What's going on? Any attention is good attention. What are your stance on people who don't agree with trans people in sports? What is my stance on people who don't agree with trans people in sports? Okay. Fair question. Personally, I think it is a non-issue. And I'll explain why. So the NCAA has about 500,000 athletes. Fewer than 10 are trans. And that doesn't even account for how many are trans women versus trans men. So if you don't think trans people should participate in sports, in collegiate sports, I don't understand why that's weighing in on your vote in any way, shape, or form. Like it would have as much of an impact on my life as like pineapple on pizza. Like if Trump said he's going to ban pineapple on pizza, and I don't like pineapple on pizza, I'm not going to then vote for Trump, is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't, my man, just a question. Oh no, I'm not saying that that's you. I'm just answering your question. Like I think it's genuinely a non-issue, and I don't even think the trans community, like at large, cares a lot about this issue. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure most of the trans community just want to exist. That's their biggest. Look at what they did when Imam Khalif won it big. Their biggest goal is just to exist, right? And so other quote unquote trans issues, I think, are way more important. Like, I think it should be a non-starter that you should go to the bathroom that you feel comfortable in. Like that is a much bigger issue in my mind than transports. But I also don't know what that has to do with politics. Like, how is this political? When did who goes into what bathroom become political? Some MAGA told me I was disgusting for saying it's a non-issue. Yeah, and then they say the Epstein list is a non-issue, right? Better not ban pineapple on pizza. It's a societal, cultural issue. Yeah. I feel like we need the patience meter for news. When Fox couldn't bring up tan suits anymore, they came up with the bathroom thing. Yeah. Yeah, actually,
Thanks,
yeah.
Obama.
It's only an issue because of MAGA. Genuinely. Thank you, Starving Millennial. Like, I don't know if y'all know this, but you've been going to the public restroom with trans individuals all your life. And it's never affected you until they told you that it was a problem. And more importantly, something that I learned when I started doing these live, like I didn't know this prior to being in this like community. And maybe people who are like on the fence or don't get why it's like such a big deal that they're villainizing trans people in this regard. It's common in the trans community for individuals to get UTIs because there's been so much hate and fear mongering about trans people in the bathroom that they would rather hold in their urination until they can do it safely than use a public restroom. And so when we look at what we had just looked at, this was just one example, right? Where 71% of Americans in 2019 were totally cool with trans people fighting in the military. That's down to 58%. That trickles down, if you will, into these other consequences. where we have Americans uh, that don't feel safe using the restroom. And if that doesn't bother you because they're trans Americans, then I think you have a lot of introspection to do. The bathroom regulations aren't even enforceable. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Emmy.
Oh, hey, sorry. I'm watching on my computer and on my phone because I have two accounts right now. This is my backup because I got bananaed for a week yesterday because I had a trans person or a transphobe in my live who was obsessed with wanting to know what was in my pants. So I told him that if he was really that obsessed, I would start a spicy site, and if he could find it, he could pay me for it. So I got banned for a week. But there's one other piece to this that I think is that I think you'll just find helpful and useful. Is that when we are starting HRT, right? Um, until you have bottom surgery, right, as a trans woman, you still make testosterone, right? Up until a certain point. So you have to suppress that somehow. And the number one medication for that is called spironolactone. It's actually helps with blood pressure. That's typically what it's used for, but it also decreases testosterone. And the thing with spironolactone is it's also a diuretic. So it makes you have to go to the bathroom a lot. So it just compounds the problem that we're not safe using restrooms we also have to go all the time, and we're typically dehydrated most of the time because it's very difficult when you're working and doing other things to stay hydrated enough. But yeah, it's so true. We literally oh, is my mic wonky? What's going on?
I hear you fine. It's just the one person saying that TikTok audio is weird. But
Okay.
Neely's agreeing though, so I don't know.
I'm
You sound
using
fine to me.
okay, let me try that. I'm using an audio interface, like a sound card from TikTok Shop. So um yeah, it just kind of compounds that UTI issue. And because we are so terrified, like I know for myself, depending on where I'm going, I literally won't drink any liquids just to avoid having to possibly use a restroom. And that's not okay. Um, oh, am I speaking through both accounts? No, that can't be because there's no way I would be. That's not possible. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I had my speakers on. So I was probably hearing myself back. I don't know. Um, anyways, I just wanted to share that because that medication makes it even more difficult for us. But it's super helpful. So
It's compounding the issue.
yeah, it's just compounding the issue and making it worse for trans people. And ultimately, we like there's really no reason to be so afraid of this. There's a video I saw on TikTok earlier. I forget who it was, going off on this, and it was like on a TV show. It's like national. Pink News had reposted it, and I will not. I literally, even though Pink News is a pro LGBTQ, website and all that, they them reposting it, I just felt was very harmful. So I reported it. But this man was literally saying that trans people like trans women just are just lesbians that want to hurt women, and it's literally the same argument that they used to against LGBTQ marriage and against against like gay rights, right? Because they literally said the same thing, that lesbians being in women's restrooms is just going to harm women. I don't understand why people think that a difference in sexuality or gender automatically makes you a predator. I don't get it. It's really hurtful.
I think they're telling on themselves.
They really are. Actually, lawsuit.org did this really interesting thing where they looked at Google search results for searches for trans corn. And it turns out that the states that consume the most are red states. And it turns out that the more right leaning that you are, the more likely you are to consume trans corn. And it is crazy. Now, just so you know, on this website, there are search terms on there that are listed that may not be appropriate for TikTok. TikTok might not like them.
Oh no, you're good. I've been trying to get banned on TikTok for like a month now, so we're fine.
Okay, cool. And so what's interesting is as I looked into it further, there's actually a correlation here because as the hate rates like went up, right, and as far right extremism went up, far right extremists don't they can't just as much as we see it on some websites, they can't just go everywhere. So they typically go to 4chan and Reddit, which is also where femboys tend to go quite often because they're able to find each other there and they're safe there. Well, as this weird intersection grew, you actually started to see these dumbass incel, far right extremists find that that was a place that they could find femininity and like interact with femininity without having to actually interact with women, right? Because femboys are men,
God,
right?
yeah.
They don't identify as women, and so they actually started like getting this fetish for it, and so that is where this really weird thing happened. Where if you go down a little further on the page, it's the graphs where it shows like how much, and look at the top 5 states actually that consume it. Texas is number 1. Isn't that wild?
I mean, it tracks.
And then if you go down a little further, there's these interesting graphs where it shows. Go down a little further. There's some charts that pop up on. I think it's under here that show just how much more the more right leaning you are, the more trans corn you actually consume. It's pretty wild.
That is very.
And it's like it's so stark. That's the thing. When you see all of these, it is so freaking stark, the difference. And I think it's just this so I mean there's the whole 4chan and Reddit thing, but I also think it's just like literally the people that hate things the loudest are the ones that actually secretly, they're projecting it. They're trying to hide this thing because of the shame that they feel. And they want to keep it for themselves, to be quite honest with you. They don't want you anywhere else. So then other than that in these spaces. So yeah, it's very interesting. So I just figured I'd share that a couple things there.
I really appreciate that. Really puts things into perspective.
Yeah,
and there are a lot of people. Because there's so few trans people in general, there are a lot of people who never get the opportunity to talk to a trans person on a regular basis or on any basis. So so your voice is super important in communities like this, whether left, right, or center. Because I know the thing about the frequent UTIs, that's something that I did not know in my everyday life. That's something I learned from trans people I've met on this app. So anytime you can provide perspective like that, I think that's huge.
Yeah, I'm trying to come back a little bit more and more. I've gotten a little bit more involved in some debate stuff. I'm really trying to decide how I want to come back on my own channel. So I mean, my main page is linked in my bio on this one, but once I get that back, I'll probably, because I can't go live on this one, because I literally just created it the other day, and so I'm trying to figure out how I want to come back into the space, because I find that the lives that I've done that have meant the most to me are the ones where I've created safe space for other trans people to come up and share their stories and talk about things. And I've had some folks be able to come up that never would join a live on TikTok or even go live, because they felt safe in that space. So I'm trying to do that. I'm also, if I do debates, I'm trying to lean them a little bit more religious. I got to co-host a live with a creator called Born Again Atheist, who is incredible.
Oh, I know her.
She's really funny. Yeah, she's hilarious. I got to co-host with her a few weeks ago, and tonight I was able to help out Joel Reed's Bible, and I'm finding that I really enjoy the atheist versus Christian debate spaces when it comes to these things, because that's what I grew up in, and as as you have seen, like the only people coming up on debate lives or like political debate lives these days are pedophiles and Nazis,
Yeah.
like every time, and it's
I mean,
just getting old.
that's all that's left on the right. Like, that's the only people that still support Trump are pedophiles and Nazis. So
Yeah,
there's only so many things you can debate. Because I mean, not gonna debate that fucking kids is bad. So
yeah,
be common sense.
Yep.
Anyway,
So
yeah, everyone,
I'll hop down, but
give Emmy a follow. For either to follow her main account, which is in her bio, or follow the backup so that you can go live on this.
yeah, if I could get to a point quickly where I could go live on this one, I would totally go live again this week. I have Sunday off, and I would love to go live during the day. But I'm gonna have to wait a little bit on that, because it's gonna be a lot for me to get enough followers on this account. This was a stealth account that I used to make sure things were, kosher with certain people.
Gotcha.
And decided, hey, I'll turn this into a backup. So, yeah, I appreciate it, Dan.
Yeah, of course.
I always appreciate your voice, because your voice is so important on this too, because you reach like, okay, really quick before I go, cis straight men, take example from Dan. He's a man who uses his privilege to speak for those with less, and to speak, I should say, to speak up for those with less, right? But he also makes sure that he gives people with less privilege the space to use his privilege to reach people that would otherwise not listen. And so it's so important to have allies and accomplices like yourself in our in these spaces as well, because there are men that, and you've seen it when I come up on some panels, where people literally run the minute I get up on here because they will not talk to me, right?
Yep.
So your voice on this topic is also very important, and I can tell you that the trans folks in your community really appreciate your allyship and everything that you do for us. So, Evil666, my main page is so if you look at my name on here, Emmy from Within, my main is the Emmy from Within. It's a play off of when Donald Trump called us the enemy from within. And since my name is Emmy, I go with
Clever.
the Emmy from Within. Yeah. So
I like that.
all one word, at the Emmy from Within. So.
All right.
Yeah,
Emmy, thank you so much, as always.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it, and thank you for covering this topic tonight. I appreciate you.
Of course. I didn't. I wasn't planning on starting with it, but we were in the pre-show when I started reading that article. I was like, all right, wait. I wanted to finish the whole article, and I was like, let's go on TikTok so we can finish it, because that's insane.
It really is, yeah. Especially when it's the ones who've been there for over 15 years. Does that service mean nothing to these people, regardless of someone's gender identity? Like, I'm sorry, like serving for 15 years in the military, that's fucking hard work. I don't care who you are, Air Force, like wherever. I could never do it. So, yeah, it's just wild to me that they're taking away that benefit too. So, thank you, Dan. I will go ahead and drop down.
Thanks so much. Have a good night.
If you want to drop me, whatever. Yeah.
I'm cool with gender neutral bathrooms if you have to go on an epic quest to access them. Wait, I'm so lost by that comment. I'm cool with gender neutral bathrooms if you have to go on an epic quest to access. Playing dragons and saving princesses. Oh. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so the first story we covered was that the U.S. Air Force is providing zero benefits for transgender service members that are being kicked out, even though they have 15 plus years of experience. That's the first story. We went on a bit of a tangent looking at this data that shows that the Republican states are the ones that are more likely to be searching for trans corn, which is kind of telling. Okay. We're going to read this article next. Trump is burning through IRS heads at a rate of almost one a month. Here's who's held the job and why they left. Donald Trump is over 6.5 months into his second term. In that time, he's averaged a new IRS leader roughly every month. Like the fence against the dark arts teacher in Harry Potter. They have been acting. These ads are insanity. Hold on. Can I? Oh, wait. No. Business Insider's not going to let me enable it, right? Oh, no. It worked. Cool. Oh, that's way better. There have been 6 acting or confirmed commissioners in 2025, counting former Commissioner Danny Werfel, who resigned just as Trump took office, even though his term lasted until 2027. On Friday, IRS Commissioner Billy Long wrote on X that he was leaving his post in less than 2 months after being confirmed to become the U.S. ambassador to Iceland. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will serve as acting commissioner. The unprecedented turnover at the top, President Joe Biden had just 3 IRS commissioners over his 4-year term, extends throughout the IRS workforce. More than 25,000 employees have left the agency since Trump took office. Okay, so we start with Danny Werfel, was chosen by Biden to serve as IRS commissioner and took on the role in March of 2023. Though his term was set to last until 2027, Werfel announced on January 17th, days before Trump's inauguration, that he was resigning. While I have always intended to complete my full term as commissioner, the president-elect has announced his plan to nominate a new IRS commissioner. After significant introspection and consultation with others, I've determined the best way to support a successful transition is to depart the IRS on January 20th. Prior to Werfel's resignation, Trump had said he planned to nominate Long to replace him. Typically, IRS commissioners serve 5-year terms and remain in their roles even when the president changes. Okay, Douglas O'Donnell, January 20th to February 28th. Douglas O'Donnell, the IRS deputy commissioner, took over as acting IRS commissioner at the start of Trump's term after Werfel resigned. A little over a month later, the IRS announced O'Donnell planned to retire after decades with the agency. Melanie Krause, February 28th to April 16th. Melanie Krause was the IRS's acting commissioner for less than 2 months. Previously, the agency's chief operating officer, she became the deputy commissioner and acting head of the agency in February. He resigned in April under the administration's deferred resignation program. Gary Shapley. Oh, this is 3 days? A longtime IRS investigator, Gary Shapley, became a whistleblower and testified to Congress about what he saw as the agency's mishandling of its investigation into Hunter Biden, then the sitting president's son. Shapley's testimony was frequently discussed on conservative media, and Republicans celebrated his return to the IRS. Trump took it a step further when he named Shapley acting commissioner on tax day. The New York Times reported that Elon Musk, then the de facto leader of the White House Doge office, supported the move, while Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent did not. Still, in a post on X after Shapley stepped down, Bessent said that Shapley remains among my most important senior advisors at the U.S. Treasury. Michael Falkender, April 18th to June 16th. Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Falkender stepped into the lead of the IRS on an acting basis for just under 2 months. Falkender stepped aside once Long was confirmed. His tenure was most notable for bringing the IRS closer to Bessent, who reportedly did not approve of the Musk-backed Shapley. And then this is the guy who just got fired, Billy Long, June 16th to August 8th. Lost count already. What are we at? This is 6, I believe. Former Congressman Billy Long lasted less than 2 months atop the IRS. Long, a Republican who represented Missouri for 6 terms, was confirmed in June on a party line 53 to 44 vote. Senate Democrats opposed him due to his lack of tax-related experience. Long previously supported legislation to abolish the IRS. This is a common theme in both of Trump's terms, where he'll put somebody at the head of a department that literally is the antithesis of that department. Like, he put Rick Perry as the head of the the Department of Energy. And when Rick Perry ran for president, back in, was it 2004? 2008. When Rick Perry ran for president, he forgot that was the department. He said, I'm going to abolish 3 departments, and he named 2 of them, and the third one that he forgot was the Department of Energy. And so he put him as the head of the Department of Energy. In his first term, he put Scott Pruitt as the head of the EPA. Scott Pruitt was like an oil lobbyist. And now, as the head of the IRS, he put somebody that wants to abolish the IRS. This is RFK as DHS. Yeah, like nearly every one of his appointments are like the opposite. Oh, Betsy DeVos, right, for Department of Education. She's literally against public education. Betsy DeVos. Kash Patel is head of the FBI. Kash Patel literally wanted to defund the FBI because they were investigating January 6th. Like, it's absolutely insane. Destroying everything from within. That's the plan following Project 2025. McMahon is the head of Department of Education. Well, I don't know anything about McMahon other than that she's unqualified. But I don't know if she's the antithesis like a lot of these other people are. By the way, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, because I just realized like a lot of people might not know that this guy was the head of the Department of Energy. Hold on. Rick Perry forgets.
It's 3 agencies of government when I get there that are gone. Commerce, education, and the, what's the third one there? Let's see.
EPA?
EPA, there you go. No, okay.
Let's talk deposition.
Seriously? Is EPA the one you were talking about? Or
No, sir.
You can't name the third one?
The third agency of government,
Yeah.
I would do away with the education, the commerce, and let's see. I can't. The third one I can't. Sorry. Oops.
2012, sorry, not 2008. Yeah, the third one was the Department of Energy, and Trump put him in charge of the Department of Energy in his first term. And we just forget. Like, this is like probably in the bottom 500, bottom 1,000 worst things he's done was that decision. And it was also insane. Oh my God, hold on. The difference of the guy who was the Department of Energy person before Rick Perry. Hold on. Department of Energy head before Rick Perry. Like the guy under Obama. He was like this decorated scientist with like 4 degrees. He was a nuclear physicist, okay? And then they went to Rick Perry. I was looking for a credential and couldn't even find one. Like, anti-intellectualism is all the rage now, Dan. Get with the times. Yeah. Oh no. Seriously. Like the switch on all these people. It's no. What is it? A government run by unqualified people. It's called something. Kakistocracy? Kakistocracy. Yeah. That's both Trump terms. Like, absolutely insane. Okay. Where were we? Sorry, I got distracted. Let's not forget Rex Tillerson. Here's what's funny. In his first term, Rex Tillerson, the former CEO of ExxonMobil, was put in charge of the State Department. The Secretary of State. And here's the worst part. He was one of the better members of the administration. That's the worst part. Okay. Anyway, where were we? This is not. Long became known for cheerfully emailing IRS employees to tell them to take off work early on Fridays. With this being Thursday before another Friday, please enjoy a 70-minute early exit. That way you'll be well rested for my 70th birthday on Monday. Bro, what? You can't trust a man named Rex. At least we own the libs. Yeah, literally. Okay. Just as an FYI for those that don't know, the IRS, IRS enforcement ROI. Does anyone know what I'm talking about here? Like for every dollar, IRS, every dollar spent. Okay, here we go. The CBO estimate of revenues is based on the IRS's projected returns of investment for spending new enforcement initiatives. The IRS estimates those ROIs by calculating the expected revenues that would be raised from taxes, interest, and penalties as a result of new initiatives and dividing them by their additional cost. The IRS ROIs ramp up every 3 years as staff become trained and fully productive, arrive at peak level, and then stay there. In recent years, peak ROIs have ranged from 5 to 9. That is a $1 increase in spending on the IRS's enforcement activities results in a $5 to $9 increased revenues. So when Republicans constantly lobby going after billionaires' taxes, essentially going after what's the word? Not specifically tax fraud. Tax cheats. Yes, thank you. Going after tax cheats. So when Republicans lobby for cutting IRS funding, it's not even just a 1-to-1 loss. It's like, hold on.
Hey, do you want to go play skee ball?
Oh, boy. Well, this is the cash drawer. My dad's gonna come by at the end of the weekend, and the number of bananas has to match the amount of money in here.
Oh, so it all has to even out?
Exactly.
Easy. Banana. Buck. Banana. Take a buck.
Oh shit, that's Patrice O'Neill.
Well, now that we've got an employee, we could go have dinner. We throw away a banana for every buck we take so no one finds out.
Man, I think you should do that math again.
Why? Is it wrong?
It's fine.
Yeah, see, Patrice O'Neill is all of us. When Republicans are like, hey, we should cut funding for the IRS, and we're like, okay, well, but for every $1 we spend, $1 increased spending brings in $5 to $9 of increased revenue. Cutting funding means that we're not only cutting the amount we're funding, we're cutting 5x. In the banana's case, it's 2x, right? Because she's stealing $1 and throwing away a banana, so it's doubling the losses. That's a sitcom. Republicans are doing it in real fucking life. Rip Patrice, yeah. R.I.P. to Patrice O'Neill. Oh my god, I would have loved to hear him on podcasts talking about the Epstein files. Oh my god. That would be content. Anyway, sorry, I went on a tangent about the IRS. Not a lot of people know that. That if we just funded the IRS a little bit more, we could reduce our deficit like a lot of bit more. But protect Bill Burr. Yeah. All right. Trump announces peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Azerbaijan and Armenia signed a U.S. brokered peace agreement on Friday during the meeting with President Donald Trump that would boost bilateral economic ties after decades of conflict and move them towards full normalization of relations. The deal between the South Caucasus rivals, assuming it holds, would be significant accomplishment for the Trump administration that is sure to rattle Moscow, which sees the region as within its sphere of influence. One perk of this administration is finally getting good punk music again. It's a long time, 35 years. They fought and now they're friends, and they're going to be friends for a long time, Trump said at the signing ceremony at the White House, where he was flanked by Azerbaijan president and Armenian prime minister. They've been at odds since the late 1980s, when Karabakh, a mountainous Azerbaijani region mostly populated by ethnic Armenians, broke away from Azerbaijan with the support of Armenia. Azerbaijan took back full control of the region in 2023, prompting almost all of the territory's 100,000 ethnic Armenians to flee to Armenia. Trump said the two countries had committed to stop fighting, open up diplomatic relations, and respect each other's territorial integrity. The agreement includes exclusive U.S. development rights to a strategic transit corridor through the South Caucasus that the White House said would facilitate greater exports of energy and other resources. Trump said the United States signed separate deals with each country to expand coordination on energy, trade, and technology, including artificial intelligence. Details were not released. He said restrictions had been lifted on the defense cooperation between Azerbaijan and the United States, a development that could also worry Moscow. Both leaders praised Trump for helping to end the conflict and said they would nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump has tried to present himself as a global peacemaker in the first months of his second term. The White House credits him with brokering a ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand and sealing peace deals with Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo and Pakistan and India. Okay. So I haven't looked into this one. The Pakistan and India one pretty much had nothing to do with Trump, and then Rwanda and DRC are not at peace, right? It is not a good situation there right now. So like this is a little bit interesting here. From what I see in this story, this does sound like a positive thing, especially if it's pissing off Russia. But yeah, rare W. Oh, sorry, we got a spammer in chat. User, gain sentience. User, how are you complimenting a peace agreement between two countries you didn't even know existed? Like, you didn't vote for him for that. The peace agreements he promised, he hasn't been able to pull off. He said he would end the Russia-Ukraine war on day one. Not even close. He said he would bring peace in the Middle East with Israel and Gaza. He's just like helping a genocide. What are you talking about? And by the way, I literally said rare W. This is a good thing. It's just not the reason you voted for him at all. You're just trying to find any way to justify it. It's like, yeah, okay, he molested those kids with Jeffrey Epstein, but Armenia, Azerbaijan. There's no way you could pronounce Azerbaijan. Just so we're clear. Okay. Anyway. Next. Trump says he'll meet Putin in Alaska next week, reviewing terms of a potential peace deal to end the war in Ukraine that could include some swapping of territories. Yeah, so this right here, is what I predicted before the election. Was that, oh, you guys can't see it, sorry. Some swapping of territories. Wait, user. I want it to be clear. If you don't request up to speak with your words, I'm gonna go ahead and not respond to you and assume you're a bot. Okay, so my mods are gonna mute you, and you can request up and we can talk and have a conversation. But yes, thank you. Okay. No, wait, no. He accepted. Come back. Dropped himself. He's probably too stupid to understand how to accept it. That must be what it is. He doesn't know how to connect. Or maybe it's a bad connection from Moscow. Like, I don't understand. But, like, he's edging you, bro. Yeah, I just want to ask him where these interest rate drops are. He just did it again. Edging is crazy. Okay, third time in a row. It's intentional. It has to be. It has to be. Why is he saying 4%? I think he's confusing that with England, who dropped to 4% today. Yeah, I mean, Kevy, he's confused, clearly, because interest rates did not go down today. So, like, when I say I want to ask him about that, I want to see where the fuck he got that, because interest rates didn't go down. It's just not true. That's number 4. Fourth time it came up and just couldn't connect. Okay, well, you try to figure that out. Dan, I'm in China right now. It's wild. Trump's cognition declined by 4%. Oh, speaking of which, did y'all see the clip where Trump said that he brought prices down, prescription drug prices down 1,500%? 1,500%. They have to pay us for insurance. Let me see if I can find the clip. What is it, a 6th time that he couldn't connect?
Well, one of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 1,400, 1,500%. Because we're going favored nations. We want the same price as Europe gets. We want the same price as other country gets. And over the years, 25, 30 years ago, it started where they were charging us much more. And I put an end to it, you know, with the letter that you saw last week. So I think that's going to be a point. I don't know how anybody could win an election if they're on the other side of that issue. So we'll be dropping drug prices. It'll start over the next 2 to 3 months by 1,200, 1,300.
If Biden had said this, they would have took him out the pasture, right there. So, for those of you that aren't math majors, just quick explanation. You can only ever reduce a price. Thank you, Brian, for the perfume. You can only ever reduce a price by up to 100%. You can increase a price by 1,500%. But if you're reducing a price, unless you want to go into the negatives, in which case insurance companies are paying us, And you can only go to 100%. Now, I recognize that I'm not the president, okay? But he bankrupted casinos. You expect him to understand percentages? Yeah, true. Like this, it's stuff like this. That's why the only people that still support him are pedophiles and Nazis, because you can't. Even the people that were fooled, have to be over this. Like, but what do you mean you dropped it 1,500%? That's not how numbers work, big dog. Anyway. 47%, brother. Are you talking about the 47% of Trump voters that don't care if he's on the Epstein list? How does anyone with a brain still support this dude? Because their brain hates people. That's how. Like, that's the only way. They hate immigrants enough to balance it out. I am Squizzy. I think you missed some lore. I actually was on the first tour stop and then left the tour. He's not smart on anything. No, he really isn't. I'll challenge anyone, any Republican. Send me a clip from the past 10 years of Donald Trump speaking intelligently on a single subject. Just one. Anything. Like, any topic. Healthcare. He says, who knew healthcare was so complicated? He says, we dropped the prices by 1,500%. He said, we have concept of a plan. Immigration, where he says, so his claim to fame is that Biden had an open border, right? And when he talks about the border, he ignores the part of the chart. Like, he literally lies and points to March of 2020 and says, this is when I left office. Ignore all of the rest of it. Like, a single place, a single thing that he's smart on. As a leftist, I don't support MAGA. You're not a leftist. Shut the fuck up. A leftist would have been able to join the live. You don't know how to join. You're a Republican. Oh, you're trying to make funny. Okay. User, this is what's going to happen. If you can't figure out how to join, then I'm just going to mute you for the whole live. Because not only are you spamming, but I'm not even sure. Like, I'm not even sure you're a real person. Because I'd like to believe that you're AI. You're a Russian bot. Because a real person would have figured out how to connect. Dan, why can't they ever define what an open border is? Because it's a made-up thing. You don't know how to block me? No, I don't want to block you. I still want your viewership. You can still watch because it triggers you when I badmouth your pedophile president, right? It triggers you. So you can still watch. I'm not going to block you. I'm just muting you so that you have to make your claims in front of a live studio audience. You have to use your words. Okay? This is an open forum. You can come up and tell me your points. So, for example, your last point where you said that MAGA is making the country great. I just want to ask you what MAGA did to make the country great. Before that, when you said the interest rate's lowered to 4% today, I want to ask, what are you talking about? Where did you get that? Problem is, you don't want to come up, so. Damian Padilla, do you want to come up? Here. You seem to be MAGA. You're spamming. You're breathing through your mouth, dragging your knuckles. Let's have a conversation. Accept the request. Why aren't you accepting? They can't accept. They can't ever accept because one of three things is going to happen. Number one, we'll hear their Russian accent because most online support for Trump is probably bots at this point. Dead internet theory and whatnot. Number two, they know they can't defend anything Trump is doing. Or number three, we'll hear them breathing through their mouth. And they're a little embarrassed. Okay. We're going to go to the next news story. Thank you, everybody who sent roses. For those that don't know, we do have a new gift goal. Gift goal. We're raising $20,000 in mutual aid for my bank account. If you get the reference, then oh wait, that guy's blocked. If you know, you know. Here are some of our incentives. This is a real screenshot from a real streamer. Anyway, back to the news. The grift that keeps on giving. Wait, not the Hector shit. Hector, did you see this? Hold on. 5K hangout. Context. There's a liberal creator who was in jail for 2 months. And they got out. So before they went to jail, they had a $10,000 GoFundMe to pay for a studio. Their bail also happened to be $10,000. Total coincidence. And then when they got out of jail, they now have a $20,000 GoFundMe. So I figured, may as well start our own. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's not the older millennial. It's a different jailbird. GoFundMe's pile up when you can't pay. Get your Malik coins now before his crypto is unaffordable. How is there always shit going on? Because there's a lot of money to be made on this app. Period. There's so much money. Aren't y'all mutuals? Hell no. Nope. Maybe the real grift was the friends we made along the way. There's a lot of money to be made. So there's always going to be something going on. The number of MLMs on this app needs to be studied. Have y'all ever seen the lives where it's a bag of like spinning like marbles, and then there's like a needle on this side, and then like a really sharp pencil on this side, and then for every rose you send, it like pokes it, and for every like lightning bolt you send, it pokes it, and then people send money so that the thing drops. I hate those. The thing about those is I respect them, right? Because they're open about what they are. They're like, pay me a penny, and we're one step closer to seeing this drop, right? I actually don't have any problem when people make money on this app for whatever reason. It just gets really weird for me when they lie about what they're making the money for, or lie about the fact that they're making money at all. That's when it gets weird. Anyway, who gets the prize? The prize is the dopamine hit, I think. I've fell victim until it dropped. I have too, for sure, on the toilet. I've definitely watched one of those to completion. I'm going to rephrase that. Okay, so where were we? Back in the news. Back in the news. Here we go. Okay. Oh my God, we went so far off topic. Okay, so some swapping of territories. This is what I predicted before the election. If Donald Trump were to, or the ones that spawn enemies in GTA forgives. wait, but that one's not even off. That one's not even that far off from this. Hold on. It's drop a weapon for $1. It's the same, kind of. Okay, anyway. Before the election, right, I said, if Trump is going to, quote unquote, broker, the egg poker ones, broker a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine, it might be peace in that the war ends, but it will not be justice. It would be Russia, stop killing people, and as a reward for you stopping, here's a chunk of Ukraine, right? And then people on the right would be totally fine with that. Look, peace in Russia, Ukraine. He did it. He pulled it off. But obviously anyone with a brain would be like, then what the fuck was the point of all this? Like if it becomes clear that nuclear powers can invade non-nuclear countries and just annex parts of them with impunity, then people are going to develop nukes. So what should we do with Russia, Ukraine? So, before Donald Trump got into office, Russia was losing troops at a rate of 7-1. Ukraine was pushing back into Russia. Had the US continued to back Ukraine with the same vigor that they did in the Biden administration, eventually what would have happened was Russia would have backed off. I don't think that would have happened. I think option 2 is more likely. The Russian people would have turned on Putin because it's like an endless war that is clearly unwinnable. They had to conscript North Korean soldiers because they were running out of Russian soldiers. And the North Korean soldiers, by the way, were getting addicted to porn immediately and defecting. Like that was the first, they'd get on the battle line, someone would show them a phone, and it was over. They were gone. Your suggestion is to just keep going because otherwise, what's the point? So keep going. When you say keep going, like you're hearing me say keep funding endlessly. I'm saying no. It's keep funding until Russia loses. So you said that Trump is wrong, but what are you saying we should do now? So now I don't know if I don't know the amount of support we would have to provide to make up for the period. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up really quickly for everybody. 1 second. I do have an answer for you. Just give me a second. I'll pull up the graph. Hold on. Okay, so coinciding nearly directly with Donald Trump stalling and pulling funding from Ukraine, we see a massive increase in the amount of drone strikes from Russia on Ukraine. This is 2024 over here on the left, and then this is 2025. So right now, I'm not sure how much support we would need to provide to undo this damage. But it was essentially like Ukraine is winning this war. Trump comes in, says, "Stop winning the war. We're gonna make sure that you start losing the war." And now it's like forced the issue. It's like, okay, well, now that we stopped supporting Ukraine, they're losing the war, so let's give some of Ukraine to Russia. Like, if you create a problem and then solve a problem, You didn't really solve the problem now, did you? I see there's a lot of people in chat that don't understand why we were supporting Ukraine in the first place, I think. So I'm going to walk you guys through it. There's a few reasons. This is hilarious. Oh, wait. If you think it's hilarious, just come up and tell me how I'm wrong about anything. I didn't vote for Trump. Let me clarify that. I appreciate that you didn't vote for Trump. I also am kind of directing what I said at that Megan person. But I'm totally cool with answering your questions. Because it's a valid question. What do we do now? That is a good question. The answer, the answer can't be, well, we needed to go back to November and not vote for Trump, right? But here are the reasons we were supporting Ukraine, okay? And the reasons why I wanted to keep supporting Ukraine. So, reason number one is denuclearization or nuclear deproliferation, okay? What this means is fewer nukes in fewer hands. Because back in the 90s, we all recognized that nuclear weapons are very dangerous. And the more they're out there, the more likely there will be a war. So in 1992 or 94, there was something known as the Budapest Memorandum, which made it so that 3 countries, one of which was Ukraine, would give up their nukes in exchange for protection from invasion. Thank you so much for teaching me. Wow. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but I'm glad you're learning. Hold on. I want to see if she's being sarcastic first. I unmuted her for a second. You should use crowns for them. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting to the crown part. Okay, so they give up their nukes in exchange for protection from invasion. Now, obviously, Russia broke this agreement when they invaded and annexed Crimea, and then when they fully invaded, in what was it, 2022. The United States held up its end of the bargain, which was to defend Ukraine from this invasion. If the United States is supposed to be the greatest country on earth, I would like to believe that we can hold up our ends of treaties. Hey, Erica. That's number one. I think the United States should keep our word to other countries. But more importantly, preventing countries from getting nukes that wouldn't otherwise need nukes is good for nuclear deproliferation. So it was a good thing that Ukraine gave up their nukes. But if we make it so that we don't keep up our end of the bargain, then it would mean that, first of all, those other countries might start to develop nukes. That's number one. Number two, it would mean that any non-nuclear nation now has to worry about a nuclear nation like Russia invading them and just annexing parts of them. So if the U.S. in the West at large, frankly, Europe is also aiding Ukraine. If they just allow Russia to do whatever they want in Ukraine, it's going to incentivize all non-NATO countries and all non-nuclear nations to want to develop nukes. Because otherwise, how will they be able to defend themselves? And so there are 2 major reasons. If the goal is fewer nukes in fewer hands, there are 2 major reasons that I just outlined to support Ukraine. Now that's from that angle. But I know that Republicans usually would still rather hear how it benefits us. Just, fewer nukes. Well, if there's nuclear war, we're all going to be raptured anyway. Who cares, right? How does it help our bottom line? Well, I have news for you. Much of the support that we've given to Ukraine has come in the form of lend-lease, which means that if and when Ukraine wins the war, or at the very least it's a draw because I mean this is an aggressor, right? So Ukraine successfully defends themselves. We would be getting back a lot of that investment with interest. Number one. Number two, a lot of the support we've been giving Ukraine has been old weaponry, old military equipment, old artillery, which allows us to revitalize our military. That's something that I know Republicans like. It also means that more jobs are produced. That's something Republicans like. It also boosts the economy. That's something Republicans like. All of these are benefits to supporting Ukraine. So we have keeping up our end of treaties, which the greatest country on earth should be able to do. It's nuclear proliferation in two aspects. One, in regards to holding up our end of the Budapest Memorandum, and two, in regards to the chilling effect, or rather, whatever the opposite of the chilling effect is. If Russia is able to do whatever they want, it would mean that all non-nuclear nations are incentivized to now develop nukes. And then we have the boost to our bottom line with Lend-Lease, with job creation, with revitalizing our military. All of these are positives. I hope that explanation helped.
Thanks, Obama.
People that didn't know why we were supporting Ukraine in the first place. Thank you, Nat, for the sub. Congress approved funding Ukraine up until Trump came in. It's all about his love for Putin. Helpful. Any words for the robots? A Republican Texas 55 married seems to be here in good faith. Actually, they were asking valid questions. That Megan person left. I think they didn't want to hear any of my words. Hector, thank you for the donuts. Okay, we're gonna go to the next news story. I think. How can Trump's admin cancel funds already allocated by Congress? That is a good question. So the funds that are allocated by Congress, that did go to court, was not a real treaty, misinformation on all levels. I'm sending you a request, and let's talk about it. Come up and let's talk about it, Godfather. Can you talk about Florida gerrymandering? Yes, we will. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's going
on? So you said it's not a real treaty.
Correct. It was never passed by Congress.
It was never passed by Congress?
Correct. For a treaty to be actually recognized by the United States, it actually has to be brought in front of Congress and be voted on. And that never happened.
Okay. 1 second.
So the Budapest Memorandum is like saying, hey, I was part of a group and I got a bunch of equipment because I was part of that group. And now I got to give the equipment back, because that's the whole thing with the schmucular weapons. Ukraine didn't own them; they were placed there under the old Iron Curtain, because Ukraine was part of the Iron Curtain.
Okay.
So that's
I am going to agree with you that the Budapest Memorandum is not technically a treaty. But everything else you just said, I don't understand. What do you mean Ukraine didn't own them?
Ukraine didn't pay for them. They were not their nuclear weapons. Those were Russians.
So you're saying
those were Russian?
No. Don't use the word Russia. You're saying the USSR, right? They were Soviet.
Well, correct.
Right. So I don't know why you use the word Russia.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Soviet Union. They've been Russia for so long now. They're Russia. But what I'm saying is, under the Soviet Union, they were the motherlands, which is Russia. Ukraine didn't own them.
Okay. So
that's the other misnomer.
What you're saying is that because Ukraine didn't exist as a country at the time, them inheriting.
They existed.
Well, they were part of the Soviet Union. They weren't an independent nation, right?
Well, no, it's like us, right? We call ourselves a bunch of states, but we also are under the flag of the United States. That's what the whole Soviet Union was. There was still Ukraine, there was still Romania and all those countries, but they were under the Argyles and under the control of Mother Russia. That's how the Cold War affected. That's how it worked. That's why we fought in places like Vietnam and Korea, post World War II.
Okay. So your argument here is that because the nukes were developed at a time that Ukraine was a part of the USSR, that somehow means that they're not entitled to them?
Well, they weren't paid for them. That's like I said, you're part of a band. The band provided you the equipment. Now the band's breaking up. You got to turn back in your band equipment. That was the whole thing.
He's wrong.
He's
so wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You are completely wrong, sir. You're completely wrong because the Ukraine, Dan Echo, is bad because I don't have my AirPods on. I'm sorry. All right. Hi, Danimals. Okay. You're wrong because Ukraine at that time, due to the breakup of the USSR, and let's stop using those words interchangeably because they're not the same thing. Russia and the USSR are completely different things. Now, with that being said, upon the breakup of the USSR, all right, Ukraine had the third largest stockpile of nuclear weapons in the entire world. They owned those weapons. And the Budapest Memorandum was an agreement, a diplomatic agreement that was signed between 4 countries. All right, the UK, Ukraine, Russia, and the United States, all agreeing to provide security to Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. All right, do you believe that you have to adhere to your agreements, Godfather?
Well, no, because we didn't. It wasn't an official agreement. And even the host
wasn't
said that.
official. It was an official agreement. All 4 countries signed it.
No. For us to uphold a treaty, it has to go in front of
Congress. It was a treaty, love. I said it was an agreement. There's a difference.
Real quick. So do you agree that we should ignore all executive orders because they didn't pass Congress?
Executive order. Now that's a little different because that's dealing with in-house business. That's not outhouse business. Like I tell people, outhouse business is outhouse business. Different rules.
The points you're making are outhouse business, if you know what I mean. But
what I'm saying is that no, because you agreed with my point, is that it's not a treaty because everybody says that it's a treaty and it's not. And what I'm saying is that if they break it, right? If Russia broke it, we're basically saying, okay, well, what, because we don't understand, we don't know what caused this, right? We believe that it's expansionist Russia was expanded to other countries to regain the old Iron Curtain, right? That's what we believe. We don't know. I to be honest with you, everybody has different ideas. But again, I believe that, and the whole thing with the weapons, we're still using the same ammunition. That ammunition isn't that we're sending over to Ukraine. You can't get that back. That's not a lease rent. That's a buy. and that is equipment that is not going to be out of service for till 2060.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back before we go to those points. That's fine. We could talk about the benefits of supporting Ukraine, like those benefits. But we need to go back because you're saying that we shouldn't keep an agreement because it's not a treaty. And I agree with you. Using the word treaty was incorrect. You're saying we shouldn't keep an agreement because it was not passed by Congress, but we should still follow all executive orders even though they weren't passed by Congress. And your reasoning was that it's because these have to do with other countries and not in-house. Well, that's just literally just vibes. Like, what is the?
No, because I'm saying that a piece of paper that was written on in 1994 has an expiration date, and that it does. All treaties have an expiration date.
What do you know about the NPT? Hey, Godfather, what do you know about the NPT?
What is it?
The Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons Treaty. What do you know about that?
From the 60s, all the countries that signed it, like Iran.
Okay, so why did Ukraine sign the Budapest Memorandum? Why did they sign it?
Because they were under the guise that Russia would take care of them as an ugly stepchild, and that by letting them have back their weapons, because those were not paid by the Ukrainian government, they were paid by the Russian government. Again, that's old history that nobody understands.
That is wrong.
Absolutely.
No, you're wrong.
You can say it all you want.
Also, it's us guys. But Dan, he's wrong, and I'd rather talk to you. I'm so sorry, Dan. But Dan, here's the deal, right? Ukraine, in order to exist, all right, they had to be a non-nuclear state. So they agreed to give up their nuclear weapons, all right, as part of, because it was being demanded of them, all right, to join the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, all right, to give it its exact name, all right? So they acceded to that, acceded. And acceded means to join or to take a position, all right? And they signed the Budapest Memorandum along with the UK, Russia, and the US. That is literally what they did, all right? And that was for assurance that those other three countries, all right, would protect Ukraine, would not encroach on the Ukraine. That's why they signed it.
But didn't we break we initially broke the agreement. I want to say that it was at the end of the 90s when we talked about letting Ukraine become a UN member.
It was never in the agreement.
I'm sorry,
that was never a part of the
NATO.
agreement.
It was never a part of the agreement.
But if one party breaks the agreement, we started it by saying
no. The moment you heard the words "that was not a part of the agreement," why did you keep saying the argument? You pulled that out of that's Russian propaganda. What you just said was Russian propaganda.
No, it's not. It's very well documented.
Prove to me right now that Ukraine not joining NATO was a part of the agreement. If you can prove that right now, then maybe you can change my mind. But I'm not going to allow you to just continue making the same argument when you were just proved wrong, like right now.
I would literally, because I believe, and I would have to do a little research, and I will get back on it. But I know that Clinton
it wasn't
said
Clinton.
It in like 98 or 99. Hold on.
He did it. He did not.
Okay, again, and it was also said by Obama in, I believe, either 2009 or 2010 about them being accepted into NATO, because that was part of the whole thing. Now, it wasn't part of the agreement. I will say
Prove
that
it
was not part of the agreement.
No,
what was that part of? If it wasn't part of the agreement, it's okay. So you took it back. Now you're saying I misspoke.
No. Let me explain. Okay. What I'm saying is that was one of Russia's kind of unwritten things, and they talked about that, and I cannot think of the of the either documentary or whatever I watched about that, and was spoken on both sides.
The Russian propaganda. I know this talking point.
And by the Americans, by like Ed Meese or somebody like that who worked with the Russians during the 80s during the Cold War, and he even said that. He even said that we the United States, said that we would never let Ukraine because of what happened during World War II. Because that's what Russia's concerned about.
Prove that. And go pull that up.
You can
pull up that the United States government said we will never let Ukraine join NATO.
Prove it, because I know exactly what he's talking about.
Okay, you gonna mind me teacupping? Because I can prove
you can teacup for as long as you need. Because I mean, I know the source of a lot of this misinformation. One of them is like a quote about not 1 inch westward.
Mm-hmm. That was by Robert Gates, the former Secretary of Defense under George W. Bush. And that's exactly what he's talking about right there. Because he can't prove anything about the United States putting on paper that the Ukraine would never join NATO. Like, they would never join UN. I'm sorry. He can't prove that. So that's exactly.
Miles is 100% eastward. Thank you. Miles is 100% correct. This is literally Russian propaganda, and he's spreading it here. Yeah, well, 100 million %. So, and you could even see the way that he said we violated the agreement by talking about Russia joining NATO. And when I said, well, that wasn't the part, Eric and I both said that wasn't a part of the agreement. He just continued the script. Like, he didn't process that we pushed back on it until we pushed again. No, hold on, just address what we just said. And so now he
okay.
First of all,
So in 2008, President.
No, I'm going to stop you right there. If you are going to give me evidence that the United States said things about Ukraine joining NATO, that is not what we asked for. We did not ask for evidence that the United States said maybe Ukraine can join NATO, maybe one day that no. We need evidence that matters, and the evidence. The evidence of that.
So again, that's what I'm going to. That's what I'm saying.
You said 2008, so I had a feeling about what was coming up. Go ahead.
Vladimir Putin stated that Ukraine joining NATO was a non-negotiable. That was his words. I don't know what.
24 years after. 14 years after it was signed.
Correct.
Why does that matter? Why does Vladimir Putin can just say that?
Did he hold on? Did he sign it? No, he wasn't president. He wasn't president of Russia in 1994.
Yeah, so I'm saying, what does this matter? What? Like,
okay, so exactly. Hold on. So what he said was that was part of because NATO was making our expansion across Europe. We were taking in.
I thought he was Turkey. Supposed to be providing proof that the American government said that. So I'm confused as to what you're.
No, you just said proof. You just said
no, my dear, no.
And that was one of the.
You said before you teacupped. You said even the American government had said that. You said something about somebody, and the American government.
I'll find the American person.
Obama,
that's fine. But
and
you hold on.
Bush.
No, I mentioned Clinton. Bush wouldn't say anything like Clinton. That. Correct. But I will go find the two American sources, and I do believe there was also two secretaries of state.
And make sure that again, Godfather, that it is not simply them talking about it. All right, it is actually some action between the word. It has to be them advocating for Ukraine joining. Okay. It has to be for Ukraine joining it. Thank you.
Okay. I'll be right back.
He's not going to find it because no president has ever pushed for that.
Even if they, so my thing is, even if a president did push for Ukraine to join NATO, that wouldn't matter because it was never in the Budapest Memorandum that Ukraine can't join NATO. It was never this agreement that Ukraine can't join NATO. They're a sovereign nation, and they should be allowed to apply for joining NATO as much as they want. But yeah, I agree with you that no president has literally advocated for them joining NATO.
His argument is moot. Makes no sense. Anywho, how's the weather?
It rained a lot. It rained so many cats and dogs. Like Christine Ohm was getting her gun ready.
Hey, Shauna.
But today there was a lot of rain. It was like zero visibility while I was driving back from the post office.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It was 112 degrees here today. Ugh. It never rains in Central Arizona, and they tell me.
According to Putin, it did not rain in Florida. Yeah, starting your proof with "according to Putin" is wild. That's wild work. All right. Well, while this guest is looking for evidence that doesn't exist, in the meantime, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live usually Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. Also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. If you're not following Erica Shante, now is your chance. She's an amazing content creator, knows what she's talking about very clearly, as she's displayed in the past 20 or so minutes. So make sure to drop a follow there as well. Also, if you're interested, we do have a new grift goal. We are raising $20,000 for my bank account. If you get the reference.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
This one's an actual screenshot from his live, by the way. You see the $5,000 hangout IRL?
All right. So I got something from the Cato Institute. Again, I can't validate the date on it actually it said it was from 2025 of this year. It said that both President Bush and President Obama, again, I couldn't state the dates because I was just looking at the article, stated that both of them said that Ukraine would never be a member of NATO. So again, that's from two presidents. Unfortunately, I was wrong on who Clinton's saying it. It was Bush and it was Obama. Both of them said that.
Where the dates, the quotes, like when is it from?
It doesn't say what years both of them, but it said both presidents, Bush and Obama, were quoted. And the article was from March of 2025, so March of this year, from the Cato Institute. And basically stating that Ukraine would never, under those two presidents, would never be allowed to join
That's a
NATO.
lie.
So
I actually, given that they're not providing a date or the direct quote or anything like that, I just believe it or not, while you were doing that research, I found another piece of evidence, and according to a report by me, Putin and Obama and every president and every Russian president have all agreed that Ukraine is super based and should join NATO. Yes, what that is?
No, what I'm saying is the Cato Institute wrote the report. I didn't see what years that they stated. I'm just saying that when they wrote the report, it said, going back to President Bush's comments and President Obama's comments, that both of those presidents stated that Ukraine would not be allowed membership into NATO.
You lie. You lie. You lie. You lie.
Here's the art. I just said
it. Go finger. Please listen to me, please. All right. In Kyiv. All right. April 1st.
My damn throat.
In April of 2008. No, you stop it. You be quiet.
No, listen.
Please.
No,
I am telling you
again,
right now.
you just
Go finger.
March 6,
I'm gonna read
March 6, 2025. It's from the Cato Institute.
I am going to read a direct quote
Ukraine will
from
never.
George.
So I prove both of you guys
I'm going
wrong.
to read a quote from George W. Bush, my guy. All right. April 1st, 2008. Sorry to yell, Dan. My apologies. All right. Bush Jr. said, I will work as hard as I can to help Ukraine join NATO. Russia will not be able to veto former Soviet states joining the transatlantic military alliance. The very next day, he reiterated and stood 10 toes down on that. April 2nd, 2008, at the NATO summit, he said, we support membership action plan, which is MAP, for Ukraine and Georgia. It's in our interest for Ukraine to join. He said that. All right. The first source comes from a new NBC News article, which we can pull up for you if needed. Also, the second source is from the Bush White House archives. All right. Then President Obama, September 5th in 2014, he reaffirmed NATO's support for Ukraine's sovereignty. Our alliance is fully united in supporting Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territory integrity. We reaffirm that the door to NATO membership remains open to nations that can meet our high standards. September 3rd, 2014. All right. He said, we stand with the people of Ukraine. NATO's door remains open to the nations that can meet our standards. All right. Now tell us, Goldfinger, and give us the exact quotes and the dates and sources where they said that Ukraine cannot join NATO, because that did not happen.
Well, I'm just saying what the article says.
So I just pulled up the article. I want everyone to see this amazing source that he has. Okay.
It's the Cato Institute.
Yeah, the Cato Institute. I just pulled it up. Look at the. I want you to. There's. It says
that's not the article. That's not even the article.
Obama.
Oh. Okay.
That's not even the article.
Okay. Well, this is the Cato Institute. I don't know why.
That's not the article because that's literally not even the article.
Okay.
I gave you the article date. I did.
What was the article date? No, say it. What was the article date?
March 6th, 2025.
Oh, and what are those blue highlighted letters right there and numbers?
That's not the same one.
Okay, so the Cato Institute article from March 6th saying about Ukraine never joining NATO, and for some reason you think it's a gotcha that it's not the same article.
It's not the same article.
Okay. So you tell me.
Hold on.
What's the title of your article? He's reading it in Russian. Poli-sci, yeah, you're welcome to join the conversation.
Okay, I didn't want to jump in. Hi, Dan. Hi, Erica. How are you guys?
Hey, love.
Okay, so I hear echo. Am I echoing?
Oh, that's probably me. Hold on.
Okay, mic check. Okay, it's gone. So I'm not going to stay up here because, I'm not going to stay up here, but I wanted to play this really quickly, if that's okay, because it breaks down precisely what you were talking about as far as the misinterpretation about not an inch to the east thing. So I'm going to play this.
He's an American economist. He's also a professor at Columbia University. In the 1980s and 1990s, he was one of the experts who helped the USSR and former Soviet countries transition from communist-controlled economies to open market ones. And he is now justifying Vladimir Putin's claim that Russia's attack on Ukraine was in fact self-defense.
This started in 1990, February 9th, 1990. James Baker III, our Secretary of State, said to Mikhail Gorbachev, NATO will not move 1 inch eastward.
I have the transcripts of the conversation right here, but it's mostly about the reunification of East and West Germany. February of 1990 was a pretty rough time for the Soviet Union because just recently the Berlin Wall fell, along with the Soviet Union's iron grip on Eastern Germany. The Soviet Union did not want two things. They did not want a neutral and unified Germany, and they also did not want a unified Germany in NATO. Here is what Baker said. If we maintain a presence in Germany that is a part of NATO, there would be no extension of NATO's jurisdiction for forces of NATO 1 inch to the east. And that is the premise of Putin and all of the other idiots who are defending him. But Professor Sachs and all of the other pundits are omitting one key detail. This statement was made by Secretary of State James Baker when the USSR still existed, right here, and then the Warsaw Pact existed just to the west of them, which abutted NATO. In February of 1990, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were part of the Warsaw Pact. So if NATO expanded into Poland, that would be an imminent breach of the Warsaw Pact, and that would invoke a declaration of war. So this verbal assurance was not made with Russia. It was made with a completely different government, the USSR. And what happened to the USSR in 1991? Oh, it completely dissolved, along with the Warsaw Pact. And that verbal assurance was made by George Herbert Walker Bush's Secretary of State. It means nothing because a verbal agreement by one president's administration is not legally binding by any form of international law for the next presidential administration, especially by Bill Clinton's, which was a Democrat's. There was no agreement made about NATO expansion just in case the USSR collapsed. And if there was a promise to be made about NATO never expanding, that would have had to have been a formalized treaty, which there never was. The treaty that was made is called the Treaty on the Final Settlement with Respect to Germany, also known as the 2+4 Agreement. You can find all of this information on the National Security Archive, and I have read several hundred pages of every conversation between Russian officials and Americans during this time. That treaty had 9 articles, and not one of them mentioned a non-expansion of NATO beyond Germany in the event of a USSR collapse. And within the entirety of the discussion between USSR, NATO, and American officials, the Soviets' biggest concern was Germany becoming strong enough to attack the USSR once again. Other points of concern were the revolution in Lithuania and the other Baltic states, which the USSR refused to recognize as free, nuclear non-proliferation, and of course, getting financial help from America as Russia underwent perestroika. Perestroika was a stage in Russia's glasnost policy, which just means openness. And perestroika was the transition from Russia's or the Soviets' centrally planned economy to a free market one. Sorry to burst the bubble of the uneducated tankies, but no, NATO's expansion beyond Germany was a non-issue. And Mikhail Gorbachev himself, the president of Russia at the time, said the topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. It was more about NATO's military structures not advancing and would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR, which is just East Germany. And again, that assurance was made with the Soviet Union, which is a government that no longer existed past 1991. And if the USSR was still in power in the 90s or the early 2000s, I bet you none of those Eastern European countries would have been invited to NATO. So next time somebody with zero critical thinking skills tries to tell you that Russia's invasion was due to NATO's aggressive expansion and breaking of a treaty, just ask them, who were the leaders at the time? What governments made this agreement? And then I want you to ask them this. Does any verbal assurance under the Biden administration have to hold true in the upcoming Trump administration? Have fun watching those nitwits read.
So I wanted to show it just because of that visual that's necessary to understand what, like, at the time, going to the east, what, like, it was, there was nothing beyond Germany essentially that was like off limits or anything. And then you just have to understand that there was those countries between the countries that were under the agreement of the Budapest Memorandum and the East, if you will. But visually, that was what I wanted to show the class. That's all.
I really appreciate it. And I imagine Godfather is now going to say, you know what, I was wrong about everything, and we should continue to support Ukraine.
I think so too.
No. Supporting Ukraine is a waste of time.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you,
you got the proof?
If we can't bail out, I do have proof. It actually says it in the lower part of that article that George Bush.
It is the same article, right? Can we?
It is. Yeah,
it
correct.
Is.
No,
okay.
it is.
So you take back the gloating, take back the gotcha.
No,
this is the same article.
No. It's still, but what it says in the article, because it does say that George Bush did initially say that Ukraine, and there would be no expansion of
and the exact
NATO
thing I was going to read to the class before you interrupted it and said that it wasn't the same article. That's right.
In 2 years, not Trump.
One moment. He has to specify which Bush he's talking about, though, because there were two.
Yeah, correct. George W.
The article is talking about George W. Bush, but this is his evidence, by the way. So this is why I wanted to show the article, quote unquote. This is an opinion piece, also, but this is why I wanted to show. You said no?
It's not an opinion.
It's literally
No,
says commentary at
because
the
if you
top.
read it-
You see where it says
If you
commentary?
read at the bottom,
oh.
if you read at the bottom,
Okay, at the bottom.
again, what it says was George W. Bush at first said there would be no expansion.
I don't know
of
what it
NATO.
says. Wait, hold on. I'm so lost on this. How do you hear my points and then respond to a different point? This is like the third time you've done it.
No.
I said, this is an opinion piece. You said, no, it's not. And I said, see how it says commentary? And you said, well, if you go to the bottom, I thought something at the bottom would mean that it wasn't commentary. But no, you just continue your propaganda.
It's based in fact.
It's based in fact. Okay, so when we asked for the evidence, this is now going to be the fourth time I try to show chat how ridiculous this article is. Trump said no, nor is he alone. President Joe Biden said no, no link, no evidence, no asterisk, no footnote, nothing, no quote, no date. President Obama said no. It's just Biden no, Obama said no. Just written on a commentary piece. So I just told you from the Dan Malik Institute that Obama, Trump, they actually came together. They agreed. Believe it or not, it was on Epstein Island. They agreed that they're going to back Ukraine for the rest of time. And what I just said has just as much legitimacy as this. There is not a single piece of evidence in this article about those statements. But you just believed it because you Googled it. You Googled what you wanted to find, by the way. This is literally what comes up when you write.
Hold on.
Yes.
All I did was put in what you asked me that I couldn't find. And I found
it. And you still haven't found it.
So all I'm saying,
you still haven't found
the Cato Institute is a recognized institute, whether you recognize it or not. It is a recognized institute. Now, if you had a liberal brag that I would consider being liberal, it wouldn't matter. I don't know if it's saying that, but whatever. What I'm saying is that you said there was no proof, but there is proof. And let's talk about the things that you guys were...
Words with no backup are not proof. A recognized institute? What does that mean? The institute is recognized?
Would you recognize the New York Times if it was a New York Times article?
If I go to this... No. You know what? Give me any topic right now. Okay? I'm going to go to the New York Times, and this is what's going to happen. When they make a sentence like that, there will be a link, or there will be a footnote, or there will be a source.
Not on everything.
Not on everything? Oh, no. Perfect.
No.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So two things. One, I will prove it to you right now. Just give me any topic. I'll Google it and I'll show you what media literacy looks like. Number two, this is an opinion piece. This guy's opinion. Here, this guy who works at the Cato Institute. Doug Bandow. Opinion is that Obama said no. That's his opinion. You know what my opinion is? My opinion is that never happened. Okay? And
okay,
given that these are opinions,
you have your opinion, I have my opinion.
Okay? I asked for evidence.
You don't have evidence.
I can't prove a negative. You made the claim. Obama said Ukraine will not join NATO. Okay, you made the claim. I don't need evidence that he didn't. There. You know what evidence is that Obama didn't say it? Everything. The existence of life is evidence to the contrary. You're the one that needs to provide evidence to the positive. You said he made that claim. You didn't provide evidence.
I just showed you that.
You showed me an opinion piece.
Obama said no.
No. Shut the fuck up. There's no way you're real. There's no way you're real. Obama said no is a sentence on an opinion piece. It doesn't even quote him. What does Obama said no mean? What does that mean?
Okay, so if I go, hold on. So if I go to YouTube, find him giving a speech saying that Ukraine that everything that you just said, because I just took one sentence. All I did was say, you said I could not find it. Right. I went and found it where somebody said it. Okay, so if I go to YouTube, I find a YouTube clip, and I will give it to you because I know he did say it at either a UN or at a NATO meeting, because I know that he did, because it was one of the factors. Because
okay, go do that. Go do that. No, I don't want to hear anymore. Go do that. Yes. Get the YouTube video, and I will become Russian like you today. Go ahead. Get the YouTube video. Go find it.
Because it was the day.
Quick. No. I don't want to hear anymore. Go find it. Quick. He's been up here, just so we're clear. Okay. He's been up here for 35 minutes. I don't got time to walk him through what media literacy is. He asked for evidence.
I'm walking you, and the other side of it is that you won't.
Nope. I don't want to hear it anymore. We asked for evidence. This is so simple. Okay. This is anyone that has been to school, anyone with wrinkles in their brain, anyone that isn't literally a Russian propagandist that's gaslighting us as we speak, knows that when we asked for, I'm not allowing you to speak until you find that evidence. Okay. What we asked for is evidence that Obama said Ukraine will not join NATO under an Obama administration, because that's what you said. That's your claim. And your evidence is that some guy at the Cato Institute, in an opinion piece, said Obama said no. That's the whole sentence with no backing. That is not evidence. So now when you say, if I give you a YouTube video of Obama saying it, yes, that is evidence. So shut the fuck up and get that YouTube video. You can't, because it doesn't exist. Okay? If you do, I would love to see it. All right? Maybe I'll join the cause with you and recruit other Americans to the Russian cause. Yes. But for now, your one job is to get that YouTube video.
You okay, Dan?
I'm alive.
I'm alive. We're gonna start taking opinion pieces as sources now.
Yeah. And wait until we hear. Yeah. Murder mommy. I know exactly. Yep. Obama said Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and that is somehow going to be spun to they cannot join. Just wait.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going to happen. If he ever,
I know what quote he's talking about too.
If he ever pulls it up, but in the meantime, I want to play this for those. We got a few people that weren't here earlier. I'm going to play this really quick. This is our president, currently the most powerful man on earth.
One of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 1,400, 1,500%.
Just so we're clear, you cannot lower the price of something by more than 100% unless we're starting to go into negative numbers. Unless we are now we're getting paid by Pfizer and by the insurance companies to receive the prescriptions, right? Those numbers do not make sense. You can increase the price by 1,500%. Okay, for example, you have a prescription that's $10. You increase it by 1,500%. Now that prescription, 15 times the price. Okay, $150. But you cannot reduce by more than 100%, because when you reduce by 100%, it is now zero. Now I recognize that this is basic math, and he's only the president of the United States, so he shouldn't really need to know that. But I do think it's important to point out that if Joe Biden had said this, we would have just wheeled him out into the country and shot him. Like that. Like let's keep it a buck, okay? Absolutely insane. And this is like this.
And then got on the roof the next day.
Yeah, Diddler on the roof. Yeah. Dan, Lexapro is going to pay me for being crazy.
Check out my page. I have videos about this stuff because, yeah, they're funny videos, but nevertheless, videos.
Homeboy is sundowning at all hours of the day now. Been so long since I've watched a debate live. I forgot how much I feel my brain cells die with MAGA. Yeah, it's not even. Oh my god! It's like you have to. You don't. It's not even just disagreeing on the fact that you have to walk them through, like, words. Like you have to walk them through syllogisms. Like A plus B equals C. Like you have to walk them through a conversation. Like
if Johnny had 3 apples. Jesus.
It's so wild. Godfather, any luck on that fake YouTube video? You want to have ChatGPT make it up?
He's splicing some stuff together right now. Words.
Or are we ready to move the goalpost to Obama saying that they weren't in NATO?
There's a Brookings Institute thing, but it wouldn't be something because you wouldn't accept that either.
That's right. I would want evidence and not vibes. Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean it's another what you would consider an opinion piece, even though it's stated with a sit down of what the president says. But that's okay. Like I said,
wait,
it's out
it has
there.
A quote? Does it have a quote?
I'm not going to waste your time.
Wait, I'm sorry. Does it have a quote?
It does say. Recall the quote. It does say in there that it said that that Ukraine being part of NATO, something along the lines, would not be something acceptable.
Obama
at this time.
Okay. Let's take a look at that.
Right.
Yeah, Obama said that, right? All right. He said it's Brookings Institute.
Brookings
Institute.
But if Brookings has the quote, what's the source of the quote? That's a good question, Malik. What's the source of the quote?
Yeah, I'm checking right now. Let's see. All right, so is it this is the article, the Brookings, the Obama Doctrine and Ukraine?
Yeah, it looks like it's a summation of a documentary that was written or that was done, I guess.
Ah, okay. So the quote that you're referring to, you said something along the lines of, he noted that
it was a summation.
There it is. Here's who was it in chat that said that this is what it was? Since Ukraine does not belong to NATO. Since Ukraine does not belong to NATO. It is vulnerable to Russian military domination. You do recognize that is very, very, very different from Ukraine will not belong to NATO, right? And this is also exactly what we said was going to happen. Either you weren't going to find a video and we're going to have to find a fake video, or you were going to move the goalpost and say, okay, well, he said something about NATO and Ukraine, right?
No, again, like I said, without reading the whole thing or summation of it, like I said,
why do we need summation? Why? This should be the easiest thing in the world. Why do we need summation?
It's not because you've got people out there hiding things. You realize how hard it is to find stuff on Ukraine when it comes to when you want multiple views.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
You would think you would just read it in full instead of getting a summation. If it's so hard to find such information, then just read it.
No, because again, it's hard not to find just summations.
Barack Obama.
I'm trying to do this in like a short period of time. I'm not trying to,
I'm researching right along with you, and it's not hard if you know how to research and you have a bit of.
But I'm also doing it on my phone. I'm not doing it on my tablet.
Okay, here come the excuses. Okay.
Search.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So they're not excuses, but you won't. But hold on, you won't go to the main subject of the funding side of it because again, I can disprove
we can do that. We can totally do that. I'm so down to do that. But we have a rule on this live: no pivots without concessions. Okay, so we're not allowed to talk about that until you admit that you lied about Obama saying that Ukraine is not going to join NATO.
I didn't
you lied about Biden saying it.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So if you don't admit that, I'm sorry. I'm not going to debate with someone who is not operating in good faith. We're done with that. We don't do that anymore on these lives. You clearly you've had 40 minutes to come up with this quote. You can't find it because it doesn't exist. Barack Obama was the second most recorded president in the history of the world. All of his interviews, all of his speeches, they're all available for our viewing pleasure. Ever said these words, and that's why you're having trouble finding them.
He did. No, it's just because just anything. I mean, the whole thing about if you ever read his first copy.
I needed to kick. I needed to kick. The gaslighting was actually starting to have detrimental properties on my brain. There was
understandable, Dan.
Like he just said he did. I can't. After 40 minutes of being unable to find proof, he said he did.
Yep. So here's the deal. Obama never said that Ukraine can't join NATO. He didn't say that. What he had reservations about and stood on it because of his views on foreign policy is that the U.S. could not intervene in Ukraine while at war with Russia. It was never about them not being able to join NATO. And you can't join NATO anyways if you're at war because that goes against their standards, their requirements. Boom. All he had to do was admit that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope the rubles are worth it to be a traitor. Like for what was his name? Godfather. You're a traitor to this country. I want you to know, Goldfinger. You're a traitor to this country. And every Republican prior to 2015 would say the same, that you're siding with Russia over the United States. Unfortunately, anyone that supports Donald Trump right now is also a traitor. But you in particular are like open about it. Like you're doing Putin's bidding. And I really, really hope you're getting paid rubles for this and you're not doing it for the love of the game.
All right. Well, Dan, Polly, I'm going to actually go get ready. I was supposed to have been doing that 40 minutes ago, but yeah, I got distracted.
Thank you so much for coming up, Erica. Everyone make sure to follow Erica and Polly.
Great night, guys.
Have a good night.
Good night, Erica. I usually ask Mago, when did Trump pardon you?
And I'm actually probably going to follow Erica. I just wanted to come up for that one video and yeah, try to shut the guy up. I guess it didn't work, but whatever.
I appreciate you so much. And no, honestly, like that video explains a lot, because that no, not 1 inch eastward is thrown around so often.
Yeah.
All around, thank you so much for the gift of Polly. I appreciate that.
Oh my God, thank you. That's so cute.
The all around eastward thing comes up so often, and a lot of people, even those that are on the left, even those that that aren't like smooth brained Russian propagandists, don't know the context of that quote. So I really do appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, and like I said, the visual of it is important too, to just understand what the territories looked like at the time as it pertains to what agreements were in effect at that time. That was one thing. And there were things that even I learned from that video, even though I knew the basics, the general, you know, fallacy of the argument and everything. But like, yeah, I just wanted to show that video to everybody in the class.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye, guys. Night. Thank you for the gifts and the likes and all that stuff. Thank you.
Recovering perfectionist. I like that name. Okay. Few quick things. Number one, I'm so sorry I did not see your $2 on PayPal. I don't know if there's a message. Let me see. Kamala laugh, please. I love your lives. Beauty Boutique. Are you still here? I will play the Kamala laugh if you're still here. Also, chat, that $2 gets added to our all around. Thank you so much. That $2 gets added to our grift goal, our $20,000 grift goal for our bank account. We add that $2 right now. We're up to $9. Let's go. If anyone wants the additional incentives, this is an actual screenshot from the person I'm parodying. $5,000 to hang out IRL. Absolutely insane. Are we being fucking for real right now? Anyway, for those that don't know what we're talking about, if you know, you know. I'm sorry. All right. We're going to... All right, I'll play the Kamala laugh just in case Beauty Boutique is here. L. Dan for getting rid of the dino kicks. That was painful. We barely get any guests nowadays. Laugh.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Host couldn't back up claim and kicked me. Wait, Ryan, are you Godfather? You came back on a different account? Did someone block him? You didn't need to block him, if that's the case. We need more debates. Well, it's really hard to debate anyone nowadays because, like, ultimately, anyone that supports Trump currently is either a Nazi or a pedophile. Like, that's just, there's no other definition. Because, like, you can't support him based on the economy. You can't support him based on, like, any good that Trump has done because he hasn't done anything. And also, like, even if he was good for the economy, let's for a second, let's say he was good for the economy, but he was molesting kids on Epstein's island. If you're okay with that, then I mean, what can I say? You're a pedophile, or you're a pedophile supporter. You're by far the most entertaining debater. Well, I appreciate that. Or chat GPT enthusiasts who can't go off script. Yeah, literally. Pedo adjacent sympathizer. Nah, I feel like we don't bully Trump supporters enough. Like, MAGA is so emboldened. Yeah, I have an idea for a video that I think would go really fucking hard. It's going to be the first video I ever write a script for. But it's basically going to point out all of the times that MAGA either fail to protect children or actively harm children. And no, it's mine. I gotta record my deplorable video. Erica, I don't know if it's the same. And basically, it's gonna say, if we can't agree on the most basic principle that we as a society should protect our children, if we can't agree on that, then I don't want to find common ground with you people. In fact, I want the ground beneath you to get smaller and smaller and smaller as you go back into the recesses of the clan meetings that you came from. Your opinions need to go back to where you were scared to share them. And the thesis of the video, by the way, was going to talk about the fact that my goal going forward is really not to convert any Trump supporters anymore. Like, maybe we could have done that leading up to the election. Maybe we could have done that shortly after. If you still support Trump, like, you're openly a bad person. Like, you're just so mind-bogglingly bad. Like, I don't care if he's on the Epstein list. I don't care if we're putting people in concentration camps. Like, I'm so good on you. The goal should be to activate the silent majority. Now, you guys might be thinking, well, silent majority, isn't that who, isn't that like the evangelicals, or like, who is the silent majority? That Trump and MAGA claim that the silent majority were the racists that came out to vote for Trump in the past 3 elections, that were disenfranchised by the political process. You know who the real silent majority is? Non-voters. Non-voters who are either too disillusioned, too misinformed, not even necessarily by their own doing, because, as a reminder, the algorithms push towards whatever's going to keep you on whatever app you're on. They don't push towards the truth. They push towards whatever you want to see at any given time, or whatever they think you want to see, and whatever keep you on the app longer. So these are people that are disillusioned by the process, bought into too much misinformation, or, more importantly, and this I think is the largest segment of them, people who are just trying to do what's best for themselves and their family, and they go to work every day. Sometimes they have 2 jobs, and because of Republican policies since Ronald Reagan, there's less and less and less and less and less time for these people to learn about the political process, to learn that we actively have the rise of fascism in this country. If the people that don't vote or never vote, if you walked up to them and were like, hey, you remember in like middle school when you learn about Hitler? And they're like, yeah. It's like, okay, you remember thinking like, how did this even happen? And they're like, yeah. It's like, okay, it's happening right now. They're like, what do you mean? And then you start to explain. I genuinely think that something needs to click, because a lot of people just are taught, because it's the cool thing. It's the cool thing to think, oh, both parties are the same. The government's run by the rich. They're going to do whatever they want. Doesn't matter what I do. When in reality, it's so clear how important voting is, because if voting weren't important, we wouldn't see Republicans in Texas right now trying to steal 5 additional seats with the redistricting 5 years prior to the census, right? That's how important voting is, where we have Republicans who are trying to cheat so that they can win more seats. So we have tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Hold on. How many non-voters? Close to 90 million, nearly 90 million eligible non-voters. 90 million people, right? Of course, you wouldn't bring up Democrats doing the same thing. Oh, I need to be clear on something. We can talk about it. If you want to come up and talk about it, I'm totally down. The Democratic Party has its problems. Period. We will never be able to address them until we cut out the rot that is the Republican Party. I don't mean find common ground. No. The Republican Party, as it stands right now, needs to cease to exist for us to proceed as a nation. Because the big issue with the Democratic Party is that they only want 5% progress every term, whereas the electorate wants like more than that. We want more change, more good. The Republican Party wants 50% of the opposite of progress. They're taking us backwards. Okay, so How am I? What are we supposed to do? Hey, Democrats, can you push for like even better legislation? Maybe that'll help. That's great and all. When the other side is actively sending us backwards, that needs to be stopped first, right? We have to stop that first. It's too important. How are we even going to have a better Democratic Party if the Republicans want our votes to not count? Just so we're clear, the Republicans do not want our votes to count. We've seen it in 2020 when Donald Trump lost. He got his back blown out by
Obama.
7 million votes.
Get him the hell out of here.
Thank you, Topher. Thank you, Curious. He got his back blown out by 7 million votes, and doesn't matter. I want to win, so I win. And Republicans backed him, right? They don't care. We see it with the gerrymandering. We just watched an interview where one of the Republicans from Texas was on CNN and then said, "Why would you do this 5 years before the census?" And he said, "Because we can. Because we want 5 more seats." Like, so brazenly. How did Joe Biden get 20 million less votes only after 4 years? Because it was only 6 million. Okay, thank you. You revealed before I even had to bring you up, communist. You want to be devil's advocate? You revealed you don't even know how. You could just Google this before making a fool of yourself. Thank you. Now I know nothing out of your mouth is going to be educated. Like, literally, Kamala got 6 million fewer votes than Joe Biden, not 20 million. And in reality, the number 20 is larger than 6. I know that's difficult for people nowadays when we see that Trump lowered grocery prescription prices by 1,500%. Wait, no, hold on, Neely. No, don't mute. I'm not done with him yet. You said, I think it's close to 100 million, but they flooded the vote count. You think it's close to 100 million, but they flooded the vote count? Can you just explain that a little? What? Where are you getting that other than your asshole? Where did you pull that out from? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, and yet another person that doesn't know how to connect. Communist. I accepted your request. Why can't you connect? So they stole the election that Trump oversaw, but lost the one they controlled. No, it's actual nonsense. My bad. Request again. Let's hear it. I can't with you. Y'all can't be real people. It's not fathomable. Why is bro so mad? Blake, I'm so mad because we literally are watching our country descend into fascism, and half the country has not only their heads in their sand, in the sand, but their tongues up Trump's taint. Like, why wouldn't I be mad? I'm mad every day of the week. Every day for the past 9 months, I've been furious. And the fact that you're not means you're not paying attention. Like, are we being fucking for real? The woman who facilitated, there's a new story we didn't even get to because we got sidetracked on the Ukraine Russian propagandist guy. The woman who facilitated the abduction and rape of dozens of children was just moved to a nicer prison because she's working with Donald Trump. If you're okay with that, you're a bad person. That's it. There's no else. How else can I explain this? There is nothing more basic. There's nothing more basic amongst humans than that raping kids is bad. Nothing. Big Billy, come up. You said you'll pay for my one-way ticket? I'm out. I'm gone. Send it. That's what I thought. They never want to come up. They want to stay in chat where they can defend pedophiles in private. They don't want us to hear their voice because there's either we're going to hear their Russian accent because they're not real Americans and they're Russian bots. Either that, or we're going to hear their voice quivering because they're afraid to defend what they're about to defend, right? The left is a joke. Daddy-o, come tell me why I'm a joke. Go ahead. The left, pedophiles should go to prison. The right, they should be president. The left is the joke. Yeah, the left is the joke. Clinton actually visited the island. Cybertron, I don't know if you know this. Democrats and the left, we're not in a cult. If Bill Clinton patronized that island, launch him into space. We don't care. We don't care. You guys care. Like you think we're gonna be like, no, Clinton wouldn't do that. I don't care about Bill Clinton. I don't care about a single person. If you molest children, you should be punished. In your guys' head, this is your statement. If you're a Democrat and molest children, you should be punished. But for the left, it's if you molest children, you should be punished. TikTok shop, TikTok shop, TikTok shop. Daddy-o, no, Daddy-o, you are officially muted until you send a request. You are no longer allowed. I revoked your freedom of speech until you come up and use your voice, your real voice. It's all a cult if you believe politics can help us. All right, communists, same. You're on the same timeout. Your freedom of speech has been revoked. You can request up and use your words. Okay? We no longer allow. Can you go live with Parker? Soon, hopefully. Last time we went live together was in January. It's been a while. No longer allowing you guys to stay in the shadows. Not allowed. You have to come up and stand 10 toes down on backing pedophiles. I need you to come up and say it with your fucking chest. No more hiding in the comments. Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Finish him.
Thank you, Miles. Okay, so your claim was that. Go ahead. You state your claim for the chat.
Are you talking about the Joe Biden having, or I guess Kamala having less votes than Joe Biden?
Is there a reason that you pronounced it Kamala?
Oh, my bad. It's Midwestern accent. My bad. I didn't mean any harm by it.
No worries. Your claim was that Kamala received 20 million fewer votes than Joe Biden. And when I corrected you to inform you that it was actually only 6 million, you didn't acknowledge that you were wrong, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely wrong. Pulled that out of my ass.
Oh, okay. Okay. So then what's your new claim?
I mean, it's still kind of a, I'm not saying that Joe Biden had any vote counting or anything, but it is kind of I guess more of a show of how many people really don't care anymore that any of these guys are going to save us. Even like that NYC politician, I don't remember his name. I don't want to mispronounce it or anything.
Mamdani.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry. That's but yeah, I mean, it's all, like my generation, like I'm 22 years old. We're just going to ride it out as long as we can. Like even a lot of my progressive friends, like I wouldn't claim myself to be progressive by any means, but I mean, it's just all going to go downhill sooner or later. I mean, mega corporations are going to run us into the ground.
We literally do not need to let our country fail. We actually, it's just like super simple. Just vote against the villains. Like
what?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Tell me how the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are the same. I'd love to hear it.
They are absolutely the same.
Go ahead.
They're never going to solve a political issue that they can run a campaign on.
What do you mean by solve?
Buddy, Joe Biden was in the office with a he didn't have the Senate or the House for the first 2 years.
For the first 2 years, he had a tied Senate.
He had a tied Senate with Kamala. Sorry, I mispronounced it again.
Kamala.
Okay.
He had a tied Senate, and 2 of those senators left the Democratic Party in his term. Joe Manchin, who was a red state senator, he was a senator from West Virginia, and his constituents were actually very picky about the types of things that he should and should not support. And then Kristen Sinema, who essentially grifted the people of Arizona and claimed to be progressive, and then decided to become a moderate, quote unquote. So not only was it tied, but he barely even had the 50 votes. Let's say he did. What exactly did Biden do wrong? Like, what's the issue here? Like, how?
What do you mean what Biden did wrong?
So you're saying that Democrats don't solve political problems, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when the Affordable Care Act was passed, and millions of Americans who before would not have been able to access healthcare now have access to healthcare, was that a good thing or a bad thing?
The way it was done, it was a bad thing.
The way it was done, it was a bad thing.
I absolutely agree with you. It was about the same of the people it hurt because now when you file a tax return, you have to show that you have health insurance, and the way it was done, I believe in a national like the way Europe, kind of the way Canada does it, but the way it was done through private health insurance, which you're absolutely right that that was the only way it was going to pass with during Obama's term, was if it went through public or private health insurance. And I'm
going to ask the question again. Do you think that millions of Americans who would have not had access to healthcare, who now have access to healthcare because of the Affordable Care Act, including people with pre-existing conditions, by the way, do you think that is a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not asking if it was a perfect thing. That is not what I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. You're right. Then it was a net positive. Yep.
It was a net positive. And so when the Republicans run on repealing that with no replacement, that would be a net negative, correct?
Yes.
It would also be the direct opposite of what the Democratic Party is pushing for, right?
Yes.
So, ergo, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are not the same, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when we have the Democratic Party, who's working to help Americans, the Republican Party, which is working to only help the top 1%, why would you rather the country fall apart than supporting the party that wants to help Americans?
Sorry, say that again.
If the Republican Party's goal is just to help the top 1%, and the Democratic Party's goal is to help all Americans, why would you rather the country fall apart than support the Democratic Party?
But that's the thing. My problem with I would 100% tell you that I did not vote for Donald Trump. I actually voted for Jill Stein because I live in a state that doesn't matter. But
hold on. If you lived in a state that mattered, who would you vote for?
I would. Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce her name again. I'm struggling.
You could say Harris
Harris. There you go. Okay. I would 100% voted for Harris if it mattered. But the thing is that it doesn't matter because the Democratic Party also relies on their $1 billion donors to run their campaigns. And would it be the same if the Republican Party didn't have their, as I guess it would be more $1 billion donors.
Okay. I know you're only 22. So you might not know about these pieces of legislation, but Democrats have tried to get big money out of politics multiple times over the past decade. HR 1, if someone can give me the year of which HR 1 I'm referring to, but this is a thing where, yes, Democrats do take corporate PAC money, but Democrats are also on the side of regulating that. Republicans don't care. It's the opposite. Like every good thing that Americans would want, Democrats are shooting to do that, but probably not to the full extent. So let's say you want the 100% is the best possible direction the country can go, right? And Democrats are pushing for like a 10% change in that direction. Republicans are pushing for a 50% change in the opposite direction. So
you're absolutely right.
Okay, so for me, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer. And so Democrats build up, Republicans tear down. I agree. And so it's very frustrating to me. As I personally, I'm to the left of the establishment Democratic Party, but we'll never be able to pass more progressive legislation like single-payer healthcare if we don't gain political power. And when we have Americans like yourself, and I think you are not a small group, young Americans, you said you're 22, that think that both parties are the same or think everything's going to fall to shit anyway or the billionaires control everything. You guys not voting leads to us being pushed further and further to the right and further away from these progressive policies. So, like, as much as I want to revitalize the Democratic Party, whether it's in the platform or whether it's in terms of candidate quality, we obviously have some candidates that are awesome that don't take corporate PAC money, or if they do, it's from it's just from PACs that are not from super PACs, but just from regular PACs. All this stuff. Like there are candidates. I actually have another content creator that does like a report card for every member of Congress and grades them. Like there are candidates that are way worse and candidates that are way better. The other side are Nazis and pedophiles. Like we need to come together and excise the current iteration of the Republican Party before we can do anything about the Democratic Party. And that's where I stand on this issue. I want single payer healthcare. I want, frankly, I want UBI. With the way AI is advancing, like we're at a point where we should be preparing for fewer jobs needing to exist. And one of the ways to do that is something like UBI. We can't even talk about UBI. We can't talk about universal healthcare. We can't talk about climate change, by the way, which is going to lead to an existential crisis. We can't talk about any of this stuff because we literally are just fighting for our lives right now with fascism in this country. So it is very discouraging hearing people say that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are the same when it's the difference between an imperfect ally and a brutal villain.
I guess that's a fair point.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, and I hope you have a good day.
You too.
Brian Rupert. What do they say? Hold on. There's something about like imagine that a Democrat wanting free stuff. I just want my tax dollars to go to something that isn't war. Like imagine our tax dollars going to healthcare. Our country already spends more on healthcare than any other country on earth. Why not do that and also cover our citizens? It seems basic. Also, by the way, I know that this is not going to be able to. How do you deal with these people? What's your secret? I'd be crashing out every 5 seconds. Jack Coffee, I'm going to be honest. Internally, I've been crashing out nonstop since November. I'm not going to lie. Democrats destroyed healthcare. Brian Rupert, come up. Let's talk about it. Explain that stance. I'd love to hear that stance. Because you probably don't remember or don't care about what healthcare was like before the Affordable Care Act. If you had a pre-existing condition, you're fucked. That's it. You're going to die in the street. If you didn't qualify for Medicaid, how are you going to afford health insurance? If your job doesn't cover it, you're cooked. So I'd love to hear you explain that. Obviously, you're not going to come up. Either way. All right, let me get back on track here real quick. Oh, okay, they requested. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
Hey, explain how Democrats destroyed healthcare.
Yeah. So, it kills me that nobody is, concerned that $1.6 trillion a year in taxpayer money goes into the health insurance community. Why is there a echo?
It's a TikTok glitch. I'll mute while you talk. Go ahead. Can you turn off your TV, by the way, or mute it?
I don't have a TV on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. So it's the healthcare community is disproportionately funded with taxpayer dollars, and that's why I say they destroyed healthcare, because Medicaid, Medicare, CHIP, Obamacare subsidies, and I was around before the Affordable Care Act, so I remember what my health insurance was before then. It was back in those days, I could get a health policy for maybe a couple $100 every 2 weeks. I was paid bi-monthly then, so it was around $400 a month. I'd have a health insurance policy for a family, and my deductible was about between $250 and $500 a year. Okay, now my health insurance, if I chose to buy it from a small business that I work for, would be $43,000 a year with a $5,000 deductible. Okay, it's insane. So small to medium-sized businesses are just totally, they can't get affordable health care because they don't have enough policies to bring to the table like an applicable large employer to get anything fair. Okay, health insurance companies are getting so much business from the federal government, and that doesn't even include matching from the states. Okay, we're just talking 1.6 trillion, of federal money. They're getting so much money that they don't even have to be competitive.
I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you claiming that healthcare was not going up every year? Healthcare costs were not going up every year prior to the Affordable Care Act?
Not that much. Nowhere near that much.
Okay. And so your argument is that because the government is subsidizing some of these people to be able to afford healthcare, that means that the insurance companies don't have to compete.
Yeah, because that's guaranteed business for the insurance companies. They can
But
turn
you just said, hold on.
individual
How is that
policies
guaranteed?
all
You
day.
just said that your costs went up so much that you couldn't afford it.
Yeah, because they don't have to pander to me. They don't need my business. They can turn me down.
Okay, but you're under the impression, I'm sorry, you're under the impression that there are other people who have their health coverage has 100x'd, but they can't afford it?
Oh, say that again.
So the numbers you gave were essentially a 100x in price, right?
I said 1.6 trillion a year.
No, you said
that's a known value.
You said that your rates would now be $45,000 a year, right? You personally, your anecdote.
Mine, $43,000 a year. Yes.
Okay. And prior to the ACA, you claimed that it was about 4,800. Okay, so I guess 10x rather than 100x. Sorry. So 10x. Yep. Thank you, Hector, for the $5 for the Advil. I appreciate that. Oh, and Izel, I'm sorry I missed this. Thank you for the $5 for the older millennial sound. I will play it after the guest. Thank you. So your claim is that if all the prices have 10x'd, but for some people they can afford the 10x.
I didn't say it was for everyone. I'm saying it's for probably more small and medium-sized businesses. If you're an applicable large employer, if you work for Siemens, if you work for Halliburton, if you work for Walmart, if you work for these giant companies, okay, and they are bringing, say, 5,000 or 10,000 policies to Humana or United Healthcare or whatever. They're not going to turn away 5,000 or 10,000 policies. They're going to give them a fair deal.
Wait. So you're saying as an individual versus, I don't understand. Are you getting health insurance from a small/medium business, or are you the business owner?
I am not a business owner. I'm a contractor. Okay. I work through a small company, probably between 50 and 100 people. Okay. So they don't have enough muscle to go to a health insurer to get good rates. That's what I'm saying. If you work for a large employer, you can do that. But keep in mind, probably, I want to say somewhere between 60 and 90% of employees work for small to medium size businesses.
If this is the case, then why are more people insured under the ACA than before? What you're saying is that
they're because I'm paying for them. I can't afford health insurance for myself.
Who is them? Wait. Who is them? Who are the people
Who is them? Okay, hold on. We're talking people on Medicaid because there's a huge Medicaid expansion under the ACA. You're talking people on Obamacare subsidies, which are subsidized by taxpayers.
Okay.
Those are the additions.
You're saying that you can't afford health care because the prices went up, and you're paying for the other people who can't afford health care.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Through my tax dollars. That is correct. And that's why I don't support it.
So you don't qualify for Medicaid or subsidies?
Correct.
Okay. So you make a lot of money, right? Because to not qualify for Medicaid or subsidies go up pretty high. You make a lot of money.
I make about $171,000 a year. I work a lot of overtime.
$171,000.
Yeah, that's on my day job. I have rental properties too, but I work a lot.
All right. So if I were to look at the data, right, for year over year, the cost of insurance for a private citizen and how much it was going up, and that amount is either the same or less than it was. The amount that it's going up is the same or less than it was going up prior to the ACA. Would you say that maybe either you're wrong or you're just like an anecdote?
I can tell you what I'm paying, how much it went up for me. And I can tell you, if you look at the data, health insurers are, ever since the ACA, their profits started skyrocketing. That tells a big part of the story too.
I noticed that you ignored the cost of health insurance and you're going towards their profits. I'm saying the cost of health insurance to Americans.
Yeah.
The cost of health insurance. Cost of health insurance.
Yeah.
By year. Okay. If that amount is going up at either the same or a lower rate than it was going up before the ACA, then don't you think that either you're wrong or you're just some anecdote?
I don't think I'm wrong. Okay, you're welcome to look up the stats and share them with me if you want to. I'm more than happy to share with you. I'm not lying to you. I'm not making this up. Okay, $43,000 a lot. I could be making $1 million a year, and I'm still not going to pay $43,000 a year for a health plan. I'm not going to do it. I'd be part of the problem if I did that. People don't walk away from health insurance. They're conditioned all their life in the United States, okay, to think, oh, you have to have health insurance. Oh my God, you have to have it.
The $43,000 is for your family, right? It's for your whole family?
No, it's just for me and my son.
Two people.
Two people. But it's way above the national average, is about $26,000 for a family plan.
It's way above the national average. Okay, so you just admitted that you're just an anecdote. You're a rich dude that.
Okay, but I'm supposed. What? It shouldn't be fair for me.
Well, it is fair for you. You can't afford. I mean, it sounds like your plan. It sounds like you're not picking the right plan. $43,000 is absurd. But like, I just don't.
That's the plan that's available to me.
That's the only plan that's available.
Yes.
How is that even possible? Wait, I don't even understand how that's possible. When I go to the health insurance marketplace, I can see what my plan would cost with no subsidies.
I don't have access. I don't have access to the health insurance marketplace.
It's
not for everyone. You can't do it. I can't do it. I don't qualify to shop there.
Why not?
Because I make too much money to shop there.
You're not, okay. We found it. Chat. It took us a while. We found it.
What?
Okay.
What did you find?
Healthcare.gov
Okay.
it gives you access to the health insurance marketplace. Okay.
I know. I've been there.
Applying. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Just I'm gonna learn you something.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Applying will determine if subsidies are available for you.
Correct.
If subsidies are not available for you, you can still pick a plan. Have you ever applied on healthcare.gov? Have you ever went to the website?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
I did.
Okay.
They told me to get lost. Healthcare said get lost.
Yeah, tell me exactly. Give me the words. I want to hear the words.
That was a long time ago. That was like, what, 5 years ago? I know better. I'm not going to waste my time.
Okay. Yeah. So the reality is, I'm so glad we got to the bottom of it. Chat. The bottom of it is he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, you literally don't know how to use the website because when you get to the end,
I'm a programmer. I write software for a living. I understand how these things work. They're not designed for people like me. They're not.
Well, all you have to do is get to the end. Is you go to healthcare.gov, you fill out the application, you get to the end. So you make a lot of money. So they're going to say you do not qualify for subsidies. Then you still press next, and they give you the marketplace. And I know
that's not what I found whenever I did it. I can tell you that. That's not what I found.
That's not what you found.
No, that's not what I found.
That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue. I don't know how else to tell you.
Trust me, that's not what I found.
Why would I trust you? I've done this. So I don't even have to.
So have I.
Okay.
Maybe it's changed. Or maybe if you're saying it's changed, I could go back if I want to waste my time. I can go back and do it. If I recall correctly, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so this is a while back. But if you have a plan available to you from an employer, you may not even qualify.
Oh, do you have a plan available to you from an employer?
Of course I do. I just told you I did for $43,000. You forgot?
So you're saying because your employer's plan is available to you, $43,000, that you don't qualify to apply on the marketplace?
I don't recall. I told you this was 5 or 6 years ago. That whenever I applied, it might have even been longer because the ACA was introduced. This is like 2013 was whenever it went into law, and then I think the marketplace, the healthcare.gov marketplace, came after that. There was a problem, with the websites and stuff. But yeah, of course I went.
Oh, so you tried the website once and then said, "This is what happened." This is.
I tried the website a couple of times.
This is a programmer that knows what they're doing. You went to the website once and said, "I'm good on healthcare for the rest of my life."
Well, I know you like putting words into people's mouth, but you're getting away from the whole point that I made to begin with. Okay, is that there's a disproportionate share of taxpayer money, $1.6 trillion a year, that is going into the healthcare community. And it makes it to the point where they don't have to even be competitive.
Do you think there's a disproportionate share going into the military community?
Yes, there is. Okay. But we all benefit from that.
Oh, well, that's it. Chat. I'm astral projecting right now. I'm looking down at my body because there's no way I just fucking heard that. So the military benefits all of us, but healthcare does not.
I'm not benefiting from healthcare.
Because you don't know how to use the website. That's a skill issue. You actively.
Yeah, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. I know how to use a website.
Okay.
I really do. Well,
all right,
I'm just telling you my experience.
Yeah, you fucked up. That's a skill issue. I don't understand. You're coming to me. Let me tell you what happened. You're coming to me and saying, I don't like
what's happening. You're losing an argument, and so you're trying to put words in someone's mouth.
No, I'm explaining to you because I know how the website works. I've applied on the website.
You can't grasp that my whole point.
Just talk over me. That's fine. Yeah.
My whole point was that there's a disproportionate share of money going into the healthcare community, and they don't have to be.
But the only way your point is relevant.
That's what I'm telling you. And Democrats are responsible for that because they're the ones
the problem is
expanding all these fucking programs.
Great. I love it. Okay, great. Even if your point is true, which by the way, we can pull up the numbers, and I'm pretty sure you're wrong. But even if it's true,
no, I'm not wrong.
The only reason, you're wrong about the website, so you're probably wrong about this. But even if it's true, even if it's true.
I heard you the first time.
It is only relevant if we're not benefiting from it, and that's why we're talking about your issue. Your issue is that you're not benefiting from it. That's your issue. You're saying that not only are you not
it's
benefiting from it,
costing us a fortune. We're 36 trillion in
wait,
debt.
so stop saying we. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The United States is 36
so sorry.
trillion
I
in
need
debt.
you. Okay,
We don't
I need
understand
you.
that
I need
either.
you.
That's a
I
big
need you
problem.
to recognize
1.6
there's this thing in the English
trillion of
language.
that,
Okay,
okay?
there's something in the English language. It's known as a period. Okay, when there's a period at the end of my sentence, that could be your turn to talk. But when my sentence is still in progress, okay, I need you to let me carry my sentence to term. I cannot have you just interrupting every single sentence. Okay? And that's a runner, chat. That's a runner. Okay. So for those that don't know, this is what healthcare.gov does. Okay? You go to the website. On November 1st, I think the marketplace opens. Every time Trump has been president, he has shrunk the window, FYI. Just the only reason we're shrinking the window. What is the reason? So fewer people apply. Period. First time he was in office, shrunk the window by 15 days. This time, shrunk it another 15 days. Anyway, you go to the healthcare.gov, you apply. Okay? And they'll tell you if you make enough money to qualify for subsidies or Medicaid, whatever it might be. If you don't, right, you make too much money. That guy made $171,000 a year, allegedly. Frankly, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if he wasn't a ward of the state. I don't know how that person functions. But regardless, he allegedly makes $171,000 a year. So what happens is when you get to the end of the application, you get your eligibility results. You click it, a PDF gets downloaded. And in those eligibility results, it'll tell you that you don't qualify because you make too much money. Then all you have to do is press the marketplace button. And you can see all of the plans that are available to you. And you can sort them by cost. So he's saying that the only plan available to him was $40,000 a year. And I know that that can't possibly be true because his implication is that because there are no subsidies, all the prices are up. But I have gone to that website personally. I've seen it with my own eyes. Back when I didn't make enough money to qualify for a subsidy. And in Florida, they didn't expand Medicaid. So I was in what was known as a Medicaid gap. So I didn't qualify for subsidies or Medicaid. So I was still able to look at the marketplace. And none of those numbers are anywhere near $43,000 a year. Now, this was all, I have a thing when I'm debating, and I know that a lot of people in chat like kind of disagree with some of it, which is he brought up a lot of things that were just false, right? So, for example, anecdotally, none of those numbers were there. Austin, wait, I was combating his anecdote. If you want us to look at the data, we can look at the data as well. Oh, just stop talking? No. I'll stop talking. You have to come up. Come up and say that to my face, please. Austin, can you say that to my face, please? Anyway, so I was harping on a specific point because that point is completely moot. It's completely worthless. If what he's saying is not true. His fundamental argument is that the cost of healthcare is going up because of the ACA. He wanted to keep going back to his original argument, which is that the government is spending too much on healthcare. But his other point is more important. So his number, 1.7 trillion or whatever on healthcare, whether that's materially true or not, was irrelevant until we got through that first argument. Because that's the crux of it. Because that was a bold-faced lie. That the cost of healthcare is going up because of the ACA. And so his proof of that was that he had to pay $43,000. And when I dug in just a little bit to see how on earth you have to pay $43,000, we found out that he doesn't even know how to use the website. So, and then he ran, obviously, by the way. He ran when I asked him to not start his sentences in the middle of my sentences. I'm sorry. Okay. Back on track. He was lying the whole time. Oh, I know. Bro probably went on some scam website. Oh, wait. Does anyone know if FAFSA.com still exists? Dan, just to clarify, he's been overpaying on healthcare for 20 years. No, he just hasn't had healthcare. He went to the website once, got confused, and just hasn't had healthcare and has been arguing for years about it. He was LARPing. He uses those numbers with Republican friends and none of them check the numbers. Yeah. Okay. So back when I was in middle and high school, there was a website called FAFSA.com, which was essentially a scam website because the real one was FAFSA.gov, I think. And FAFSA.com, they registered it and basically they charge you to fill out the FAFSA for you. So you type in everything you need to fill out the FAFSA and they just, as an intermediary, fill it out for you and you pay whatever their fee is. Does that still exist? Pretty sure Trump is messing with FAFSA. They were way behind. Yes, it still exists. That's so crazy. You literally have a computer in front of you. Well, I don't want to. I guess I'll just open it.
Howdy, Dan.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, listen. Could you mute your mic? I'm getting a wicked echo. Okay. So, in New Hampshire, if you make more than $2,600, just a second. Okay, New Hampshire, if you make more than the echo's crazy. Okay, one more time. In New Hampshire.
Dean, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. No, I wow. Okay. No, I'll just text. Yeah, the echoes drive me crazy. I'll just.
Okay.
I'm just having a hard time.
Dean,
go ahead.
Are you sure you're okay? It sounds like you're wheezing.
Oh yeah, my lungs are really bad. Listen. Hear that? Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that great.
Yeah, message me, Dean.
Okay. Yeah. I'm screwing you live.
No, it's okay. Just message me. We'll talk, okay?
Okay, good. Bye.
Have his number? I think I do. Mim was supposed to give it to me. I'm gonna message him on TikTok at least. Does he live alone? No. Lives with his wife. Sounded sort of distorted too. Yeah, I think that was also a part of it. Yeah, my lungs are in big trouble. Dean, do you have like treatment for that right now? Do you have a nebulizer or some kind of anything? Because that, if not, like I think you need to see somebody. Albuterol. All right, chat. I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Dean. I'm gonna be right back. Here, y'all can watch this. Y'all can watch this in the meantime. Did we in Discord mod channel? Okay. Anything under 90 is respiratory distress. Dean, can you yeah. Dean, maybe you should call 911. $87 could be baseline, but he doesn't sound good either way. He just had treatment, so it should be above 90. Yeah, Dean, this isn't the type of stuff to like wait for. Never getting better without hospital intervention. Dean, are you still here? I'm on my neb. Too much albuterol can be dangerous. You seriously need medical intervention. You could have pneumonia. Yeah, Dean, I don't know. I think it's better to be safe than sorry. You should still call 911. All you have to do, just call them and tell them your situation. That you're at an 87. Thank you, Ashby. Or just call an advice nurse and let them hear you. They will tell you if it's an emergency. Yeah, that's fair too. Call anybody. But yeah, I would just call 911. His age is 72, but he's at an 87. Blood oxygen. Call 911. He can't even talk in full sentences without gasping for breaths. I'm laying back with my nebulizer, relaxing. Dean, I think you need to sit up. Dean, the issue, another issue that another issue here is when you were up, aside from you struggling and gasping for air, it was difficult for you to get out sentences. Like it could actually be that your low oxygen level is affecting you, and the longer you wait, the worse it's gonna get. I can't afford to go to the hospital in an ambulance. Shouldn't Medicare is going to cover it, or your VA benefits? And worst case scenario, the emergency room, just fucking don't pay it. This is EMS might not have to take them. They can assist them at home. Yeah, that's fair too. Dean, could we maybe call your daughter and have her take you to the hospital? That way, we don't have to worry about the ambulance.
A little bit better now. I'll put you against my chest. It's not as bad as it was. Thank everybody for the concern. I appreciate it. But I do have some massive asthma attacks, and this was just a bad one.
Neely said, "Can you take your Pulse OX again?"
Let me go get my little box. Just hang on.
Thank you.
I can't remember where I put it.
You do sound better. We're just making sure. Also, if it does come to a point where like you need an ambulance, and for whatever reason Medicare doesn't cover it or the VA doesn't cover it, we will make sure you're taken care of. If another creator can raise $20,000 for a studio, we can raise $500 for an ambulance. Easy.
Thank you. I
don't have to worry about that.
No, I do feel a lot better now. I mean, it's not as bad as it was.
You definitely sound better. We just want to make sure.
No, thank you, everybody. I mean, this was just a really bad asthma attack. And what I was trying to say before, since I'm feeling better, is, we talked about the affordable health care, Obamacare. I'm just trying to put myself in a different tone. Well, in New Hampshire, I try to get my wife the Medicaid, but if you make more than $2,600 a month with Social Security, you don't qualify. So then I had to go on the Affordable Care Act, and Trump wants to do away with that. So what am I supposed to do?
Yeah. For those that are just joining, he mostly wanted to talk about that because the last guest pretty much that he'd rather less people have healthcare.
I feel a lot better too.
I don't know how long does the blood oxygen test take?
I couldn't. I put. You know what? I just had it, and I can't remember where I just put it. Just a second. Hang on.
Okay. I've had severe asthma since I was 2, and I've never had anything under 90. Repeat O2 every 5 minutes until he's back in the low to mid 90s.
Even with my asthma as bad as it is, I mean, I'm usually 98, believe it or not, even as bad as my lungs sound. I can't believe it.
Kai, he's looking for the tester thingy.
Anyway, I can't find it. I do, honestly, truly, I do feel a lot better. And I want to thank everybody for their concern. I mean, this was just a bad asthma attack. And, my mother-in-law, she's with her other daughter right now, so I just couldn't leave my wife here. I mean, I could have called my daughter to come over too, but
Obama.
oh well.
Thank you, CJ. Okay. EMS is needed in my own professional opinion. I can't give guidance on humans, but very much so. Take your wife with you. You do sound a lot better than the first time.
Genuinely, no.
Back on your chair side, said Gina. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you, everybody. I mean, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to find this the oxygen tester. You really need to.
Yeah. I mean, I just had it, and I can't, and I don't even know what I did with it. It's crazy. Anyway, so Dan, how are you?
Right now, I'm concerned.
I'm okay, I promise.
Okay, well, now that you're feeling a little bit better, maybe just call your daughter to let her know about the situation.
What time is it? I mean, I know me, and I mean, I've driven myself having a massive asthma attack before where I walked into the ER or the ED nowadays and I could hardly stand up, but I drove myself. I mean, it's not safe for me or anybody else on the road. I know that, but people, I'm sorry, I'm feeling better. Honestly, I'm feeling better. And after I get done talking, I'm going to finish my neb and go to sleep. Hopefully not forever, but it's all good. It's all good. I didn't mean to get everybody all, you know, that was my intention.
Yeah, I think
I'm not making a joke of it.
No, we understand, Dean. I really think your daughter would rather you call her right now.
You know, Dan, I'm a kind of guy I don't like to bother people. You know that. I mean, we've known each other about a year now, and I don't like to bother people. I mean, even my daughter.
Yeah, but she won't be bothered in this situation. Or it already sounds like you're like worsening a little bit since you got up here.
Yeah, I know. I got to go back on my neb.
Right, but there's only so many times you can use the neb. That's why we think that you need EMS.
Well, as far as nebs, once I went there to the ER and they did one neb, then they did two, and I did a total of 4 nebs. That's how bad I was. And then they gave me a shot. It's not prednisone. It's something like prednisone, and that helped.
Hey, Dean, are you on oxygen at home?
No.
You're not? Have they talked to you about getting oxygen at home?
I just saw my pulmonologist not that long ago. They set me up for a breathing test, you know, where you go in the box and exhale all your air. That's coming up. I wouldn't want to do it right now because I'd feel drastically. But no, he's my pulmonologist. He says, no, I don't need oxygen.
Okay, because I'm a little concerned. 4 rounds of neb treatments, that's a lot, and it's going to lower your blood pressure. And I'm a little worried about that. Can we please call your daughter and have her come out?
I'm not going to promise you that. I'm going to be honest. I don't like bothering people.
Honey, I know you don't, but I'm worried about you laying down and going to sleep. So I love you dearly. Either you're going to call her or I am.
I won't give you her number.
I am very resourceful.
I bet you are.
Yeah, unfortunately I am. So
if it's just a problem of transportation to the hospital, we can do that too. We'll pay for the Uber, easy.
Not a problem.
Well, if I do go to the ER, I'll drive myself.
I will pay for an Uber. I promise. It's not a problem. If you have an ambulance bill, we will figure it out. That is not a problem. I'm concerned right now that you've gone through 4 rounds of of albuterol, and you're
No. I didn't go through 4 rounds tonight. I'm going my second round right now, my second vial. And
in how long?
Well, I don't even think I finished one yet, and I still have, quite a bit in my pipe.
Will you at least call your daughter and let her hear your breathing and let her make a choice if she wants to come or not?
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not going to be rude and just leave because I have had worse situations than this.
I'm sure you have, and just because you've had worse ones doesn't mean this isn't going to go bad.
I mean, you talked about my heart too. I had a quadruple bypass, and I
know, darling. That's what I'm a little worried about. Your breathing sucks right now, for lack of anything else. Your breathing sucks. You've got RALs. You can hear the fluid in your lungs. Your pulse ox got down to 87, which is respiratory distress. None of this is okay. Not even a little bit. And that nebulizer is not going to keep you in a baseline. It's not going to keep you breathing okay for the rest of the night. You have fluid on your lungs. You can hear it.
Hey, Dean, I'm about to make a joke. You can't laugh too hard.
Okay.
White privilege can only take you so far, bro. Listen, you have a fantastic community that's sitting here. We will pay for your Uber. You don't want to bother anyone? That's perfectly fine. There's a random Uber driver out there looking for a trip to make some money. We help them. We help you. Because you came up here earlier, and it sounded like you were a lot closer to seeing God than you ever been in your life. And I don't like that. So all we want to do is help you and make sure that you're good.
I appreciate everybody. So I will go to the ER. I will drive myself to the ER.
We can Uber you, Dean.
I don't
Dean, we'll literally just Uber you. It's an Uber. They'll pull up right on you.
Yep.
And you get in the car and drop you
You don't
off.
need anything. Trust
Easy
me.
peasy,
We've got credit
lemon
cards.
squeezy.
You don't worry about it. You don't need nothing.
How do I get home?
Uber. We'll take care of it.
It'll be no problem. Like the easiest thing, the simplest thing. You don't have to bother your daughter. You don't have to drive. Just take it as a nice little trip.
Yeah, it's only about 15 minutes from here anyway.
Boom!
Perfect.
Even better.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I could drive myself in 15 minutes.
No. With this is okay, Dean. This is what I'm gonna ask you to do. Just either on Discord or on TikTok, just send one of us your phone number or your address or both, and a vehicle will arrive to take you to the hospital.
I'll do it right here, okay? Be easier.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys win.
Thank you.
Remember the last time y'all didn't listen to the 78%? Okay, I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Just a second.
Dean, are you trying to put your address in the chat?
Yeah.
Don't do that. Just can you tell me?
I just did.
Hold on. Don't hit send. Just
late.
listen to me for a second.
It didn't come up anyway. Your TikTok is gonna censor the address.
Do you live on Pondview?
Yep.
I have your address, honey.
Okay.
Don't send the ambulance.
No.
We're sending an Uber.
Okay.
All right.
Around here.
I'm gonna look right now. I can look at Lyft and everything. Just stay here for just a second. Let me see what I can get you.
Okay.
Can we get some W's in the chat for Ange?
Is she a nurse?
She's the GOAT. She just knows a lot about everything. Very resourceful, very smart, and we're all blessed to have her in the community.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Thank you, Kristen.
Okay, I'm gonna go back on my neb.
Dean, honey, what is the closest hospital to you?
Chester. It's the second. Total blank.
Hold on. Here, I'll do this. I got it. Just tell me if this is right.
Can't think the name of the hospital. It's blank.
That's okay. Let me see if I can find it.
Obama.
And do you have your thing in your bio?
No, honey, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I got it. Don't worry.
We got you too.
Let's look at Chester Medical. Does that sound right?
Name of the hospital.
I've got Dartmouth and Cheshire Medical.
That's it. I couldn't think of Dartmouth.
No, that's fine. I'll be right back.
Okay. What a community, Dan. Okay, I'm going back on my nebulizer.
Taylor asked if you have your insurance card.
Obama.
Oh, okay, he said I do. Good.
Obama.
And then we're gonna need anyone that's comfortable with it. So either Ange or Hector. I'm also gonna do it. He needs our number so he can call to get home. I'm gonna send it to you on TikTok and Discord. Okay, Dean. He goes to the VA, he can be reimbursed for travel.
Okay, it's going to take them about 25-30 minutes to get there.
Oof. Yeah. Fine. All right, I sent you my number on TikTok. I'm gonna find you on Discord real quick and send it there as well. One of us should be awake. Phil is also.
Hey Dan,
Yeah.
sorry. Do you have his phone number?
I
Can you
don't.
throw it in the mod chat or? I'm gonna add it on here.
If somebody wants to be the one to contact Mim, then maybe.
I sent him mine.
The fact he's worried about an ambulance is the problem with our healthcare system. Period.
Literally.
I was able to find it on Lyft. It doesn't look like Uber operates out there. There's limited drivers, but there's drivers available on Lyft. For them to pick them up.
Hi, I'm sick tonight, so I'm not going to be able to talk much, but I do want to help Dean.
Dean, are you already enrolled in your local VA healthcare system? Or is he on the nebulizer? If
He's on the
he's
nebulizer, yeah.
enrolled, if he's enrolled in his local VA healthcare system already, the VA will, through the community care program, will pay for the cost of an ambulance and will also pay for emergency services. You just have to have, I believe the rating number, I think the minimum rating you have to have is 40%. So if he has that already, and he is enrolled in VA healthcare, he can go to the hospital and they will pay for it through the community care program. There's just a phone number, that I can send you in Discord that he has to call once he gets to the hospital so that the VA can arrange payment for it.
Real quick, Dean, can you hear me?
I am sick today, so I'm gonna drop back down. But if he is a veteran enrolled in the VA health system, there is help for him.
Dean, are you there?
Dean? Either type in chat or say something. You should be unmuted.
Okay, there we go.
Does
Yes.
your phone number end in 3532?
Nope. 1091. 499 1091. Yeah, I'm outside right now.
You don't have to be outside yet. She said it's gonna be like 20 minutes until he gets there. So, although I don't know what the weather is outside, so
Probably about 68. New Hampshire. What a community, Dan. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be doing it. And talked me into it. Well, everybody did, actually.
listen. The country may not have your back, but we do. You don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about staying healthy. Hopefully, we will make sure. I don't want you to ever worry about. Oh, I don't feel well, but I can't afford an ambulance. We will.
No,
No matter what happens.
Isn't that sad though? You know, it's dire straits, and you can't afford it. I mean, this is America. I mean, some people abuse it.
Unfortunately, this is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you didn't make me have to start yelling at you.
Oh, I wouldn't listen anyway. I'd yell back at you.
Buddy, I appreciate it.
I'm not even going to wake my wife up. I mean, hopefully she does. Wait a sec. I have to.
Still trying to locate a driver.
Yeah, he hasn't showed up yet.
Dean, you can go back inside and wait, and we'll let you know when they're there, and make sure to make sure your phone is charged. So if you plug your phone in now,
I got 82% power.
As soon as they give me time of arrival, should be soon.
Yeah, I was on Chantix for over a year, and I was smoking like maybe 4 or 5 cigarettes from a year ago, November, till they took me off, and now I'm up to a pack a day again with my lungs. Stupid me, right? Hey, Mr. Santana. How you doing, bud?
Good. How are you?
Uh, this entire community is concerned. Dan heard my breathing. He kept saying, "Are you okay? You okay?" I guess he might be a doctor now. I mean, he heard my breathing. I guess everybody heard my breathing, and it wasn't good. So they suggested I go to the ED.
If you heard yourself when you first got on here, you don't have to be a doctor. That you did not sound good.
Yeah. Oh, I knew I wasn't feeling good, but I just tried to talk and say hi, and he kept, "You okay?" And I had to break down and say, "Nope." Oh, boy, Santana, you've been busy with some of these MAGAs. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I try to educate when I can. It makes it a little bit hard because they are lactose intolerant, and so when you start to speak to them in certain ways, they don't like it.
Look what they did to Isaiah when he went over his time. They arrested him.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Yeah. It was absolutely wild.
Yeah. Man, you know what? Some people talk crap about TikTok, but you know what? Look at this community. Look at this community. It's amazing. There were like your community, Dan's, John's. I mean, Johnny. I mean, the good people.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that a lot of us share spaces and share communities, and they cross over, and you tend to see some of those good people in the chat all across the board. So
I don't know if you heard earlier. I mean, they wanted me to call in the ambulance, but just for the ambulance to leave the barn is $500, and I told them I don't have the money to take an ambulance.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I was in a car wreck one time, and I ended up breaking 2 ribs, and they called the ambulance, and as I was in the ambulance, they told me that the 5-minute drive was going to cost me like $1,400 or something like wild.
That's wrong. That is wrong. And somebody just told me that being a veteran, a disabled vet, I do have 40%. I just have to go to Discord, call the VA from Discord, the number they gave me in Discord, let the VA know. I guess you have so many hours to do it within, I think it's within 24 hours. But, so what's going to happen now if the Affordable Care Act goes away?
Yeah, I know they're working to, well, the Republican Party has always tried to dismantle the ACA, but there is a chance that about 7 million people will get kicked off of the ACA if they get the additional provisions put through that they're looking to have done. I think it was some impact from the BBB. I think it may be connected, but I know 10 million people are going to lose access to Medicaid, Medicare. One and two, I'm spacing. But then also
Medicaid.
Yeah, Medicaid, and then 7 million off of the ACA. So it's a lot.
So I do have a question. So when they're done with me at the ER, who do I call? What do I do?
So check your messages. You should have a bunch of us sent our phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Just give one of us a call, and we'll arrange for your ride back. Oh, we have his number? Oh, nice. Okay.
Let's say, send me a text, Dean, just to confirm you got it. And I'm typically a night owl. If not, I don't keep my phone on Do Not Disturb. So just like call whoever you need to, whoever would be up.
Did you leave your number in Discord?
I can message you on Discord too. Yeah, I message you on TikTok. I'll do it on Discord as well. Is it the same name, Dean?
No, Hector, I'll send you his Discord at.
Okay.
As a side note, I just heard one of my cats throw up, so that's gonna be fun.
I'm gonna get my charger out of my car.
That's good. Hector. Hector, let me know if you got that.
You're quite welcome. It'd be funny if I took my motorcycle. I didn't know we had Uber in town.
Okay, Dean, I just added you on Discord, so you should see that friend request from Hector Tax.
Hector Cat. You guys see the moon tonight?
No, was it nice?
Oh, it's huge. They call it the sturgeon moon. It's the biggest it almost ever gets. Right now, it looks like a hole in the sky. Yeah, this was my idea tonight, buddy, to put everybody in a panic.
Don't even worry about it. This is just the community looking after each other. That's all.
Life happens.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Now,
All
my
right,
wife.
I gotta get back to my black job. Dean, listen to all these fantastic people. Otherwise, I'm coming back screaming. Take care of yourself. I'll see you on the flip side. All right.
Okay, thank you, my friend. I appreciate every single one of you.
Of course. I'll see you, Dean. See you, Santana. Thank you, Ange.
Of course. Thanks, Hector. Have a good night.
Thank you, Hector.
Yeah, I was going to say my wife's going to have knee surgery the 28th of this month, and it's going to be. I mean, she's in a wheelchair now. It's going to even be tougher for me. And she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to stay for a long rehab. I said, I got to learn how to maneuver you. It's going to be all brand new. And she's being stubborn. And then last couple of days, she had a major breakdown, saying, why am I here? And so life is tough right now. Life sucks. So many things are going negative.
So Dean, right now we have an Uber going to pick you up, but I want you to remember what Falcon's saying here. If in the future you need ambulance services, the VA will cover it.
I just have to let them. I just have to let them know within 24 hours. I think that's what the book says, because I did read the VA handbook. The anxiety now.
Okay. Sounds like my cat just threw up again, so I'm gonna go check on. they're okay. I will leave the live to Ange and Santana. We'll be right back.
Okay, thanks.
Dean, do you have a jacket and your keys and everything? And your charger?
No, I don't need a jacket. I'm just standing outside.
Okay. Is your wife asleep right now?
Yeah.
Do you want to leave her a note or anything to let her know where you're at?
Nope. I thought my mother-in-law went to her daughter's house. She's she's sleeping. I poked my head in to see if she was there, and she's there.
Okay.
Hey, Dean, I just want to let you know if you put the I have a card. I keep a card in my wallet that says that I'm a veteran, because I black out sometimes. And it has the phone number for the VA emergency authorization line in it. And I just have a note in there with my medications list that asks them to call that number to report that I'm in the hospital. And if you keep something on you like that and give it to them when you need help, the hospital will normally call for you when you're admitted. And it's also good for you to have your medications list on you if you are frequently ill. But I don't want you to feel like you can't afford this or afford to have healthcare. Like I said, as long as you have that 30% rating, the VA will pay for emergency services for you. And please don't be afraid to utilize the benefits that you earned. And you have, if the hospital doesn't call the number for you, you have 72 hours after you're admitted to call. But the hospital that I normally end up getting sent to, like I said, if I black out, they will normally go through my wallet if it's on me. And if I'm awake when I am going, I usually hand the paramedics the card. And that is usually enough for them to call the VA for me to report that. Because the hospitals want to get paid. So they will usually call for you if you supply them with the information that they need.
So the card you're talking about, that's my VA card with my picture on it?
So I have my VA card with my picture on it, and then I just cut out a little index card that has like my name, and that I am a veteran. It has a list of all of my medications, and then I sent the phone number to you in Discord, but it's the VA's reporting line for emergency services, and the card just says to please call the VA for insurance and billing. And every time I've been admitted to the hospital, they have always called the phone number and reported it for me. I just have to make sure that they see that I give them the card.
Within 72 hours.
Yes. And if the hospital doesn't call for you, you can call and report that you've been admitted to the hospital yourself. You just have to do it within 72 hours of being admitted to the hospital. Also, if you need long-term hospital care, they will pay to transfer you from a civilian hospital to the VA hospital.
Wow.
Also, if you have to travel to the VA for appointments, there is an online portal that you can use on My Healthy Vet for travel costs, and they will reimburse you.
I use the kiosk when I leave.
Yeah. So just please don't be afraid to use the benefits that are available to you. I want you to be healthy. But yeah, that's it. That's all I have for you. I'm sorry, my head is killing me.
Okay, thank you, sweetie.
Feel better, hon. Dean.
Yes.
We cannot get an Uber or a Lyft to come out to you. So we have two options. You can call an ambulance and have them come and pick you up. Or I have a cab that I can try and get, but if I can't get an Uber and a Lyft, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get a cab to come out there.
Okay, can I say something?
Sure, of course.
I feel perfectly able to drive. I promise you. I promise you. As soon as I get to the hospital, I'll text you. As a matter of fact, I'll leave my phone on as I'm driving. And it's only, like I said, 10, 15 minutes from here. I promise. I will go to the ER right now, and hopefully they're they're going to do the blood work and whatever, and I can drive. I promise you, I can drive, and I'll leave my phone on, and we have a deal. So forget the Uber. I'll drive myself. I promise you, I can drive. I'm going to get in my car right now. I'll leave my phone on, and talk to you when I get to the ER.
This is from you to the hospital 7 miles, is that right?
That's it. That's it. Okay, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to leave right now. And as I'm driving, we can continue talking. These are in my pocket. I'm still here. Turn the blues off. I don't need any blues right now. So when I get there, I'll just tell them I had a hard time breathing, and some really good people highly recommended that I stop by and say hi. And
Yeah, make sure that they know that your pulse ox got down to 87, so you can keep an eye on that. Take a good sound, see how your lungs sound, get some x-rays, see what's going on.
Life is crazy.
Ask them when you talk to the pulmonologist if they will give you a referral for at-home oxygen.
I'm having zero problems. It's not blurry. High beams are on. I'm good. No deer running across the street, which is good. On a good note, how's everybody doing besides being concerned about Mr. D?
Well, besides that,
I didn't mean to put everybody in a panic.
you don't
That
have to
wasn't my
apologize.
intention, but you know what? I was just having a hard time breathing.
Don't even worry about it. Don't apologize. We look out for each other. That's what we do. Here were fears I hadn't thought of. I will say, given how difficult it was to find Uber and Lyft, I am slightly
So
worried.
Dan, how's your brother?
He's good. He's good. We actually might.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, Dean.
I don't hear anybody.
You may have taken the phone off the speaker.
Yeah.
I can't hear anybody talking. Just a sec.
Don't worry about us, honey. Worry about the road right now.
My volume isn't working.
No, don't. He can't hear us, but now he's not looking at the road because he's focused on the phone. Let him focus on driving. We're trying.
I'm sorry. I can't hear anybody talking.
Don't drive
Dan,
yet, Bluetooth. They can't hear us, Hector.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, Dean can't hear us. We can hear him. We're good. I think maybe
My volume's all the way up.
As a reminder, everybody, TikTok Shop is a great place to buy lightweight shoes.
Okay. No, nothing.
Yeah, so I was thinking Bluetooth. He can't hear or he can't hear us, and I don't think he'd be able to see chat while driving. So I think we just need to make sure we're here with him and listening to him. The other option would be that one of us calls him, and we just stay on the line on the phone rather than on live.
No, you're right. I should have called my daughter, but you know what? I don't like bothering people.
It's not a bother.
I don't know if that's selfish or not.
It's not a bother. Your health is never ever a bother.
I don't know why I can't hear anybody.
God, this is frustrating.
It's one straight road from his house to the medical center. It's the same road all the way down.
Okay. What did I walk into? What's going on? Put a filter on, Dan. Wait, why would that help?
Because the AI thing doesn't pick up as much when you have filters on. I'm pretty sure that's how you kept the lives up with when we watched Idiocracy and South Park. You had filters on both.
Could somebody let Hector know that I drove myself and tell him not to yell at me?
He knows. He knows. He was in chat. Also, but you can't hear us, so we're just. Yeah. So the filters. The reason I used it for the South Park episode and stuff is because it would be for like the visual AI. I don't think it would do anything for the.
I'm just about halfway there.
Although this is kind of pretty, I'm not gonna lie. All right, he's about halfway there, chat. This is almost like the opposite of like those scam calls. Like, you know when like
I can't hear anything.
An old person would go to like Target or Walmart and they're like, I need gift cards because the IRS is calling me. And I need gift cards.
If you want, you can put my camera on, and when I get there, I'll show you that I'm actually there.
And so like this is like the opposite. He's gonna get to the hospital and be like, hey, the internet told me to come here.
We can talk. Don't worry. We can talk. Yes, we are the internet.
I see you talking, Dan. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, you can see me.
But me and my daughter, my wife, and my son-in-law, and my 2 grandkids, we are going to be moving to Florida probably, well, after my mother-in-law passes away. They're already looking at a place in Sarasota. And we will meet up, Dan.
You can see me, chat. I'm trying to convey. I agree with Kai. I also don't like that he's looking at his phone, but. Oh, wait, hold on. I have an idea.
So when I go to the check-in, I'll leave my phone on so you know that I'm there. Everybody can sleep in tomorrow. I don't know why my sound is off. I got the thingamajiggy all the way to the top.
It's okay. He can't hear me. He's responding anyways.
The people that are saying
Leave
it's
that
cut
up,
off.
Dan. I don't know what it says. I can't really read it and drive.
We're doing great.
The people that are saying it's cut off. Do you guys have iPhones? Curious.
I have an iPhone. It looks fine on my side.
I'm playing with my volume switch.
Please.
Going down, going back up, going down, up. Now it's up. Yeah, okay. I'm driving. I can put my eyes on the road.
Sure.
One eye anyway. The other one I'm looking at. No, I'm just kidding.
We're playing ranked charades now, chat. It was cut off a little on the left side.
You can hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
TikTok shop. Yeah, so
Just
Lyndon
let you know I'm still breathing.
Lyndon threw up like 2 or 3
Actually,
times.
even a little better.
I heard him throw up 3 times, but I only found 2 throw ups, and I don't know.
But I am going to drive all the way to the ER and have them check me out.
Now
Nice
tell
smile.
me the ways that your cat threw up twice, and you're gonna find the third one in your bed. Watch.
I don't think raising that right now would be good because he'd probably focus too much. Is Kitty okay now? Yeah. I mean, I'm my guess is that this is just like he's a really furry cat, and every once in a while the hair makes him want to throw up. But my other thought is maybe he's eating too fast.
From where I am right now, it's about 1.5 miles, maybe 2. Just going by the Children's Museum. Oh, you don't know where that is.
I actually do. I'm literally looking at a map. He is
Red light.
right down the street.
Is it food, yellow bile, hairball? So yellow bile, my other cat sometimes throws up yellow biles. This throw up was food.
Oh, good, a green light. Go to the end of this road, take a right, and just step up the road.
Remember, everybody, TikTok Shop is a wonderful place to purchase wares.
Do you think it would help if I turn my phone off and go back on for the sound?
No, just drive for right now.
No?
You still can't hear me. I don't know what I'm doing.
Someone call him and have.
Love the TikTok.
One more stop sign, then it's a straight shot. About 1/4 mile.
If it's food, kibble size can be a problem. Cats have a harder time chewing dry
Not
food.
much traffic.
I would think that would be a problem for my other cat because she's got like 4 teeth. But for him, he chews it just fine. His teeth are strong, but he might eat it too fast. What's happening? So Dean is driving to the hospital right now, and we are with him, making sure he gets there. Well, I also can't ethically give you advice on that, even though that is my area of expertise. I love the games that TikTok Shop sells. And it needs to be the head of the CSI or
Oh, you
FBI.
still got a lot of people on your show. That's great. What a community.
They're here because they're worried about you, Dean.
Yeah, TikTok is good.
Yeah, TikTok is good.
So long as 7 miles I have drove.
Chad, I'm not built for this. I'm very on edge.
I just got to go to the roundabout, then take that way. Then you can put the camera on. I'll show you the ER.
I don't even know anyone here, but I'm worried about this man, so I'm here. You're a good person, Taylor.
That's good energy. Real good energy.
Why is he going to the hospital? When he first joined the live, he was having a lot of trouble breathing.
I'm just driving into the parking lot.
He was having a lot of trouble breathing and also like having trouble even getting sentences out. Very, very concerning. He was at an 87 blood oxygen, so we were super concerned. But he just made it to the hospital. W's in the chat.
Okay, I'm parking the car.
87 is dangerously low. See, even Voldemort knows.
Getting out.
When the Dark Lord is worried, he should all.
There we go. Now I have volume.
Oh, can you hear us, Dean?
I can.
Okay, cool.
Dean, I don't want you to take us inside because I don't want you to say anything or them say anything that might put your information out there. I trust that you're there.
Yeah, put your camera on.
No, honey, I trust you're there.
It's okay.
You're fine. You don't
Dean.
have to show us that.
Just
So you want me to turn my phone off, and
No.
after you're done with me, I'll get back on TikTok.
Go get checked in and let them get you registered. You've got all of our numbers. And if they put you in the waiting room, make you sit, come back on live. We'll be here.
There's a few people in here already. I don't know how soon they'll.
That's okay. Just make sure that they know that your oxygen got down really low. You've been having trouble breathing. You got a little bit confused, and
you couldn't
300
find
people
your
said you needed to go to the hospital.
you couldn't find your blood oxygen tester. You had tested it and it was at 87, and then when you went back to test it after nebulizing, you couldn't find it.
Yep.
Yeah. And you're on your second
Okay.
nebulizer
I
session.
have to check me in. A second. Okay, I was having a hard time breathing. Eleftherio, ELEF, first name is D.
Yeah, we should either put him down.
I'm disconnecting him. I'm disconnecting him. Oh, maybe I should have muted.
It's okay. He can request back up. It's going to take them a few minutes to register him. And
Yeah.
boy, trying to get a Lyft and an Uber out there. Two of us on separate devices on separate apps couldn't get a single driver.
Yeah. I saw that map. It was yeah. Hope everything goes well. Well, now that you're at the hospital, I'm much more comfortable.
He needs a chest X-ray. They need to take a look. He needs to get oxygen at home.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull up how he sounded when he first joined, so everyone knows like why we were here. God bless you too, letting me we're here. Them hear
Seriously,
you. They will tell you if it's an emergency.
Wild.
There's this thing in. Hold on, chat. 1 second. Gotta get off.
Now, W. Sean and all the mods too. Everybody was in that chat trying to find a way to get to him. And Dan for the charades and keeping him calm while we tried to figure it out.
I was driving when he first came up, but I was yelling at my phone at how bad he sounded. Yeah. So I was still able to. And so his proof. I'll just open it. I'm looking, chat. I'm looking. Okay. Yeah.
Howdy, Dan.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, listen. Could you mute my? I'm getting a wicked echo. Okay, so in New Hampshire, if you make more than $2,600, just a second. Okay, New Hampshire, if you make more than in 20, the echo's crazy. Okay, one more time. In New Hampshire.
Dean, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I wow. Okay. No, I'll just text. Yeah, the echoes drive me crazy. I'll just.
Okay.
I'm just having a hard time.
Dean,
go ahead.
Are you sure you're okay? It sounds like you're wheezing.
Oh yeah, my lungs are really bad. Listen. Hear that? Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that great.
Yeah, message me, Dean.
Okay. Yeah. I'm screwing you live.
No, it's okay. Just message me. We'll talk, okay?
Okay.
Dean, if you don't quit smoking, I'm going to come out there myself and talk to every gas station, liquor store, grocery store, anywhere that sells cigarettes. I swear to God, you have to quit smoking. I love you dearly. You have to quit smoking. That's terrifying.
Hey Johnny, we were able to get Dean to go to the hospital. He was having trouble breathing. But he's in the waiting room now. Hopefully everything's gonna be good. Oh, he's in the box. Hey Dean. Dean, can you hear us? He isn't loaded for me. His picture isn't loaded, but I can hear him. Hospital Wi-Fi. Signal might be bad. Yeah, that's true. Hospital waiting rooms usually don't have great signal. He was in chat earlier though.
That area is pretty rural too. They may not have great signal.
Yeah. He was in chat earlier though, like a couple minutes ago. Thank God you were there for him in the hospital. I mean, I really have to thank Ange and Hector. They were able to convince him to go. I guess I wasn't forceful enough, and Ange and Hector were able to pull it off.
To be fair, I threatened him with his daughter, so he didn't really have a choice at that. But I'm dead serious. He was going, or I was calling a family member, and they were going to come and get him.
Yeah, I remember he said, "I'm not going to give you her number," and you're like, "I have her number."
I had his information before I got in the box. Not letting that happen.
Yo, I was so committed to getting this man to the hospital. I was ready to call Mim. That's where we were at. That's how serious this was. That's wild, Dan. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I want to shout out everybody that offered to pitch in to help. Obviously, like everyone in the community would have helped if we needed to cover any kind of medical expenses. But Falcon's information is super important. The VA should cover ambulatory services either way. But even if it didn't, anyone would have covered. But the people that stepped up to cover an Uber because he wasn't comfortable with an ambulance, and Shauna, Hector, Santana, anyone was ready to handle that, and I want to shout all of them out. I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. This community is mod war under this presidency. No, I think we're good. We would have gotten that together quickly. I'd still like to help. Oh yeah. Listen, if there are creators that can raise $20,000 for a studio, we could have raised a couple grand for an ambulance ride for sure.
I just think for $5,000 you can meet Dan in person. Go to a good place.
Dan, listen, I'm sorry. I'm not going to get over this. I'm not going to get over calling $20,000 for a studio mutual aid. I can't. I will not. I just can't do it. I can't get over 5,000 for an in-person hangout. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
For $500, you'll get a tattoo. We get to pick it though, right? Because that seems worth it to me. I have some ideas.
I can't either. It's so wild. I genuinely feel gaslit by like the comments on his videos. It's like I really want that bleach hair gone goal to be real though. Very people are donating, honestly. Oh, crazy people are. Yeah, I it's so wild to me.
He's actually getting donations.
Yeah. I don't. His first live, I think he broke like 1,200 on his first live back. Is Dan progressive or more moderate? I would call myself a progressive, but I'm not like a communist or anything like that. Who was doing that? I was reading to my grandchildren. There was a creator that was in jail for a couple months for dodging a warrant, or excuse me, he's in jail for a couple months for failure to appear after he robbed a check cashing place in 2022 and lied to his audience and said that he was falsely arrested and it was racial profiling, even though he's a white guy. He's over 10K now. Talking that genuinely is insanity to me. It's so fucking wild.
We can pay his bail now, I guess.
Sounds like a gem. Oh, I thought it was the older millennial when you said dodging. Oh, older millennial's got his own shit. Older millennial, he was at 8K this morning. Older millennial, allegedly ran like a pyramid scheme with his co-op. Dan, that is not what he said. Wait, what is not what he said? Oh, I owe somebody an older millennial thing. Hold on. Got y'all.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good, I'm peeing. Change your back. There. I'm peeing. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. I'm peeing.
Don't think he's been charged yet? The millennial? No, he hasn't. That's why I said allegedly. And even if he had been charged, that'd be allegedly. But Older millennial is definitely under federal investigation for that little thing. That little thing. Imagine being Mac if she's not here, getting a call later about this live. Oh yeah, Mac.
Oh no.
The debrief on this live is gonna be crazy. But yeah, okay. So, before he gets arrested, he has a $10,000 GoFundMe. Because he needs a flight home and also a recording studio for his videos. His bail happens to be $10,000. Complete coincidence. He gets arrested. In jail for 2 months. Gets out. And now has a GoFundMe for $20,000. Because he needs $1,000 to bail out some friends that he has in jail. Okay, that $1,000, you know what? That counts as mutual aid. Then he needs another $7,000 for the money he lost by being in jail for 2 months. I don't really know what that means. And then the additional $13,000 for the studio that he still wanted, but adding $3,000 just to round it up. Like, it's just mind-boggling. Where in the U.S. can you even buy something for 10 to 20? I have no idea. And what's worse is he lied for 3 years about the arrest. He said he was falsely arrested, and it was racial profiling, even though he's a white guy. He was falsely arrested, and then he comes out and says, "Yeah, I did rob that place." And people and this is why I think the online left is cooked. There were people saying that, well, robbery is a victimless crime. He didn't steal. He didn't like forget to scan a box of cereal at Walmart. He strong arm robbed a small business.
Robbery means that you made a threat with a weapon.
Well, he didn't have a weapon, but they didn't know that.
But that's what I mean. He threatened them. They didn't know any different.
Yeah. Start a rap career. Yeah. And so like people were justifying, and he also, oh my God, he said all these people that were, and he lied about what the note said. Yeah. And that was another thing. They didn't know he didn't, and that's terrifying. That was another thing. He was saying that nobody was scared, but he's not the person to judge that. And he was saying, oh, the people that wanted him arrested or were happy he was arrested, he's like, whatever happened to ACAB? You believe cops over me? No, we believe the victims. That's actually always been the case. We believe victims, particularly when the victims are women, particularly when the victims are black women. And then people are saying, well, he didn't racially profile them, and he didn't rob them because they were black women. Whatever happened to impact over intent? Whatever happened to that? Like I have like a decent amount of mutuals that are supporting him, and it's mind-boggling. Oh my goodness gracious! I can't get over how quickly it went from he definitely didn't do this to okay, well he did it, but who cares? Like the idea that a tall white man has a ski mask on and walks into a business and he walks into a business and tells the teller, who's a black woman, tells the teller to give him as much money as they can give him. The idea that that's a victimless crime. Are we ignoring the literal caricature of a robber? Yeah, literally. Like, are we ignoring generational trauma? Not just for black women, for women, for like women alone. The idea of a large man robbing you is a victimless crime because people care more about clout than having personal moral standards. Thank you, Senny.
Thanks, Obama.
Or thank you, Shauna, for the gift sub. Emotional trauma is real. Yeah. Thank you for speaking out about this, Dan. Yeah, of course. Like it. The real. Oh, Dean's in the box. Man, if Dean has his volume up and the doctor's no, the doctor's listening. Just missing the bag with a $sign on it. Yo, literally. Hey, Dean, did you connect?
Yeah, what scares me the most is my blood pressure. When I first got here, it was 253 over 133. They did it again, 204 over 112.
Jesus, Dean.
I've never had my blood pressure. When I was, what do they call it? SVT, I went to the ER and I had the machine went off because my heart rate was so high. Not today. But
boy, I'm even gladder you went now.
My concern right now is my heart. So he said he's going to put me on a bunch of steroids and see if that'll get it down.
Well, it's really good that it sounds really good that you went to the hospital.
98. Yeah, my oxygen is 98. My heart rate is 61. So something's crazy.
Did the doctor say why your blood pressure was like that based on the information you gave him?
He said probably because you're in the ER. I said no. I mean, I'll go to the ER feeling like crap, and it's never that high. I've never had over 200 top number. Well, I have, when I had SVT.
Did your blood pressure usually run high, or is it normal for the most part?
My blood pressure runs about 140 over 85, 82.
Because
So
your baseline isn't that much
I'm a little
above
lightheaded.
average.
I just want to keep you guys updated. You know, I have nothing to hide. I mean, we're a family.
I appreciate it. I'm really glad that you went. That's pretty scary, Dean. Like
Me
real
too.
scary.
I feel pretty jittery right now.
Well, are you waiting now for more for the steroids, or like what's your situation right now?
Okay, right now I'm laying on a gurney, and the doctor came in and he says, I'm going to put you on some heavy duty steroids for your asthma.
Okay, so you're waiting for him to come back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just relax. Everything's gonna be okay. We're all here with you. You're in the hospital. So
Yeah, they asked me if I want to get an x-ray. He says, I don't need an x-ray. He said, your lungs sound terrible, though.
Yes, you do need an X-ray.
maybe you do need an X-ray, Dean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let them make the decisions.
Better to have it done and be safe than sorry. Know what's going on than not.
Yeah, you're already there.
Exactly. Now, like I said, what concerns me is my blood pressure. I mean, I've had 3 heart attacks and a quadruple bypass, a defibrillator, pacemaker, but I'm still here.
Yeah, get all the tests. Let them run everything.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to chill out.
You sure you don't want us to call your daughter or anybody and let them know you're there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Change your mind, let us know.
Okay. Well, I don't want you guys to stay up all night. I want you guys to go to bed too. And I will contact Dan tomorrow. And who's ever on the list that from Discord, I'll give everybody a call.
Thank you, Dean. We really appreciate
That's
it.
the least I can do.
Well, you get some rest too, please. Just gonna rest as much as you can while you're there.
Okay, I'm just laying back and I'm going to turn the lights out myself. They're too bright.
All right, if you need anything, you know how to get a hold of us, okay?
Oh, you guys are awesome.
Love you. Take care, honey.
Love you too, hon.
Love you, Dean. Good night.
Good night, bud. I'm just going to hang around and you can drop me.
Just if you could do us a favor, and just text one of us when you get home.
I'll wait till the morning. I'm going to let you guys get some sleep.
No. There's a lot of us that are not going to get sleep until we know you're home. So if you could just do us a favor.
Okay, Dan, how late you going to be up? Be honest with me.
I'll be up till 4 a.m. But Hector's going to be up even later. So just
okay. I'll give Hector a call.
Oh, hold on. Hector's joining real quick.
There he
All right,
is.
listen, Dean. My anxiety levels are higher than Hunter Biden. So just do me a favor and let us know, somebody, as soon as you message one of us, they'll message the rest. So let somebody know when you're good. Please, for fuck's sake, do that. Thank you. All right, bye.
Bye. Silly boy.
Thank you, Hector.
Yeah, I feel better just talking to you people. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for going.
Yeah, I'm stubborn.
Yeah, we figured that out. But we got a very stubborn community here as well to make sure that you you care about yourself as much as we do. So,
You know, I haven't been on TikTok for a while. I've been kind of staying away because of stress. I'm on I'm on 3 different depressions, seeing a psychiatrist, blah blah blah. And life is tough. I mean, with my wife, and she's feeling down, and I don't know how to handle it. I don't have the answers for her, but I'm trying. Just so many things are going on.
Well, we're here. You need it.
I know you are. I know you are. And, you know, I can't do it all by myself anymore. I'm getting weak. But, you know, it's
As much
good.
as you can. That's all you can do. As much as you can.
Yeah. Just like my wife's on my case now. Gee, clean around the yard. Rake some leaves. The yard's a mess. It's not that bad. I can't do it because of my heart.
Can your son-in-law come over and help?
He works for PC Connection. He's a top salesman in his company, so he's on his computer all day. So I called my brother George and asked him to come over and help me out. But he's busy too. He can't do it for a month, so it'll get done when he gets there. I can't do it. I mean, I'll rake the leaves for about 5 minutes. I'm totally out of breath. I got to go in the house and do a nebula because I can't breathe. But anyway,
See what kind of resources there are in your area, because a lot of the time there's resources that will come out and do this stuff for you.
I mean, I sit on my zero-turn lawnmower. I love doing that. Sit there and have fun with it. I'll go to the neighbor across the street and eat the grass cut. Just something.
You got to be careful if your asthma's flaring up, being out in the grass and the pollen and all that dirt.
Well, I do wear a mask. I wear not a surgical mask, but a paper mask, like a dust cover.
Good.
Oh, here comes my blood pressure. I'll let you know what it is. I hope it's under 2.
What mutual aid is actually for? Yeah, literally. And if they want to admit you tonight, please promise us you'll listen to them. Yeah, Dean, please take the advice of the doctors. If they think you should get an X-ray, please do so.
Yeah, my blood pressure went down. It's 192 over 109. That's crazy. How old am I? I'm 72. 72 years young. Never grew up. Yeah, they're just letting them know that BP is high.
People in chat that are saying that's high, that it's gone down. It was ridiculously high before.
253 over 133.
Like,
that's too high.
Yeah, that's too high. I didn't even know those numbers were possible.
I can surprise everybody. Get you to smile. It's funny how I can do that. Huh?
You're an
It's
amazing
funny.
soul, Dean.
When I go to the ER, I make all kind of jokes, but you know what? Tonight's not one of those nights.
Yeah, Dean, we're also happy that you went. And
I'm going to tell you what, I am too, especially with my blood pressure like it is.
Good.
I thank you all very much.
Call 911 if your blood pressure is higher than 190 over 120.
I beat him to it.
Wait, chat, what was my blood pressure that night that we were doing checks? If I can find that picture.
I feel like somebody was keeping a chart of that.
Someone was, yeah.
Like somebody just said, it was a good thing I came on your live. I'd probably be still home.
Yeah, my voice.
I was listening to somebody's chat tonight, and they said they stand stand by Israel and let the Palestinians starve, the host knocked them right offline. Victim. How can you say that?
They're heartless,
No.
Dean.
Yep.
I just want to read Hector's comment for you. Dean, you have one job: outlive Trump. I agree.
Carol, I would let my daughter know, but I will call her in the morning, I promise.
Okay, well, we do have to add, while we're waiting for the doctor to come back in, we have to add, it was $5 from Hector for the Advil and $5 from Izel for the older millennial sound. That's $10. $10 added to our grift, goal. That put us at
Still at zero.
That's how ludicrous $20,000 is. But hold on, we add 10 here. That puts us at 19.
Cool.
Rift goal is wild. Yo, there's a real person that is asking for $20,000, and this is what they're offering. This is a real. They're on this app. They have 8 times the platform I do.
Has anyone found out what the and more if you ask is?
Wait,
I really want to
the
know.
and more is wild. Yeah.
I really want to know what it is.
Hey, Dan, what a superstar Santana was coming on and saying hi.
Yeah, Santana's awesome guy. I mean,
He's a great guy.
everyone that came up now for you, everybody that stayed. You know, we had 250 people stay to make sure that you got to the hospital safe.
I know, and you still have 287. You get superstars, buddy.
5K to hang out with dude. Left Finals, if he really thinks he's that special. I mean, I didn't see the context of where he got the number 5K. Donnie checked in too. Yeah, you got a lot of people that care about you, Dean.
I know. Person I haven't talked to in a while is Pickles.
And Pickles hasn't been on much lately. I know he was on the past couple nights, but I know he hasn't been live like prior to those past couple nights for a while.
Have you met that guy from Boston, Matt?
If it's the Matt I'm thinking of, yes.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
Him and I are supposed to meet up in Boston sometime, and some of the TikTok friends were gonna hit the town in Boston.
Matt, who is with Nemo a lot. Yeah, I'm assuming it's politics with Matt. Yeah, because I remember Matt. I saw you on Matt's live, so I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same Matt. Yeah.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I saw you on his live. No matter if he's talking to 100 magas or not, I'll come up just like you do, bring me right up, and hey, how you doing? I don't have much to say, just want to say hi. Okay, I get short of breath.
If you're getting short of breath, honey, we can give you some oxygen, make you comfortable.
Yeah, I wasn't like this before, but my
button there that you can ring them to come in.
When they took my oxygen in the pre-thing, it was 98.
That's okay. If you're laboring to breathe a little bit, it doesn't hurt to put the oxygen on.
I haven't seen anybody. I haven't seen anybody since I came in. Well, I saw the doc, and I've been here talking to you guys. Nobody's been back.
Neely said, Dean, get lots of meds. They're 1,500% cheaper now.
Yeah. They're going to pay me now.
Yeah, according to our president.
What a moron.
Well, one of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 14, 1,500%.
What a moron.
So wild. All right. Well, we're gonna keep hanging out here until the doctor comes back in. Unless you'd like to go, Dean, but definitely, please, 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 I beg of you, just text one of us, message one of us when you get home.
Okay, who I will message, I'll message Hector,
Okay.
and they're coming in with a med now, so I'm all set.
They're coming
So
in
you
now?
can join
Okay.
me. I'm going to say goodnight, and I'll give Hector a call, let him know when I get home.
Perfect.
Dean, honey, ask them for oxygen just to have it near you if you need it.
Okay. Okay, well, I will ask for oxygen.
Okay.
Thank you, Dean.
All right, honey,
Have a
we'll
great night.
talk to
We
you
love you.
tomorrow.
Okay, definitely. I will get in contact with you guys tomorrow and let you know I'm good as gold.
Tonight took an interesting turn. First of all, I think that if you showed the past like 2 hours of the live to a European, they would lose their minds. They'd be like, how do you people live like this? And he choked up. I about cried. Yeah. Like the idea that he was breathing that badly and couldn't even get like words out, but he was worried about the cost of an ambulance.
Yep. Yep.
Was genuinely the example of our shit healthcare system. And he is a veteran. Yeah, he's a veteran. He's 72. Crazy.
I had no idea his blood pressure was going to be that high. That's terrifying.
Yeah, that is.
It's getting real close into stroke level.
I'm so shocked that I didn't know that number was a thing. What did he say? 250 over 124?
Something like that.
Like an absolutely insane number. Well,
I'm going to jump down. Go finish my laundry. Send
okay,
the bat
I
signal.
found the screenshot of when we were keeping track of my blood pressure. The highest one was 166 over 98. And I remember everyone was super concerned. And his was 250 over 124. Yeah, that's horrifying.
Yep.
All right.
All right, kick me.
Love
Good
you,
night,
Ange.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Love you. Always.
That had to make him feel absolutely terrible. Well, you know what? What's good is that he was relieved now. Like before, he was obviously on the fence about whether he should go or not. And now he feels better about going, which is good. I think. FBI investigator Ange. Hold on. This is a while ago, Chad. This was back when my name was Dirty Dan. Put this up for y'all. Of course, Gina. Dan, take your blood pressure in the morning right when you get up to get a baseline. I think my blood pressure has been better. But these are like post guest, you know? Anyway. Dan ascended after the 4th reading. Okay, so we're gonna do some tab closing here because I totally do not remember what we were talking about before Dean came up. So let's see here. Okay, so this was the live. I'm gonna keep that open just in case the doctor asks to hear his breathing. All right, so we have this. What was this? How many people didn't vote? This is when we were talking about how I think it would probably be easier to activate the people that don't vote if we stop spreading the lie that Democrats and Republicans are the same. Easier to activate them to realize that we're like basically where Germany was before falling into Nazism, than to convert Nazis. But anyway. This was the article that we had a Russian propagandist genuinely being paid in rubles coming up and trying to convince us that Obama said Ukraine would never join NATO when we asked them for evidence. Couldn't bring it up. Okay. This was the other article that he laughed at me when I brought this up and said this isn't the same article. And when I pointed out that it was named the same thing and it was by the same institute and it was the same date, he didn't take it back. Anyway, this is showing the difference in drone strikes from after Trump took office and we started supporting Ukraine less. Literally talking about healthcare right before. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the guy that said his health insurance would be $45,000. Good night, Gina. Would be $45,000 a year. But when I asked him about if he used the healthcare marketplace, he said he doesn't qualify. He doesn't qualify to use the website. Brother, real issue. Actually doesn't know what's going on.
Kakistocracy.
Kakistocracy is a government by the least suitable or competent citizens of the state. And I think that is one of the ways to describe the government right now. Rick Perry, this is when I was talking about how a lot of Trump's appointees in both his first and second term are literally the exact antithesis of who should be the head of the department. So like the guy who was the head of the IRS up until today literally wanted to abolish the IRS. This guy, Rick Perry, was the head of the Department of Energy in his first term, literally wanted to abolish the Department of Energy back in 2012. We played this clip while I was trying to contact Dean. This is Trump saying that we brought drug prices down 1,500%, which, by the way, if any single human, let alone president, had said this, we would have wheeled them off into the sunset. Very clearly, this person doesn't know what they're talking about. And for some reason, this means he's qualified for president. Reduce prices by 1,500% means that the drug companies are paying us to take the drugs. But anyway, normal nowadays. Open just in case a Trump supporter walks in. This was the study conducted that showed that red states are really obsessed with trans porn. And what led us to bringing that up was that the U.S. Air Force is now denying early retirement for transgender service members that have served over 15 years. Absolutely despicable behavior. Effects. Yes, this was the effects of funding the IRS. So for every $1 in increased funding to the IRS brings back $5 to $9 in revenue by going after large tax cheats. That's why the Republicans want to defund it, because number one, they are the tax cheats, and number two, if they defund it, that will mean even less money in the public coffers. So they will use that to justify cutting Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, anything they could possibly cut. because Republicans right now are villains. This is no longer they're out for self-interest. They are out for blood. They were out for pain. Wait, did you see Trump wants to put boots on the ground in Mexico? I did not see that. This is what led us into talking to that Russian propagandist. Is that Trump said that he's going to meet with Putin to try to broker a peace deal that involves some swapping of territories, essentially conceding and saying that if you are a nuclear power, you can invade your neighbors and take parts of their country, and that's okay, because the United States will not back you. The West will not back you. Please develop more nukes, other countries, if you want to be safe. We never got to this news story. Shooter appeared to target CDC headquarters in shooting that left police officer dead. A police officer was killed during the shooter incident of Emory University in Atlanta. Authorities said tonight the shooter is also dead. Police are operating on the theory that the shooter was either sick or believed that he was sick and blamed the illness on the COVID-19 vaccine, a law enforcement official told CNN. Employee at the CDC, which is near Emory, told CNN saw a man approached the agency and shoot the building. So this is when the right's fear-mongering and conspiracy theories are actually leading to dead cops, but the right doesn't care about dead cops. We found that out very easily on January 6th. Right does not care. They do not back the blue. They don't care about the military, clearly, as we're now pulling people out of the military, and even though they serve their country for 15 or more years, they're not getting any benefits. They don't care about the military. They don't care about the police. They don't even care about protecting children. They always claim, oh, well, we want to protect our kids. We want to protect our kids. But not from child molestation, obviously, because they don't care that Ghislaine Maxwell is being moved to a cozier prison in exchange for protecting pedophiles. They don't care. They don't care about anything. In fact, the people that currently support Donald Trump, it's not even that they just don't care. They actively want harm. They hate anyone that is not them. Hates. All of their ideals that they espouse, that they back the blue, that they support the country. They don't support they don't care about the Constitution, so they don't support the country. They don't back the blue because police officers are actually dying due to Republican policies, Republican rhetoric. Where we have January 6th, we now have this. Not to mention that police officers' jobs are more dangerous when AR-15s are illegal. FYI, they don't care about children, as made evident by the fact that they do nothing to protect children from gun violence, and clearly don't care if children get molested. In fact, they're down to just protect the molesters. As a reminder, and I want it to be clear, this isn't just that they do nothing. After Uvalde, right, where children were mowed down mercilessly, they didn't just do nothing. The Republican Party of Texas loosened gun regulations. They didn't do nothing. They did the opposite of nothing. They said, those children died. Let's make sure more children die. I need you to understand how serious this is. The Republican Party are villains. They want what's worst for you and your family. Period. It's not that they do nothing. They actively want more death. They want more harm. The girls that drowned at that camp, there was federal funds available. Federal funds available to set up notification systems. And they refused to take it. Republicans refused to take the federal funds years prior because Joe Biden was the one that passed those federal funds, that offered those federal funds through the American Rescue Plan. They said, we're fine with our children dying if it means Joe Biden looks bad. And this is par for the course. This happened before Trump. I want it to be clear, crystal clear. We talk about Trump a lot because he is the current problem. But he is a symptom of the Republican right and conservatives in this country, because this was the case before Donald Trump. When Barack Obama and Democrats passed the Affordable Care Act, and the federal government offered money to state governments to increase their Medicaid, to expand their Medicaid. State governments like Florida and Georgia and Alabama said, this money is from Barack Obama, who is a black man, and so we'd rather our citizens stay uninsured and die in the streets rather than taking this money. Republicans don't just do nothing. They actively do harm on purpose. On purpose. It's not even just, it would be bad if it was a byproduct of their policy. It would be bad if it was a byproduct of their policy. No, it's not a byproduct. It's the goal. It's not a bug. It's the feature. Period. All those kids died in that school. Let's loosen gun regulation. It's not, let's do nothing. No. We're going to make it worse. Oh, you think those kids dying was bad? Wait until more kids die. That's the Republican Party platform. And you wonder why it gets frustrating hearing people like Cenk Uygur on Jubilee, which we're not going to watch it because we don't fucking platform Jubilee anymore. But hearing Cenk Uygur say things like, Democrats and Republicans agree economically, but they divide us with social issues. Brother, I wanted Bernie Sanders to win the election too. But the difference between the Democrats and Republicans right now is the difference between humans and demons. That's where we're at. I don't know how else to put this clearly. We're past the point of I cannot find common ground with someone that is okay with children being molested. Period. That's it. If we can't even agree on the most basic principle that we as a society should protect our children, I don't want to find common ground with you. I want you to have no ground. I need you to go back into your cesspools where you can have these horrible opinions before you felt emboldened to share them with the rest of the class. The idea that we have someone like Dean, right, who was just up here. Thank you. Dean just said thank you all from the bottom of your heart. Thank you, Dean. Who's just up here. He sounded genuinely like he was on death's door. And obviously, thank God, he's doing better now. But that's how he sounded. We're all so concerned. Please, Dean, call 911. And he's worried about the cost of the ambulance. Even though he's 72 years old, a veteran. Thank you, Shauna, so much for the train. 72 years old, a veteran. Right? And we have Republicans who, for solely the purpose, thank you, Miss Sunflower, solely the purpose of cutting taxes for the rich. Excuse me, I'm not going to say solely the purpose. I apologize. Dual purpose. Cutting taxes for the rich and pain. We have this budget plan that cuts funding for the VA. We have this budget plan that cuts Medicaid. We have Republicans, all but 3, who voted for the repeal of the Affordable Care Act without a replacement. They said, we are fine with throwing millions of people off their health care, and we have no solution otherwise. We just need this to stop. It was implemented by a black man. Too many people are enjoying health care, so we need this to stop. Good night, Shauna. So, I wanted to be clear, when this Trump saga is over, whether that's because of the Big Macs, or whether that's because of time, whatever it might be, when the Trump saga is over, we are not business as usual. The internet is forever. Everyone that protected pedophiles, everyone that supported the concentration camps, everyone that supported throwing people off of their health care. Consider it like that mark at the end of Inglourious Bastards. We cannot move forward as a country until this iteration of the Republican Party is gone. Period. There is no coming back from this. There is no finding common ground with this. I am not going to get over protecting pedophiles. I am not going to get over loosening gun regulations after a mass shooting at a school. I am not going to get over concentration camps. And whatever happens, if we still have a democracy at the end of this, I am going to make it my duty to make sure that the people that are coming to age now know what the Republican Party stands for. Because I know that in this election, we had 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds that did not understand they were voting for the next Hitler. Not my words, J.D. Vance's words, excuse me. They didn't get it. They've learned about Hitler before, but they had no idea what they were up against. And so we have more people coming of age every day. We have, unfortunately, if you think about it, in the 2024 election, Donald Trump started running for president when 18-year-olds were 10, 9. So it's super important. Thank you, fake Kim Jong-un. I appreciate that. It's super important that we do not let this just go back, because there is a future. Don't get me wrong. There's obviously a future where democracy is over, right? The midterms are gerrymandered to hell, and we get to a point where they revise the Constitution, and we're done with voting. It's just over. But there is a future, probably the more likely future, where Trump does as much damage as possible in the first 2 years. Second 2 years, not so much. And then Trump either decides not to run again. I'm not going to say can't run again, because that's never stopped him. Decides not to run again, or the Big Macs take him out. And Republicans are going to want to put this behind them. Do not let them. Remind people like Ben Shapiro that he called out January 6th as the worst thing to happen to this country since 9/11, and then when Trump was up in the primary polls, immediately about-faced. Do not let the senators and congressmen that allowed this to happen, that voted away their own power. I need you to understand that Republicans in Congress voted for less power to give the executive branch more power, because Donald Trump wanted to implement things like universal tariffs, broad tariffs, all this stuff. They actively dismantled checks and balances for one man. Do not let them forget that, ever. Those that bought the Alligator Alcatraz merch, do not let them forget that they supported a concentration camp. It would be the best case scenario for any Republican that supported Donald Trump is for them to be voted out of office. That's the best case scenario. Because the reality is, anyone that supported him when he violated the Constitution should be tried for treason. The reality is that when those congressmen objected to the results of the 2020 election solely on the basis that their candidate lost, They should have been tried for treason, period. But Nancy Pelosi should not have seated them. And while right now,
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
thank you, High School. Thank you, Kasha. And while right now we might not be able to do anything about it, the most important thing that we can do is keep record of this, and do not let a single one of these demons try to put this behind them. Okay? Again, I'm not talking about somebody that got scammed into voting for this man. They're waking up. I'm talking about right now. Right now, if you currently support Donald Trump, you are supporting pedophilia, you're supporting concentration camps, you are supporting the dismantling of our Constitution, and we're not going to forget. And it's important that we don't forget. God bless Joe Biden. This was not one of the things he did that I truly appreciated, which was probably not good for him politically, was that speech he gave in front of the red, white, and blue lights. I don't know if y'all remember that speech, where he specifically called out MAGA Republicans, made sure to clarify, MAGA Republicans. Fuck that. I'll say the whole fucking Republican establishment at this point. But he clarified MAGA Republicans and how they were a danger to democracy because of the actions on January 6th and the like. And it was important because that speech is a record that this was not the entire country allowing it to happen. There were people that pushed back, including our former president. Hey, Dean.
Great news. Doctor just came in. They gave me the steroids. They gave me something to get my blood pressure down. He just came and listened to my lungs. He says, I'm going to send you home with a steroid treatment and antibiotics. So I'll be going home probably within the hour and hopefully sooner. And he said your lungs sound so much better.
That's so good to hear, Dean.
Thank you. I can't thank everybody enough.
We thank you for finally listening, and please text her when you get home.
Take me a little while to get home. I'll text. If you're on, I'll come on and just let you know I'm home.
Okay, sounds good. I wanted to say I wasn't going to be on, but you know what? I might still be on. So yeah, appreciate that, Dean. You're cutting out a little bit.
Something like it was.
Okay, Dean, make sure to follow up with your regular doctor and call the VA to cover everything.
That's already taken care of because I'm on the record with the ER to it's going to be billed by the VA.
Okay, awesome. That's great news.
So, you know what? You guys are superstars, and I'll call you when I get home.
Okay, thank you so much, Dean. We love you. Drive safe.
I love what you were saying before I came on. Keep up the good work. Don't stop.
Will do.
Everything you're saying is true. Whether the MAGAs want to hear it or not, fuck them.
Fuck them. That's true.
I don't usually swear.
Right.
But anyway, thank you all. Love you all. Your community is awesome. And I got tears coming down my eyes now, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean.
Love
we
you
love
all.
you.
Good night, guys.
Night. Crying out of joy that he got help. So, I want to shout out Isaiah Martin for not only running for office, but for pushing the fight fire with fire with this with the gerrymandering stuff. Frankly, we're at a point where we can't play by the rules anymore. They not only don't care about the rules, they don't care about the laws, and they don't even care. They don't care if the country is destroyed. Right? Trump would rather see this country burn if he could be king of the ashes. So, we're talking about pushing back against the Republican gerrymandering, right? I'm at the point where before the midterms, we should probably Democrats started it. So what did the Democrats start? Tell me. Because all the data shows that gerrymandering, if you look at the entire nation, gerrymandering benefits Republicans more than Democrats. The people that support getting rid of partisan gerrymandering are the Democrats. That's how we when we look at HR 1 back in was it 2018? HR 1 was a Democratic-led bill that would have banned partisan gerrymandering. That's it, right there. That's it. Democrats said, let's get rid of partisan gerrymandering. Republicans said, nope, we need it to win. That's it. 2021. Thank you. That should be it. Republicans should see that immediately. And in your head, you have to remove the Democrats started it. You have to remove Democrats are doing it too. No, you need to own it with your chest. We cannot get rid of it because Republican policy is not popular. Period. That's the actual the truth of the matter. Yeah, yes, you can, Neely. The truth of the matter is, Republicans cannot get rid of gerrymandering because their policy is not popular. They need it to win. Same reason why they need to create new villains for every election. They spent $215 million in the last election demonizing less than 10 trans athletes. They can't run on policy. What is your policy? Cut taxes for the rich, everyone gets fucked in the ass. That's their policy. We can't run on that. Okay, well, fuck trans people and immigrants. Now we're talking. So, obviously, it should be clear to anyone with anyone operating in good faith. If one party is trying to get rid of partisan gerrymandering and the other party wants to keep it, sounds like the other party benefits from it more, right? But we don't even have to go by that. We could just look at the actual data. And the data shows that partisan gerrymandering benefits Republicans more than it benefits the Democrats. This is like a no-brainer. So, like, you could say we need to keep it because I know this is the most good faith Republican. I know our policy is not popular, so we need to keep partisan gerrymandering to win. That I officially can respect you as like I'm like, okay. Like your ideals are horrible. You're a Nazi, you're a pedophile, whatever. I hate you for that, but at least you're operating in good faith. But unfortunately, Republicans will never concede that. The Democrats started gerrymandering. Oh, they gerrymander Illinois. Gavin Newsom. They'll figure out a way. God. Oh my God. You guys suck, bro. When are you gonna realize you're the villains? Protecting the child sex trafficker wasn't enough? The concentration camps, not enough? When are you guys gonna wake up and be like, oh, we're the bad guys? That's fine. If you can own it, that's fine. At least it'll be easier to have these conversations. I don't have to walk you through it. So why do you want the immigrants deported? Did you know that undocumented immigrants are actually good for the economy? Why walk you through it? You hate them because they're brown. Just say it. Just own it. Just be intellectually honest with yourself. If saying that makes you feel uncomfortable, then maybe stop being like a bad person. It would just really be super, super simple. Like, okay, well, the FBI had to redact Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Donald Trump promised he would release the Epstein files, but is now not doing it. Donald Trump is specifically asking us to ignore the Epstein files. Donald Trump said he doesn't want the support of any Trump voter that cares about the Epstein files. If you hear that and aren't immediately saying, okay, so I support pedophiles now, then you're not operating in good faith. That is the only way to interpret this. So just own it. You guys are the villains. Period. Whatever percent of the country is left of MAGA. Because it's certainly not the 77 million people that voted for him in 2024. But just look at the polling of independents, tanked. Polling of young Americans under 29, tanked. So I don't know what the percentage is. 30% of the country, 28%, 35%, whatever it is, you guys are the villains. Own it. Start owning it. Start dressing cooler, you know? Stop wearing the fucking red hat. That's weird. Wear like a fedora or a pirate hat or something. You guys are the villains. You like pedophiles. You want more kids to die actively. Oh, school shooting? Let's loosen gun regulations. That's the Texas Republican Party. They said, oh, those kids were all mowed down in that school. We're not just going to do nothing. We're going to loosen gun regulations to make it happen worse next time. You guys are the villains. So just own it. Get a nice suit, or you could dress like a pirate. Fuck it. Just be cool with it. You know? Some shades. Just like a gangster or a pimp. Own it. You guys are protecting pedophiles. You guys want more kids to die. You guys are cool with concentration camps. You guys are the bad guys. You're the Hitler supporters. You're the ones we learned about in history class. And I remember the memory so vividly. When we were learning about Nazi Germany, I remember thinking, how did they let this happen? How? It doesn't seem feasible. I get it now. I get it. You guys are showing it to us. So just know, we're not going to forget. When your cult leader moves on to a different realm of existence, we're not going to forget. Okay? And all I can do is hope that we still have enough of a democracy that we can seek justice. Didn't Obama start concentration camps? Come up, let's talk. Villain, please come up. I need to speak to the villain tonight. I sent you a request. Come up. Tell me about Obama starting the concentration camps. Please. I need to talk to the villains. Not coming up. Got it. Okay. So, Obama, believe it or not, did not have concentration camps in his term. Did not start concentration camps. Thank you, Caffeine. Yo, we have some angry maggots in chat that are doing that thing where they want the live to not be... Okay, because I see a lot of stuff on TikTok saying that. Okay, I apologize. And then I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at your algorithm. So where that's probably coming from, just saying what I see, I have no facts. No worries, I will walk you through it. But yeah, people are trying to take the live down. If you could send your daily heart means it only costs a penny, but it protects the live. Super appreciate it. So a big problem in the first term, in the first Trump term, a big thing that we were outraged about is that there was child separation at the border. The kids in cages, quote unquote. So people would say, well, Obama built the cages. That's where this is stemming from. And while Obama, the detention centers were made under the Obama administration, they weren't used. And if they were used, they were never, ever, ever used in a way that would separate children from their families. That is a thing solely done by the Trump administration. And now that is being used to justify saying, oh, well, Obama built the concentration camps. No. Alligator Alcatraz is a concentration camp specifically constructed by Ron DeSantis and the Trump administration. Period. There's no comparison to anything Barack Obama did. So like, I super appreciate you for asking that question. I apologize because I assumed that you were a villain, and it turned out that you were just a curious chatter. I'm a little bit worked up right now. Come on now, Obama can be criticized for his cages too. I mean, you can criticize him. Yeah, you can criticize him for his strict stance on the border. But like the difference between holding cells for families that cross the border illegally and holding cells with only children because we've separated them and then they're not going to be able to be reunited with their families. I think that's profound. I think that's a huge difference. But sure, we can criticize Obama for that. But when I say we, I mean the humans. The empathetic Americans that care. The people that cannot criticize Obama for that are people that support the concentration camps. Like if you're cool with people being rounded up, profiled for the color of their skin, and then placed indefinitely in CCOT or in Alcatraz, you don't get to criticize Obama for anything. You're not allowed. You can't. Why are people talking about TikTok Shop? Talking about TikTok Shop is like good for the algorithm. So if the algorithm starts picking up that I'm being a little mean to the villains, the Nazis, the pedophiles, if the algorithm picks that up, then like talking about TikTok Shop can sometimes help. There's also a couple maggots in chat that said they reported the live. They've been blocked, but TikTok Shop might help. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm running a little hot on not getting banned on TikTok. Like we watched a whole South Park episode. Nothing. I stopped censoring my words. I've said the word pedophile a bunch because I want it clear who we're talking about here. Not PDF files, not P3DOs. No. Pedophiles. The Republican Party right now protects pedophiles. So yeah. So I don't know. We had Dean drive to the hospital and nothing happened. So God bless. TikTok is protecting us at least for now because we're fighting the good fight. Maybe I don't know. Anyway, I'm really losing my voice. Twitch and YouTube. I love y'all. Fake Kim Jong Un. You have a lot of comments there. I do want to apologize. Twitch and YouTube. I really don't look at comments too much. I'm looking at TikTok mostly, but I am going to read all your comments because you seem based. Unless you and your family are billionaires, preach, same brother, things cost more, services being cut, let that shame follow them through history. Sub Dan, you're kicking ass at this. Don't let them downplay, don't let them forget. 2021 maybe. They are an other. No one talks mass amnesty, makes undocumented workers and visa holders American, get them into the system easier and quicker. Bars, you're based. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I'm down for mass amnesty. Or at least a pathway to citizenship. Republicans don't want that. Or rather, Trump doesn't want that, and so the Republican Party had to fall in line. Period. That's the reality. And it's 2 a.m. Oh, fuck. All right. YouTube, Twitch, it's been real. I love y'all. We should be live again tomorrow. But I am going to cut the YouTube and Twitch feeds. Because I was gonna play just a touch of music on TikTok, and YouTube's really worried about that. So YouTube, Twitch, love y'all. Have a good night.